Under the Andes Part 1 by Rex Stout. Chapter 1. The Sweethearts of a King. The scene was not exactly new to me. Moved by the spirit of adventure or by an access of ennui which overtakes me at times, I had several times visited the gaudy establishment of Mercer on the fashionable side of Fifth Avenue in the 50s. In either case I had found disappointment. Where the stake is a matter of indifference, there can be no excitement, and besides, I had been always in luck. But on this occasion I had a real purpose before me, though not an important one, and I surrendered my hat and coat to the servant at the door with a feeling of satisfaction. At the entrance to the main room I met Bob Garforth, leaving. There was a scowl on his face, and his hand trembled as he held it forth to take mine. "Harry is inside. What a rotten hole," said he, and passed on. I smiled at his remark. It was being whispered about that Garforth had lost $250,000 at Mercer's within the month, and passed inside. Gaudy, I have said it was, and it needs no other word. Not in its elements, but in their arrangement. The rugs and pictures and hangings testified to the taste of the man who had selected them, but they were abominably disposed, and there were too many of them. The room, which was unusually large, held 2 or 3 leather divans, an English buffet, and many easy chairs. A smoking table, covered, stood in one corner. Groups of men were gathered about each of the 3 roulette wheels ranged along the farther side. Through a door to the left could be seen the poker tables, surrounded by grave or jocular faces. Above the low buzz of conversation there sounded the continual droning voices of the croupiers, as they called the winning numbers, and an occasional exclamation from a customer. I made my way to the center wheel and stood at the rear of the crowd surrounding it. The ball rolled. There was a straining of necks amid an intense silence. Then, as the little pellet wavered and finally came to a rest in the hole number 24, a fervent oath of disappointment came from someone in front of me. The next moment, rising on tiptoe to look over the intervening shoulders, I found myself looking into the white face of my younger brother Harry. "Paul!" he exclaimed, turning quickly away. I pushed my way through and stood at his side. There was no sound from the group of onlookers. It is not to be wondered at if they hesitated to offend Paul Lamar. "My dear boy," said I missed you at dinner, and though this may occupy your mind, it can scarcely fill your stomach. Haven't you had enough?" Harry looked at me. His face was horribly pale and his eyes bloodshot. They could not meet mine. "For heaven's sake, Paul, let me alone," he said, hardly above a whisper. "I have lost 90,000. In spite of myself, I started. No wonder he was pale. "And yet, that's nothing," I whispered back. "But you are making a show of yourself. Just now you were swearing like a sailor. See how your hand trembles." "You were not made for this, Harry. It makes you forget that you're a gentleman. They are laughing at you. Come." "But I say I have lost $90,000, said the boy, and there was wildness in his eye. "Let me alone, Paul." "I will repay you." "No, let me alone." "Harry." "I say no." His mouth was drawn tight and his eyes glared sullenly as those of a stubborn child. Clearly it was impossible to get him away without making a scene, which was unthinkable. For a moment I was at a complete loss. Then the croupier's voice sounded suddenly in my ear. "You are interrupting us, sir." I silenced him with a glance and turned to my brother, having decided in an instant on the only possible course. Here, let me have your chair. I will get it back for you. Come." He looked at me for a moment in hesitation, then rose without a word, and I took his place. The thing was tiresome enough, but how could I have avoided it? The blood that rushes to the head of the gambler is certainly not food for the intellect. And, besides, I was forced by circumstances into an heroic attitude, and nothing is more distasteful to a man of sense. But I had a task before me. If the man lays bricks, he should lay them well, and I do not deny that there was a stirring of my pulse as I sat down. Is it possible for a mind to directly influence the movements of a little ivory ball? I do not say yes, but will you say no? I watched the ball with the eye of an eagle, but without straining. I played with the precision of a man with an unerring system, though my selections were really made quite at random, and I handled my bets with the sureness and swift dexterity with which a chess master places his pawn or piece in position to demoralize his opponent. This told on the nerves of the croupier. Twice I corrected a miscalculation of his, and before I had played an hour his hand was trembling with agitation. And I won. The details would be tiresome, but I won. And when, after 6 hours of play without an instant's rest, I rose exhausted from my chair and handed my brother the amount he had lost, I pocketed a few thousands for myself in addition. There were some who tried to detain me with congratulations and expressions of admiration, but I shook them off and led Harry outside to my car. The chauffeur, poor devil, was completely stiff from the long wait, and I ordered him into the tonneau and took the wheel myself. Partly was this due to pity for the driver, partly to a desire to leave Harry to his own thoughts, which I knew must be somewhat turbulent. He was silent during the drive, which was not long, and I smiled to myself in the darkness of the early morning as I heard, now and then, an uncontrollable sigh break through his dry lips. Of thankfulness, perhaps. I preceded him up the stoop and into the hall of the old house on Lower Fifth Avenue near 10th Street that had been the home of our grandfather and our father before us. There, in the dim light, I halted and turned while Evans approached from the inner rooms, rubbing eyes heavy with sleep. Good old Evans! Yet the faithfulness of such a servant has its disadvantages. "Well?" said Harry in a thin, high voice. The boy's nerves were stretched tightly. 2 words from me would have produced an explosion. So I clapped him on the shoulder and sent him off to bed. He went sulkily, without looking round, and his shoulders drooped like those of an old man, but I reflected that that would all be changed after a few hours of sleep. After all, he is a Lamar, I said to myself as I ordered Evans to bring wine and sandwiches to the library. It was the middle of the following afternoon before Harry appeared downstairs. He had slept 11 hours. I was seated in the library when I heard his voice in the hall. Breakfast for 5 at once." I smiled. That was Harry's style of wit. After he had eaten his breakfast for 5, he came in to see me with the air of a man who was determined to have it out. I myself was in no mood for talk. Indeed, I scarcely ever am in such a mood, unless it be with a pretty woman or a great sinner. You may regard that sentence as tautological if you like. I shan't quarrel about it. What I mean to say is that it was with a real effort I set myself to the distasteful task before me, rendered necessary by the responsibility of my position as elder brother and head of the family. Harry began by observing with assumed indifference, "Well, and now there's the deuce to pay, I suppose." As his representative, I am not a hard creditor, I smiled. I know, he began impetuously and stopped. I continued, My boy, there is always the deuce to pay, if not for one thing, then for another. So your observation would serve for any other time as well as now. The point is this, you are 10 years younger than I, and you are under my care, and much as I dislike to talk, we must reach an understanding. Well? Said Harry, lighting a cigarette and seating himself on the arm of a chair. You have often thought, I continued, that I have been trying to interfere with your freedom. But you are mistaken. I have merely been trying to preserve it, and I have succeeded. When our father and mother died, you were 15 years of age. You are now 22, and I take some credit for the fact that those 7 years have left no stain, however slight, on the name of the Mar. Do I deserve that? Cried Harry. What have I done? Nothing irremediable, but you must admit that now and then I have been at no small pains to assist you. But there, I don't intend to speak of the past, and to tell the truth, I suspect that we are of one mind. You regard me as more or less of an encumbrance. You think your movements are hampered. You consider yourself to be treated as a child unjustly. Well, for my part, I find my duty for such. I consider it grows more irksome every day. If I am in your way, you are no less in mine. To make it short, you are now 22 years old. You chafe at restraint. You think yourself abundantly able to manage your own affairs. Well, I have no objection. Harry stared at me. 'You mean?' he began. 'Exactly, but Paul, there is no need to discuss it. For me it is mostly selfishness.' But he wanted to talk, and I humored him. For 2 hours we sat, running the scale from business to sentiment, and I must confess that I was more than once surprised by a flash from Harry. Clearly he was developing, and for the first time I indulged a hope that he might prove himself fit for self-government. At least I had given him the rope. It remained for time to discover whether or not he would avoid getting tangled up in it. When we had finished, we understood each other better, I think, than we ever had before, and we parted with the best of feeling. Three days later, I sailed for Europe, leaving Harry in New York. It was my first trip across in 18 months, and I aimed at pleasure. I spent a week in London and Munich. Then, disgusted with the actions of some of my fellow countrymen with whom I had the misfortune to be acquainted, I turned my face south for Madrid. There I had a friend, a woman not beautiful, but eminently satisfying, not loose, but liberal, with a character and a heart. In more ways than one she was remarkable. She had an affection for me. Indeed, some years previously, I had been in a way to play Albert Savaron to her Francesca Colonna, an arrangement prevented only by my constitutional dislike for any prolonged or sustained effort in a world the slave of vanity and folly. It was from the lips of this friend that I first heard the name of Désirée Lemire. It was late in the afternoon on the fashionable drive. Long, broad, and shady, though scarcely cool, it was here that we took our daily carriage exercise. Anything more strenuous is regarded with horror by the ladies of Spain. There was a shout and a sudden hush. All carriages were halted and their occupants uncovered, for royalty was passing. The coach, a magnificent though cumbersome affair, passed slowly and gravely by. On the rear seat were the princess and her little English cousin, while opposite them sat the great Duke himself. By his side was a young man of 25, with a white face and weak chin and glassy, meaningless eyes. I turned to my companion and asked in a low tone who he was. Her whispered answer caused me to start with surprise, and I turned to her with a question. "But why is he in Madrid?" "Oh, as to that," said my friend, smiling, "you must ask Desiree." "And who is Desiree?" "What! You do not know Desiree? Impossible!" she exclaimed. "My dear," said I, "you must remember that for the past year and a half I have been buried in the land of pork and gold. The gossip there is neither of the poet nor the court. I am ignorant of everything. You would not have been so much longer," said my friend, "for Desiree is soon going to America." "Who is she?" "No one knows." "What is she?" "Well, she is all things to some men, and some things to all men. She is a courtesan among queens, and a queen among courtesans. She dances and loves and, I presume, eats and sleeps. For the past 2 years she has bewitched him." She pointed down the drive to where the royal coach was. Disappearing in the distance, and he has given her everything. It was for her that the Duke of Bellarmine built the magnificent chalet of which I was telling you on Lake Lucerne. You remember that Prince Delansky shot himself for political reasons in his Parisian palace, but for Desiree he would be alive today. She is a witch and a she-devil, and the most completely fascinating woman in the world. I smiled. "What a reputation! And you say she is going to America?" "Yes. It is to be supposed that she has heard that every American is a king, and it is no wonder if she is tired of only one royal lover at a time. And listen, Paul." "Well?" You must not meet her. Oh, but you do not know her power." I laughed and pressed her hand, assuring her that I had no intention of allowing myself to be bewitched by a she-devil. But as our carriage turned and started back down the long drive toward the hotel, I found myself haunted by the white face and staring eyes of the young man in the royal coach. I stayed 2 weeks longer in Madrid. At the end of that time, finding myself completely bored, for no woman can possibly be amusing for more than a month at a time, I bade my friend au revoir and departed for the East. But I found myself just too late for an archaeological expedition into the heart of Egypt. And after a tiresome week or so in Cairo and Constantinople, I again turned my face toward the West. At Rome I met an old friend, one Pierre Janvour, in the French diplomatic service, and since I had nothing better to do I accepted his urgent invitation to join him on a vacation trip to Paris. But the joys of Paris are absurd to a man of 32 who has seen the world and tasted it and judged it. Still, I found some amusement. Janvour had a pretty wife and a daughter 8 years old, daintily beautiful, and I allowed myself to become soaked in domestic sentiment. I really found myself on the point of envying him. Me, Janvour was a most excellent housekeeper and manager. Lou Eugenie and I would often walk together in the public gardens, and now and then her mother would join us. And as I say, I found myself on the point of envying my friend Janvour. This diversion would have ended soon in any event, but it was brought to an abrupt termination by a cablegram from my New York lawyers asking me to return to America at once. Some rascality it was, on the part of the agent of my estate, which had alarmed them. The cablegram was bare of detail. At any rate, I could not afford to disregard it, and arranged passage on a liner sailing from Cherbourg the following day. My hostess gave me a farewell dinner, which heightened my regret at being forced to leave, and little Eugenie seemed really grieved at my departure. It is pleasant to leave a welcome behind you. That is really the only necessary axiom of the traveler. Janvor took me to the railroad station and even offered to accompany me to Cherbourg, but I refused to tear him away from his little paradise. We stood on the platform arguing the matter when I suddenly became aware of that indistinct flutter and bustle seen in public places at some unusual happening or the unexpected arrival of a great personage. I turned and saw that which was worthy of the interest it excited. In the first place, the daintiest little electric broom in the world, fragile and delicate as a toy, a fairy's chariot. Then the fairy herself descended. She cannot be described in detail. I caught a glimpse of glorious golden hair, softly massive, gray-blue eyes shot with lightning, restless, devouring, implacable, indescribably beautiful, a skin wondrously fine, with the purity of marble and the warmth of velvet, nose and mouth rather too large, but perfectly formed, and breathing the fire and power of love. Really, it was rather later that I saw all this. At the time there was but a confused impression of elegance and beauty and terrible power. She passed from the broom to a railway carriage, supremely unconscious of the hundreds of eyes turned on her, and a general sigh of satisfaction and appreciation came from the throng as she disappeared within her compartment. I turned to Janvor. "Who is she? What?" he exclaimed in surprise. "But my dear Lamar, not to know her argues one a barbarian. Nevertheless, I do not know her. Well, you will have an opportunity. She is going to America, and since she is on this train, she will of course take the same boat as yourself. But my friend, beware." "But who is she?" "Désirée Lemire." Chapter 2. Being the Dance. It developed, luckily for me, that my lawyers had allowed themselves to become unduly excited over a trifle. A discrepancy had been discovered in my agent's accounts. It was clearly established that he had been speculating, but the fellow's excessive modesty and moderation had saved me from any serious inconvenience or loss. Some 20,000 or so was the amount, and I did not even put myself to the trouble of recovering it. I placed a friend of mine, a plotter and one of those chaps who are honest on account of lack of imagination, in the position thus vacated, and sighed with mild relief. My experiment with Harry had proved a complete success. Left to the management of his own affairs, he had shown a wisdom and restraint none the less welcome because unexpected. He was glad to see me, and I was no less glad to see him. There was little new in town. Bob Garforth, having gambled away his entire patrimony, had shot and killed himself on the street. Mrs. Ludworth had publicly defied gossip and smiled with favor on young Driscoll. The new director of the Metropolitan Museum had announced himself an enemy to tradition and a friend of progress, and Désirée Lemire had consented to a 2 weeks' engagement at the Stuyvesant The French dancer was a favorite topic of discussion in all circles. The newspapers were full of her and filled entire columns with lists of the kings, princes, and dukes who had been at her feet. Bits were made on her nationality, the color of her eyes, the value of her pearls, the number of suicides she had caused corresponding, in some sort, to the notches on the gun of a Western bad man. Gowns and hats were named for her. By the enterprising department stores. It was announced that her engagement at the Stuyvesant would open in 10 days, and when the box office opened for the advance sale, every seat for every performance was sold within a few hours. In the meantime, the great Lemire kept herself secluded in her hotel. She had appeared but once in the public dining room, and on that occasion had nearly caused a riot, whereupon she had discreetly withdrawn. She remained unseen while the town shouted itself hoarse. I had not mentioned her name to Harry, nor had I heard him speak of her, until one evening about 2 weeks after my return. We were at dinner and had been discussing some commonplace subject, from which, by one of the freaks of association, the conversation veered and touched on classical dancing. The Russians are preeminent, said I, because they possess both the inspiration, the fire, and the training. In no other nation or school are the two so perfectly joined. In the Turkish dancers there is perfect grace and freedom, but no life. In Desiree Lemire, for example, there is indeed life, but she has not had the necessary training. What? Lemire? Have you seen her? Cried Harry. Not on the stage, I answered, but I crossed on the same ship with her, and she was kind enough to give me a great deal of her time. She seems to understand perfectly her own artistic limitations, and I am taking her word for it. But Harry was no longer interested in the subject of dancing. I was besieged on the instant with 1,000 questions. Had I known Lemire long? What was she like? Was it true that Prince Delansky had shot himself in despair at losing her? Was she beautiful? How well did I know her? Would I take him to see her? And within half an hour the last question was repeated so many times, and with such insistence, that I finally consented and left Harry delighted beyond words. My own experience with Desiree Lemire had been anything but exciting. The woman was interesting, there could be no doubt of that, but she possessed little attraction for me. Her charms on close inspection were really quite too evident. I require subtlety in a woman, and so far as I could discover, Lemire knew not the meaning of the word. We had spent many hours during the trip across in pleasant companionship. She had done me the honor to tell me that she found my conversation amusing, and after all, she was undeniably a pretty woman. She had invited me with evident sincerity to call on her in New York, but I had not as yet taken advantage of the invitation. I did not then think, and I do not now believe, that I acted foolishly when I took Harry to see her. In any event, he would have seen her sooner or later, and since all temptations meet us at one time or another, it is best to have it out with them at as early a date as possible. At the time, indeed, I gave the subject no thought whatever, but if I had, I should not have hesitated. We took tea with her the following afternoon in her apartment, and I must confess that I myself was more than a little impressed when I entered. I realized then that on the ship nothing had been in her favor. She had been completely out of her element, and she was not a good sailor. Here, all was different. The stiffly ostentatious hotel rooms, by her own genius or that of her maid, had been transformed into something very nearly approaching perfection. I was amazed at the excellent taste displayed in her. Furniture and its arrangement, for it was clear that these were no hotel properties. Certainly a woman is at her best only when she is able to choose or create her own surroundings. Harry was captivated, and I can scarcely blame him. But the poor lad betrayed himself so frankly. though I suppose Lemire was more or less accustomed to immediate surrender. On that day, at least, she had reason to expect it. She satisfied the eye, which is saying a great deal and is the highest praise possible for a woman's beauty when you consider the full strength of the word. She was radiant, adorable, irresistible. I had to own that my first impression of her had been far too weak. We talked for an hour. Harry had little to say as he sat devouring the mire with his eyes, and whenever she turned to him for an answer to a question or confirmation of an opinion, he stammered and kept his composure with difficulty. Never, I suppose, did woman have clearer evidence of her power, nor sweeter, for Harry was by no means a fool to be carried away by the first pretty face that came in his way. She simply overwhelmed him, and I repeat that I do not wonder at it, for my own pulse was not exactly steady. She asked us to dine with her. I pleaded an engagement at the club and signed to Harry to do likewise, but he was completely gone and paid no attention to me. He accepted the invitation gratefully, with frank delight, and I left them together. It was about 10 o'clock when he came home that evening. I was seated in the library and, hearing him enter the hall, called to him. What a face was his! His lips trembled with nervous feeling, his eyes glowed like the eyes of a madman. I half started from my chair in amazement. "I have no time," said he, in answer to my invitation to join me with a bottle. "I have a letter or two to write, and I must get some sleep." "Did you just leave Lemire?" "Yes." I looked at my watch. "What under the sun did you find to talk about?" "Oh, anything, nothing. I say she's charming." His essay at indifference was amusing. "You find her so?" "Rather. She seems to have taken a fancy to you." Harry actually grew red. "Hardly," he said, but there was hope in the word. "She is hardly your kind, Harry. You know that. You aren't going in for this sort of thing." "This sort, I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do, Hal. You know exactly what I mean. To put the thing plainly, Lee, Meyer is a dangerous woman, none more so in all the world, and, Harry boy, be sure you keep your head and watch your step." He stood for a moment, looking at me in silence with a half-angry frown, then opened his mouth as though to speak, and finally turned, without a word, and started for the door. There he turned again, uncertainly, hesitating. "I am to ride with Desiree in the morning," said he, and the next moment was gone. "Desiree!" he called her. "Desiree!" I think I smiled for an hour over that, and, though my reflections were not free from apprehension, I really felt but little anxiety. Not that I underrated Lemire's fascination and power. To confess the truth, my ease of mind was the result of my own vanity. Lemire had flattered me into the belief that she was my friend. A week passed, a dull week, during which I saw little of Harry and Lemire, not at all. At the time, I remember, I was interested in some chemical experiments. I am a dabbler with the tubes, and went out but little. Then this was on Friday. Harry sought me out in the laboratory to tell me he was going away. In answer to my question, "Where?" he said, "I don't know." "How long will you be gone?" "Oh, a week, perhaps a month." I looked at him keenly, but said nothing. It would have done no good to force him into an equivocation by questions. Early the next morning he departed, with 3 trunks, and with no further word to me, save a farewell. No sooner was he gone than I started for the telephone to call up Lemire, but thought better of it, and with a shrug of the shoulders, returned to the laboratory. It was the following Monday that was to see the first appearance of Lemire at the Stuyvesant. I had not thought of going, but on Monday afternoon Billy Dumont telephoned me that he had an extra ticket and would like to have me join him. I was really a little curious to see Lemire perform and accepted. We dined at the club and arrived at the theater rather late. The audience was brilliant. Indeed, though I had been an ardent first-nighter for a year or two in my callow youth, I think I have never seen such a representation of fashion and genius in America, except at the opera. Billy and I sat in the orchestra about the 12th row, and half the faces in sight were well known to me. Whether Lemire could dance or not, she most assuredly was, or had, a good press agent. We were soon to receive an exemplification of at least a portion of the reputation that had preceded her. Many were the angry adjectives heaped on the head of the dancer on that memorable evening. Mrs. Frederick Marston, I remember, called her an insolent hussy, but then Mrs. Frederick Marston was never original. Others, rash, impudent, saucy, impertinent, in each instance accompanied by threats. Indeed, it is little wonder if those people of fashion and wealth and position were indignant and sore, for they had dressed and dined hastily and come all the way downtown to see Lemire. They waited for her for 2 hours and a half in stuffy theater seats, and Lemire did not appear. The announcement was finally made by the manager of the theater at a little before 11 o'clock. He could not understand. He said the poor fellow was on the point of wringing his hands with agitation and despair. He could not understand why the dancer did not arrive. She had rehearsed in the theater on the previous Thursday afternoon, and had then seemed to have every intention of fulfilling her engagement. No one connected with the theater had seen her since that time, but everything had gone smoothly. They had had no reason to fear such a contretemps as her non-appearance. They had sent to her hotel. She was gone, bag and baggage. She had departed on Friday, leaving no word as to her destination. They had asked the police, the hotels, the railroads, the steamship companies, and could find no trace of her. The manager only hoped, he hoped with all his heart, that his frank and unreserved explanation would appease his kind patrons and prevent their resentment, that they would understand. I made my way out of the theater as rapidly as possible, with Billy Dumont at my side, and started north on Broadway. My companion was laughing unrestrainedly. "What a joke!" he exclaimed. "And gad, what a woman! She comes in and turns the town upside down and then leaves it standing on its head. What wouldn't I give to know her?" I nodded but said nothing. At 42nd Street we turned east of Fifth Avenue, and a few minutes later were at the club. I took Dumont to a secluded corner of the grill, and there, with a bottle of wine between us, I spoke. "Billy," said I, "there's the deuce to pay. You're an old friend of mine, and you possess a share of discretion, and you've got to help me. Lemire is gone. I must find her." "Find Lemire?" He stared at me in amazement. "What for?" "Because my brother Harry is with her." Then I explained in as few words as possible, and I ended, I think, with something like this. "You know, Billy, there are very few things in the world I consider of any value. She can have the lad's money, and, if necessary, my own into the bargain. But the name of Lemire must remain clean, and I tell you there is more than a name in danger. Whoever that woman touches, she kills. And Harry is only a boy." Billy helped me as I knew he would, nor did he insist on unnecessary details. I didn't need his assistance in the search, for I felt that I could accomplish that as well alone. But it was certainly known that Harry had been calling on Lemire at her hotel, conjectures were sure to be made, leading to the assertions of busy tongues, and it was the part of my friend to counteract and smother the inevitable gossip. This he promised to do, and I knew Billy. As for finding Harry, it was too late to do. Anything that night, and I went home and to bed. The next morning I began by calling at her hotel, but though the manager of the theater had gotten no information from them, he had pumped them dry, they knew nothing. I dared not go to the police, and probably they would have been unable to give me any assistance if I had sought it. The only other possible source of information I disliked to use, but after racking my brain for the better part of the day, I decided that there was nothing else for it, and started on a round of the ticket offices of the railroads and steamship companies. I had immediate success. My first call was at the office where Harry and I were accustomed to arrange our transportation. As I entered, the head clerk, or whatever they call him, advanced to greet me with a smile. "Yes," said he in response to my question. "Mr. Lamar got his tickets for me, let's see, Thursday, wasn't it? No, Friday. That's right, Friday. Tickets," I muttered to myself. And in my preoccupation I really neglected to listen to him. Then aloud, "Where were the tickets for?" "Denver." "For Friday's train?" "Yes." "The Western Express." That was all I wanted to know. I hurried home, procured a couple of hastily packed bags, and took the afternoon train for the West. Chapter 3. A Modern Mariner. My journey westward was an eventful one, but this is not a history of Tom Jones, and I shall refrain from detail. Denver, I reached at last after a week's stopover in Kansas City. It was a delightful adventure, but it had nothing to do with the story. I left the train at the Rocky Mountain city about the middle of the afternoon, and now what to do? I think I am not a fool, but I certainly lack the training of a detective, and I felt perfectly rudderless and helpless as I ordered the taxi driver to take me to the Alcazar Hotel. I was by no means sure that Harry had come to Denver. He was traveling with a bundle of animated caprice, a creature who would have hauled him off the train at Rahway, New Jersey, if she had happened to take a fancy to the place. At the moment, I reflected, they might be driving along Michigan Boulevard, or attending a matinee at the Willis Wood, or sipping mint juleps at the Planters. Even if they were in Denver, how was I to find them? I keenly regretted the week I had lost. I was sure that Harry would avoid any chance of publicity and would probably shun the big hotels. And Denver is not a village. It was the beauty of Lemire that saved me. Indeed, I might have foreseen that, and I have but poorly portrayed the force of her unmatchable fascination, unless you have realized that she was a woman who could pass nowhere without being seen, and seen, remembered. I made inquiries of the manager of the hotel, of course, but was brought up sharply when he asked me the names of my friends for whom I was asking. I got out of it somehow some foolish evasion or other, and regarded my task as more difficult than ever. That same evening I dined at the home of my cousin, Hovey Stafford, who had come west some years before on account of weak lungs, and stayed because he liked it. I met his wife that evening for the first time. She may be introduced with the observation that if she was his reason for remaining in the provinces, never did man have a better one. We were on the veranda with our after-dinner cigars. I was congratulating Hovey on the felicity of his choice and jocularly sympathizing with his wife. "Yes," said my cousin with a sigh, "I never regretted it till last week. It will never be the same again." Mrs. Hovey looked at him with supreme disdain. "I suppose you mean Senora Ramal," said she scornfully. Her husband, feigning the utmost woe, nodded mournfully, whereupon she began humming the air of the Chanson du Colonel and was stopped by a smothering kiss. "And who is this Senora Ramal?" I asked. "The most beautiful woman in the world," said Mrs. Hovey. This from a woman who was herself beautiful. Amazing! I suppose my face betrayed my thought. "It isn't charity," she smiled. "Like John Holden, I have seen fire balloons by the hundred. I have seen the moon, and then I saw no more fire balloons. But who is she?" Hovey explained. "She is the wife of Senor Ramal. They came here some 10 days ago with letters to one or two of the best families, and that's all we know about them. The Senora is an entrancing mixture of Cleopatra, Sappho, Helen of Troy, and the devil. She had the town by the ears in 24 hours, and you wouldn't wonder at it if you saw her." Already I felt that I knew, but I wanted to make sure. "Byron has described her," I suggested, "in Childe Harold." "Hardly," said Hovey. "No midnight beauty for hers, thank you. Her hair is the most perfect gold. Her eyes are green, her skin remarkably fair. What she may be is unknowable, but she certainly is not Spanish, and odder still, the seigneur himself fits the name no better." But I thought it needless to ask for a description of Harry, for I had no doubt of the identity of Signor Ramal and his wife. I pondered over the name and suddenly realized that it was merely Lamar spelled backward. The discovery removed the last remaining shadow of doubt. I asked in a tone of assumed indifference for their hotel, expressing a desire to meet them, and was informed by Hovey that they had left Denver 2 days. Previously, nor did he know where they had gone. Thus did I face another obstacle. But I was on the track, and the perfume of a woman's beauty is the strongest scent in the world, as well as the sweetest. I thanked my cousin for a pleasant evening, though he did not know the extent of my debt to him, and declined his urgent invitation to have my luggage brought to his home. On my way to the hotel, I was struck by a sudden thought. Senor Ramal could not be my brother, or my cousin would have recognized him. But I immediately reflected that the two had not seen each other for some 10 years, at which time Harry had been a mere boy. The following morning, with little difficulty, I ascertained the fact that the Romals had departed at least ostensibly for Colorado Springs. I followed. That same evening, when I registered at the Antlers Hotel, a few minutes before the dinner hour, I turned over 2 pages of the book, and there before me was the entry, "Senor and Senora Ramal, Paris." It was in Harry's handwriting. After dinner, a most excellent dinner, with melons from La Junta and trout from the mountain streams, I descended on the hotel clerk with questions. He was most obliging, a sharp, pleasant fellow, with prominent ears and a Rocky Mountain twang. "Senor and Senora Ramal? Most assuredly, sir. They have been here several days. No, they are not now in the hotel. They left this afternoon for Manitou to take dinner there, and are going to make the night trip up the peak." An idea immediately suggested itself to me. They would, of course, return to the hotel in the morning. All I had to do was to sit down and wait for them, but That would have been dull sport. My idea was better. I sought out the hotel's wardrobe. There is nothing the antlers will not do for you, and clothed myself in khaki, leggings, and boots. Then I ordered a car and set out for Manitou, at the foot of the mountain. By 10 o'clock, I was mounted on a donkey, headed for the top, after having been informed by a guide that the man and the beautiful lady had departed an hour previous. Having made the ascent twice before, I needed no guide. So I decided, but I regretted the decision. 3 times I lost the path. Once I came perilously near descending on the village below well, without hesitation. It was well after midnight when I passed the halfway house, and I urged my donkey forward with a continual a tat-tat of well-directed kicks in the effort to make my goal. You who have experienced the philosophical calm and superb indifference of the Pikes Peak donkey may imagine the vocabulary I used on this occasion. I dare not print it, nor did his speed increase. I was, in fact, a quarter of an hour late. I was still several hundred yards from the summit when the sun's first rays shot through the thin atmosphere, creating colorful riot among the clouds below, and I stopped, holding my breath in awe. There is no art nor poetry in that wonderful sight. It is glorious war. The sun charges forth in a vast flame of inconceivable brilliance. You can almost hear the shout of victory. He who made the universe is no artist. Too often, he forgets restraint and blinds us. I turned, almost regretting that I had come, for I had been put out of tune with my task. Then I mounted the donkey and slowly traversed the few remaining yards to the peak. There, seated in the dazzling sunshine on the edge of a huge boulder near the eastern precipice, were the two I sought. Lemire's head was turned from me as she sat gazing silently at the tumbling, gorgeous mass of clouds that seemed almost to be resting on her lap. Harry was looking at her. And such a look! There was no rival even in nature that could conquer Lemire. Never, I believe, did woman achieve a more notable victory than hers of that morning. I watched them for several minutes before I moved or spoke, and never once did Harry's eyes leave her face. Then I advanced a step, calling his name, and they turned and caught sight of me. "Paul!" cried Harry, leaping to his feet. Then he stopped short and stared at me. Half defiantly, half curiously, moving close to Lemire and placing his hand on her shoulder like a child clinging to a toy. His companion had not moved except to turn her head, but after the first swift shadow of surprise, her face brightened with a smile of welcome, for all the world as though this were a morning call in her boudoir. "Signor and Signora Ramal, I believe?" said I with a smile, crossing to them with an exaggerated bow. I could see Harry cocking his ear to catch the tone of my first words, and when he heard their friendliness, a grin overspread his face. He took his hand from Lemire's shoulder and held it out to me. "How did you come here? How did you find us?" "You forgot to provide Lemire with a veil," said I by way of answer. Harry looked at me, then at his companion. "Of course," he agreed, "of course. By Jove, that was stupid of us." Whereupon Lemire laughed with such frank enjoyment of the boy's simplicity that I couldn't help but join her. "And now," said Harry, "I suppose you want to know." "I want to know nothing at present," I interrupted. "It's nearly 6 o'clock, and since 10 last night, I've been on top of the most perfectly imbecile donkey ever devised by nature. I want breakfast." Velvet lids were upraised from Lemire's eyes. "Here?" she queried. I pointed to the place extreme charity might give it the title of inn, where smoke was rising from a tin chimney. Soon we were seated inside with a pot of steaming black coffee before us. Harry was bubbling over with gaiety and goodwill, evidently occasioned by my unexpected friendliness, while Lemire sat for the most part silent. It was easy to see that she was more than a little disturbed by my arrival, which surprised me. I gazed at her with real wonder and increasing admiration. It was 6 in the morning, she had had no sleep, and had just finished a most fatiguing journey of some 8 hours. But I had never seen her so beautiful. Our host approached, and I turned to him. "What have you?" There was pity in his glance. "Eggs," said he with an air of finality. "Ah," said Lemire, "I want them, let's see. Au Bernard, if you please." The man looked at her and uttered the single word, "Fried." "Fried?" said she doubtfully. "Only fried," was the inexorable answer. "How many?" Lemire turned to me, and I explained. Then she turned again to the surly host with a smile that must have caused him to regret his gruffness. "Well then, fried," said she, rolling the rar deliciously, "and you may bring me 5 if you please." It appeared that I was not the only hungry one. We ate leisurely and smoked more leisurely still, and started on our return journey a little before 8 o'clock. It was late in the afternoon when we arrived at the Antlers. The trip was accomplished without accident, but Lemire was thoroughly exhausted, and Harry was anything but fresh. That is the worst of mountain climbing. The exaltation at the summit hardly pays you for the reaction at the foot. We entered the broad portico with frank sighs of relief. I said something about joining them at dinner, and left for my own rooms. At dinner that evening Harry was in high spirits and took great delight in everything that was said, both witty and dull, while Lemire positively sparkled. She made her impression. Not a man in the well-filled room but sent his tribute of admiring glances as she sat seemingly unconscious of all but Harry and myself. That is always agreeable. A man owes something to the woman who carries a room for him. I had intended to have a talk with Harry after dinner, but I postponed it. Morning would assuredly be better. There was dancing in the salon, but we were all too tired to take advantage of it, and after listening to 1 or 2 numbers, during which Lemire was kept busy turning aside the importunities of would-be partners, we said good night and sought our beds. It was late the next morning when the precious pair joined me in the garden, and when we went in for breakfast we found the dining room quite empty. We did not enjoy it as on the morning previous. The cuisine was of the kind usually, and in this case, justly described as superior, but we did not have the same edge on our appetite. We were not very talkative. I myself was almost taciturn, having before me the necessity of coming to an understanding with Harry, a task which I was far from relishing. But there were certain things I must know. "What do you say to a ride down the valley?" said Harry. "They have excellent." "Horses here. I tried one of 'em the other day." "I trust that they bear no resemblance to my donkey," said I with feeling. "Ugh," said Lemire with a shudder. "Never shall I forget that ride. Besides," she added, turning to Harry, "this morning I would be in the way. Don't you know that your brother has 1,000 things to say to you? He wants to scold you. You must remember that you are a very bad boy." And she sent me a glance half defiant, half indifferent, which plainly said, "If I fight you, I shall win, but I really care very little about it one way or the other." After breakfast she went to her room to have her hair dressed, she said, and I led Harry to a secluded corner of the magnificent grounds surrounding the hotel. During the walk, we were both silent. Harry, I suppose, was wondering what I was going to say, while I was trying to make up my own mind. I suppose, he began abruptly, you are going to tell me I have acted like a fool. Go ahead, the sooner it's over the better. Nothing of the sort, said I, glad that he had opened it. He stopped short, demanding to know what I meant. Of course, I continued, Lemire is a most amazing prize. Not exactly my style, perhaps, but there are few men in the world who wouldn't envy you. I congratulate you. But there were two things I feared for several reasons. Lemire's fascination, your own youth and impulsive recklessness, and the rather curious mode of your departure. I feared first and most that you would marry her, second, that you would achieve odium and publicity for our name. Harry was regarding me with a smile which had in it very little of amusement, held a tinge of bitterness. And so, he burst out suddenly, you were afraid I would marry her. Well, I would. The last time I asked her, again the smile, was this morning. And she won't have me. Bah! I concealed my surprise, for I had really not thought it possible that the lad could be such a fool. What's her game, Harry? Game the deuce. I tell you she won't have me. You have asked her? 1,000 times. I begged her on my knees, offered her anything. And she refuses? Positively, refuses with thanks. I stared at him for a moment in silence. Then I said, go and get her and bring her here. I'll find out what she wants, and sat down on a bench to wait. Harry departed for the hotel without a word. In a few minutes he returned with Lemire. I rose and proffered her a seat on the bench, which she accepted with a smile, and Harry sat down at her side. I stood in front of them. Lemire, said I, and I believe I frowned. My brother tells me that you have. Been offered the name of Lamar in marriage. I have thanked him for it, said she with a smile, and declined it. And declined it, she agreed. Well, said I am not a man of half measures, as you will soon see, Lemire. Besides, I appreciate your power. On the day, I continued with slow precision, on the day that you give me a contract to adhere to that refusal, you may have my check for $1,000,000. She surprised me. I admit it. I had expected a burst of anger, with a touch of assumed hauteur, the surrender to follow, for I had made the stake high. But as I stood looking down at her, waiting for the flash of her eye, I was greeted by a burst of laughter, the frank laughter of genuine mirth. Then she spoke. Oh, you Americans, you are so funny. $1,000,000. It is impossible that I should be angry after such a compliment. Besides, you are so funny. Do you not know, Lemire? Am I not a princess if I desire it tomorrow today? Bah, there is. The world is it not mine? Mrs. Lamar? Ugh! Pardon me, my friend, but it is an ugly name. You know my ancestors? Delinclus, Montalais, Maintenon, Lamarana. They were happy in their way, and they were great. I must do nothing unworthy of them. Set your mind at rest, Mr. Lamar. But really, you should have known better, you who have seen the world and Lemire in Paris. And now our amusement is perhaps ended? Now we must return to that awful New York. Voila! Indeed, I had not understood her. And how could I? There is only one such woman in a generation, sometimes none, for nature is sparing of her favorites. Bye. Pure luck. She sat before me, this 20th century Marana, and I acknowledged her presence with a deep bow of apology and admiration. "If you will forgive me, madame," I said, "I will not attempt to make reparation, for my words were not meant for you. Consider them unspoken. As for our amusement, why need it end? Surely we can forget. I see plainly I am not a Saint Evermond, but neither am I a fool. My brother pleases you well, there he is. As for myself, I shall either stay to take care of you two children, or I shall return to New York as you desire." Lemire looked at me uncertainly for a moment, then turned to Harry and with a fluttering gesture took his hand in her own and patted it gaily. Then she laughed the happy laugh of a child as she said, "Then it is well, and, monsieur, you are less an American than I thought. By all means, stay, we shall be so jolly. Will we not, my little friend?" Harry nodded, smiling at her, but there was a troubled look in his face. Chapter 4. Alons. The events of the month that followed, though exciting enough, were of a similarity that would make their narration tedious, and I shall pass over them as speedily as possible. We remained at Colorado Springs only 2 days after that morning in the garden. Lemire, always in search of novelty, urged us away, and since we really had nothing in view save the satisfaction of her whims, we consented. Salt Lake City was our next resting place, but Lemire tired of it in a day. "I shall see the Pacific," she said to Harry and me, and we immediately set out for San Francisco. Is it necessary for me to explain my attitude? But surely it explains itself. For one thing, I was disinclined to leave Harry in a position where he was so abundantly unable to take care of himself. For another, I take amusement wherever it offers itself, and I was most certainly not bored. The vagaries and caprices of a beautiful woman are always interesting, and when you are allowed to study them at close range without being under the necessity of acting the part of a faithful lover, they become doubly so. Lemire managed Harry with wonderful tact and finesse. I sat back and laughed at the performance, now and then applying a check when her riotous imagination seemed likely to run away with us. At San Francisco, she achieved a triumph, notorious to the point of embarrassment. Paul Lamar, of New York, had introduced himself into the highest circle of society, and in turn had introduced his friends, Senor and Senora Ramal. The Senora captured the town in a single night at a reception and ball on Telegraph Hill. The day following there were several dozens of cards left for her at our hotel. Invitations arrived by the score. She accepted 2 or 3 and made the fortune of 2 drawing rooms. Then suddenly tired of the sport and insulted a most estimable lady, our hostess, by certain remarks which inadvertently reached the ears of the lady's husband. "You have done for yourself, Lemire," I told her. She answered me with a smile, straightway proceeded to issue invitations for an entertainment at our hotel. I had no idea what she meant to do, but gave the thing no thought, feeling certain that few or none of the invitations would be accepted, wherein I was badly mistaken, for not one was refused. Well, Lemire danced for them. For myself, it was barely interesting. I have passed the inner portals of the sacred temples of India, and the human body holds no surprises for me. But the good people of San Francisco were shocked, astonished, and entranced. Not a man in The room but was the mere slave. Even the women were forced to applaud. She became at once a goddess and an outcast. The newspapers of the following morning were full of it, running the scale of eulogy, admiration, and wonder. And one of the articles, evidently written by a man who had been considerably farther east than San Francisco, ended with the following paragraph. In short, it was sublime, and with every movement and every gesture there was a something hidden, a suggestion of a personality and mysterious charm that we have always heretofore considered the exclusive property of just one woman in the world. But Desiree Lemire is not in San Francisco, though we declare that the performance of last evening was more than enough to rouse certain suspicions, especially in view of Lemire's mysterious disappearance from New York. I took the paper to Desiree in her room, and while she read the article stood gazing idly from a window. It was about 11 in the morning. Harry had gone for a walk, saying that he would return in half an hour to join us at breakfast. "Well," said Desiree when she had finished. "But it is not well," I retorted, turning to face her. "I do not reproach you. You are being amused, and so I confess am I. But your name, that is, Lemire, has been mentioned, and discovery is sure to follow. We must leave San Francisco at once. But I find it entertaining. Nevertheless, we must leave. But if I choose to stay—" "No, for Harry would stay with you." "Well, then I won't go." "Lemire, you will go." She sent me a flashing glance, and for a moment I half expected an explosion. Then, seeming to think better of it, she smiled. "But where? We can't go west without falling into the ocean, and I refuse to return." "Where?" "Then we'll take the ocean." She looked up questioningly, and I continued. "What would you say to a yacht, 120-foot steamer, with a daredevil captain, and the coziest little cabins in the world?" Bah! Lemire snapped her fingers to emphasize her incredulity. "It does not exist. But it does. Afloat and in commission, to be had for the asking and the necessary check. Dazzling white, in perfect order. A second Antoine for a chef. Rooms furnished as you would your own villa. What do you say?" "Really?" asked Lemire with sparkling eyes. "Really." "Here in San Francisco?" "In the harbor. I saw her myself this morning." "Then I say allons. Ah, my friend, you are perfection. I want to see it. Now, may I? Come!" I laughed at her eager enthusiasm as she sprang up from her chair. "Lemire, you are positively a baby. Something new to play with. Well, you shall have it. But you haven't had breakfast. We'll go out to see her this afternoon. In fact, I have already made an appointment with the owner." "Ah, indeed. You are perfection. And how well you know me." She paused, and seemed to be searching for words. Then she said abruptly, "Mademoiselle Lemire, I wish you to do me a favor." "Anything, Lemire, in or out of reason." Again she hesitated. "Then do not call me Lemire." I laughed. "But certainly, Signora Ramal." "And what is the favor?" "That. Do not call me Lemire nor Signora Ramal. Well, but I must address you occasionally. Call me Desiree." I looked at her with a smile. "But I thought that that was reserved for your particular friends." "So it is. Then, my dear Signora, it would be impertinent of me." "But if I request it, I have said anything in or out of reason, and of course I am one of the family. Is that the only reason? I began to understand her, and I answered her somewhat dryly. My dear Desiree, there can be none other. Are you so cold? When I choose. Ah! It was a sigh rather than an exclamation. And yet, on the ship, do you remember? Look at me, Lamar. Am I so little worthy of a thought? Her lips were parted with tremulous feeling. Her eyes glowed with a strange fire. And yet were tender. Indeed, she was worthy of a thought, dangerously so. I felt my pulse stir. It was necessary to assume a stoicism I was far from feeling, and I looked at her with a cynical smile and spoke in a voice as carefully deliberate as I could make it. "Lemire," I said, "I could love you, but I won't." And I turned and left her without another word. Why? I haven't the slightest idea. It must have been my vanity. Some few men had conquered Lemire. Others had surrendered to her. Certainly none had ever been able to resist her. There was a satisfaction in it. I walked about the lobby of the hotel till Harry returned, idiotically pleased with myself. At the breakfast table, I acquainted Harry with our plans for a cruise, and he was fully as eager about it as Lemire had been. He wanted to weigh anchor that very afternoon. I explained that it was necessary to wait for funds from New York. "How much?" said he. "I'm loaded." "I sent for 100,000, said I. "Are you going to buy her?" he demanded with astonishment. Then we fell to a discussion of routes. Harry was for Hawaii, Lemire for South America. We tossed a coin. "Heads," said Desiree, and so it fell. I requested Lemire to keep to the hotel as closely as possible for the days during which it was necessary for us to remain in San Francisco. She did so, but with an apparent effort. I have never seen a creature so full of nervous energy and fire. Only by severe restraint could she force herself to even a small degree of composure. Harry was with her nearly every minute, though what they found to talk about was beyond my comprehension. Neither was exactly bubbling over with ideas, and one cannot say "I love you" for 24 hours a day. It was a cool, sunny day in the latter part of October when we weighed anchor and passed through the Golden Gate. I had leased the yacht for a year and had made alternative plans in case Lemire should tire of the sport, which I thought extremely probable. She and Harry were delighted with the yacht, which was not surprising, for she was as perfect a craft as I have seen. Sides white as sea foam. Everything above decks of shining brass, below mahogany, and as clean and shipshape as a Dutch kitchen. There were 5 rooms besides the captain's, and a reception room. Dining room, and library. We had provisioned her well and had a jewel of a cook. Our first port was Santa Catalina. We dropped anchor there at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon of such a day as only Southern California can boast of, and the dinghy was lowered to take us ashore. "What is there?" asked Lemire, pointing to the shore as we stood leaning on the rail waiting for the crew to place the ladder. I answered, "Tourists." Lemire shrugged her shoulders. "Tourists? Bah, merci, non, allons." I laughed and went forward to the captain to tell him that Madame did not approve of Santa Catalina. In another minute the dinghy was back on its davits, the anchor up, and we were under way. Poor captain! Within a week he became used to Lemare's sudden whims. At San Diego, we went ashore. Lemire took a fancy to some Indian blankets, and Harry bought them for her, but when she expressed an intention to take an Indian girl about 16 or 17 years old aboard the yacht as a companion, I interposed a firm negative. And after all, she nearly had her way. For a month it was just one port after another. Mazatlan, San Bias, Manzanillo, San Salvador, Panama City. At each of these we touched, and visited sometimes an hour, sometimes 2 or 3 days. Lemire was loading the yacht with all sorts of curious relics. Ugly or beautiful, useful or worthless, genuine or faked, it mattered not to her. If a thing suited her fancy, she wanted it and got it. At Guayaquil occurred the first collision of wills. It was our second evening in port. We were dining on the deck of the yacht with half a dozen South American generals and admirals as guests. Toward the end of the dinner, Lemire suddenly became silent and remained for some minutes lost in thought. Then, suddenly, she turned to the bundle of gold lace at her side with the question, "Where is Guayaquil?" He stared at her in amazement. "It is there, Senora," he said finally, pointing to the shore lined with twinkling lights. I know," said Lemire impatiently. "But where is it? In what country?" The poor fellow, too surprised to be offended, stammered the name of his native land between gasps, while Harry and I had all we could do to keep from bursting into laughter. "Ah," said Desiree, in the tone of one who has made an important discovery, "I thought so. Ecuador. Monsieur, Quito is in Ecuador." The general or admiral, I forget which, acknowledged the correctness of her geography with a profound bow. "But yes, I have often heard of Quito, monsieur. It is a very interesting place. I shall go to Quito." There ensued immediately a babel. Each of our guests insisted on the honor of accompanying us inland, and the thing would most assuredly have ended in a bloody quarrel on the captain's polished deck, if I had not interposed in a firm tone. "But, gentlemen, we are not going to Quito." Lemire looked at me, and such a look! Then she said in a tone of the utmost finality, "I am going to Quito." I shook my head, smiling at her, whereupon she became furious. "And Lamar," she burst forth, "I tell you I am going to Quito." "In spite of your smile." "Yes, do you hear? I shall go." Without a word, I took a coin from my pocket and held it up. I had come to know Lemire. She frowned for a moment in an evident attempt to maintain her anger. Then an irresistible smile parted her lips, and she clapped her hands gaily. "Very well," she cried. "Toss, monsieur. Heads." The coin fell tails, and we did not go to Quito, much to the disappointment of our guests. Lemire forgot all about it in 10 minutes. 5 days later, we dropped anchor at Callao. This historic old port delighted Lemire at once. I had told her something of its story, its successive bombardments by the liberators from Chile, the Spanish squadron, buccaneering expeditions from Europe, and the Chilean invaders, not to mention earthquakes and tidal waves. We moored alongside the stone pier by the lighthouse. The old clock at its top pointed to the hour of 8 in the morning. But as soon as the Meyer found out that Lima was but a few miles away, Callao no longer held any interest for her. We took an afternoon train and arrived at the capital in time for dinner. There it was, in picturesque old Lima, that Lemire topped her career. On our first afternoon we betook ourselves to the fashionable paseo, for it was a band day, and all Lima was out. In 5 minutes, every eye in the gay and fashionable crowd was turned on Lemire. Then, as luck would have it, I met, quite by chance, a friend of mine who had come to the University of San Marcos some years before as a professor of climatology. He introduced us, with an air of importance, to several of the groups of fashion, and finally to the president himself. That night we slept as guests under the roof of a luxurious and charming country house at Miraflores. Lemire took the capital by storm. Her style of beauty was peculiarly fitted for their appreciation, for pallor is considered a mark of beauty among Lima ladies, but that could scarcely account for her unparalleled triumph. I have often wondered, was it the effect of a premonition? The president himself sat by her at the opera. There were 2 duels attributed to her within a week, though how the deuce that was possible is beyond me. On Society Day at the Bull Ring, the cues were given by Lemire. Her hand flung. The rose to the matador, while the 8,000 excited spectators seemed uncertain whether they were applauding her or him. Lima was hers, and never have I seen a fortnight so crowded with incidents. But Lemire soon tired of it, as was to be expected. She greeted me one morning at the breakfast table. "My friend Paul, let us go to Cerro de Pasco. They have silver, thousands and thousands of tons, and what you call them? Ornaments." "And then the Andes?" I suggested. "Why not? But, my dear Desiree, what shall we do with the yacht?" "Pooh! There is the captain. Come, shall I say please?" So we went to Cerro de Pasco. I wrote to Captain Harris, telling him not to expect us for another month or so, and sending him sufficient funds to last till our return. I verily believe that every one of note in Lima came to the railroad station to see us off. Our compartment was a mass of flowers, which caused me to smile, for Lemire, curiously enough, did not like them. When we had passed out of the city, she threw them out of the window, laughing and making jokes at the expense of the donors. She was in the best of humor. We arrived at Arroyo late in the afternoon and departed for Cerro de Pasco by rail on the following morning. This ride of 68 miles is unsurpassed in all the world. Snow-capped. Peaks, bottomless precipices, huge masses of boulders that seem ready to crush the train surround you on every side, and now and then are directly above or beneath you. Lemire was profoundly impressed. Indeed, I had not supposed her to possess the sensibility she displayed, and as for me, I was most grateful to her for having suggested the trip. You who find yourselves too well acquainted with the Rockies and the Alps and the Himalayas should try the Andes. There is a surprise waiting for you. But for the story. We found Cerro de Pasco, interesting as its situation is, far short of our expectations. It is a mining town, filled with laborers and speculators, noisy, dirty, and coarse. We had been there less than 48 hours when I declared to Harry and Lemire my intention of returning at once. "But the Andes," said Lemire. "Shall we not see them? Well, there they are." I pointed through the window of the hotel. "Bah! And you call yourself a traveler? Look, the snow!" "My friend Paul, must I ask twice for a favor?" Once again we tossed a coin. Ah, if Lemire had only seen the future! And yet I often wonder, would she have turned her back? For the woman craved novelty and adventure, and the gayness of centuries was in her blood. Well, she had her experience, which was shared only in part by Harry and myself. Those snow-capped peaks, little did we guess what they held for us. We were laughing, I remember, as we left behind us the edge of civilization represented by Cerro de Pascal. We found it impossible to procure a complete outfit in the mining town and were forced to dispatch a messenger to Lima. He returned in 2 days with mules, saddles, saddlebags, boots, leather leggings, knickerbockers, woolen ponchos, and scores of other articles which he assured us were absolutely necessary for any degree of comfort. By the time we were ready to start, we had a good-sized pack train on our hands. The proprietor of the hotel found us an arriero, whom he declared to be the most competent and trustworthy guide in all the Andes, a long, loose-jointed fellow with an air of complete indifference, habitually resting on his yellow, rather sinister-looking face. Lemire did not like him, but I certainly preferred the hotel proprietor's experience and knowledge to her volatile fancy and engaged the arriero on the spot. Our outfit was complete and everything in readiness when Harry suddenly announced that he had decided not to go nor to allow Lemire to do so. "I don't like it," he said in troubled tones. "I tell you, Paul, I don't like it. I've been talking to some of the miners and arrieros, and the thing is foolhardy and dangerous." Then, seeing the expression on my face, he continued hastily, "Oh, not for myself. You know me. I'll do anything that anyone else will do, and more if I can. But Desiree, I tell you, if anything happened to her, I cut him short. My dear boy, the idea is Desiree's own. And to talk of danger where she is concerned, she would laugh at you." "She has," Harry confessed with a doubtful smile. I clapped him roughly on the shoulder. "Come, brace up. Our caravan awaits us in sea, the ferry, too. Are you ready, Desiree?" She came toward us from the inner rooms of the hotel, smiling radiant. I shall never forget the picture she presented. She wore white knickerbockers, a white jacket, tan leather boots and leggings, and a khaki hat. Her golden hair, massed closely about her ears and upon her forehead, shimmered in the bright sun dazzlingly. Her eyes sparkled, her little white teeth gleamed in a happy, joyous smile. We lifted her to the back of her mule, then mounted our own. Suddenly, a recollection shot through my brain with remarkable clearness, and I turned to Lay. "Meyer, Desiree, do you know the first time I ever saw you? It was in an electric brougham at the Gare du Nord. This is somewhat different, my lady." "And infinitely more interesting," she answered. "Are you ready? See that stupid arriero. Ah, after all, he knew what he was about. Then, messieurs, allons." The arriero, receiving my nod, uttered a peculiar whistle through his teeth. The mules pricked up their ears, then with one common movement started forward. "Adios, adios, senora. Adios, senores." With the cry of our late host sounding in our ears, we passed down the narrow little street of Cerro de Pascal on our way to the snow-capped peaks of the Andes. Chapter 5. The Cave of the Devil. You may remember that I made some remark concerning the difficulty of the ascent of Pike's Peak. Well, that is mere child's play, a morning constitutional compared to the paths we found ourselves compelled to follow in the great Cordillera, nor was it permitted us to become gradually accustomed to the danger. We had not been 2 hours out of Cerro de Pasco before we found ourselves creeping along a ledge so narrow there was scarcely room for the mules to place their hoofs together over a precipice 3,000 feet in the air straight. And added to this was the discomfort, amounting at times to positive pain, caused by the soroche. Hardly ever did we find ground sufficiently broad for a breathing space, save when our arriero led us, almost by magic it seemed, to a camping place for the night. We would ascend the side of a narrow valley. On one hand roared a torrent. some hundreds of feet below. On the other rose an uncompromising wall of rock. So narrow would be the track that as I sat astride my mule, my outside leg would be hanging over the abyss. But the grandeur, the novelty, and the variety of the scenery repaid us, and the mire loathed the danger for its own sake. Time and again she swayed far out of her saddle until her body was literally suspended in the air above some frightful chasm, while she turned her head to laugh gaily at Harry and myself, who brought up the rear. "But Desiree, if the girths should break, oh, but it won't. But if it should, tra-la-la, come catch me." And she would try to urge her mule into a trot, a futile effort since the beast had a much higher regard for his skin than she had for hers, and the mule of the arriero was but a few feet ahead. Thus we continued day after day, I can't say how many. There was a fascination about the thing that was irresistible. However high the peak we had ascended, another could be seen still higher, and that too must be scaled. The infinite variety of the trail, its surprises, its new dangers, its apparent vanishings into thin air, only to be found, after an all but impossible curve, up the side of another cliff, coaxed us on, and when or where we would have been able to say, "Thus far and no farther," is an undecided problem to this day. About 3 o'clock one afternoon we camped in a small clearing at the end of a narrow valley. Our arriero, halting us at that early hour, had explained that there was no other camping ground within 6 hours' march, and no hacienda or pueblo within 50 miles. We received his explanation with the indifference of those to whom one day is like every other day, and amused ourselves by inspecting our surroundings while he prepared the evening meal and arranged the camp beds. Back of us lay the trail by which we had approached a narrow, sinuous ribbon clinging to the side of the huge cliffs like a snake fastened to a rock. On the left side, immediately above us, was a precipice some 1,000 feet in height. On the right, a series of massive boulders of quartzite and granite, misshapen and lowering. There were 3, I remember, placed side by side like 3 giant brothers, then 2 or 3 smaller ones in a row, and beyond these many others ranged in a mass unevenly, sometimes so close together that they appeared to be jostling one another out of the way. For several days we had been in the region of perpetual snow, and soon we gathered about the fire which the arriero had kindled for our camp. Its warmth was grateful, despite our native woolen garments and heavy ponchos. The wind whistled ominously, a weird, senseless sound that smote the ear with madness. The white of the snow and the dull gray of the rocks were totally unrelieved by any touch of green or play of water. A spot lonely as the human soul and terrifying as death. Harry had gone to examine the hoofs of his mule, which had limped slightly during the afternoon. The Meyer and I sat side by side near the fire, gazing at the play of the flames. For some minutes we had been silent. In Paris, perhaps, she began suddenly, then stopped short and became again silent. But I was fast dropping into melancholy and wanted to hear her voice, and I said, "Well, in Paris?" She looked at me, her eyes curiously somber, but did not speak. I insisted. "You were saying, Desiree, in Paris?" She made a quick movement and laughed unpleasantly. "Yes, my friend, but it is useless. I was thinking of you. Ah, a card. Mr. Paul Lamar. Show him in, Julie. But no, let him wait. I am not at home. That, my friend, would be in Paris. I stared at her. For heaven's sake, Desiree, what nonsense is this? She disregarded my question as she continued, Yes, that is how it would be. Why do I talk thus? The mountains hypnotize me, the snow, the solitude, for I am alone. Your brother? What is he? And you, Paul, are scarcely aware of my existence. I had my opportunity with you, and I laughed it away. And as for the future, look. Do you see that waste of snow and ice, glittering, cold, pitiless? Ha! Well, that is my grave. I tried to believe that she was merely amusing herself, but the glow in her eyes did not proceed from mirth. I followed her fixed gaze across the trackless waste and, shivering, demanded, What morbid fancy is this, Desiree? Come, it is scarcely pleasant. She rose and crossed the yard or so of ground between us to my side. I felt her. Eyes above me, and try as I would, I could not look up to meet them. Then she spoke, in a voice low but curiously distinct. Paul, I love you. My dear Desiree, I love you. At once I was myself, calm and smiling. I was convinced that she was acting, and I disliked to spoil a good scene, so I merely said, I am flattered, Senora. She sighed, placing her hand on my shoulder. You laugh at me. You are wrong. Have I chosen this place for a flirtation? Before, I could not speak. Now you must know. There have been many men in my life, Paul. Some fools, some not so, but none like you. I have never said, I love you. I say it now. Once you held my hand, you have never kissed me. I rose to my feet, smiling, profoundly fatuous, and made as if to put my arm around her. A kiss, is that all, Desiree? Well, but I had mistaken her tone and overreached. Not a muscle did she move, but I felt myself repulsed as by a barrier of steel. She remained standing perfectly still, searching me with a gaze that left me naked of levity and cynicism and the veneer of life. And finally she murmured in a voice sweet with pain, Must you kill me with words, Paul? I did not mean that now. It is too late. Then she turned swiftly and called to Harry, who came running over to her only to meet with some trivial request, and a minute later the arriero announced, Dinner. I suppose that the incident had passed with her as it had with me. Little did I know how deeply I had wounded her. And when I discovered my mistake, some time later and under very different circumstances, it very nearly cost me my life and Harry's into the bargain. During the meal, Lemire was in the jolliest of moods apparently. She retold the tale of Balzac's heroine who crossed the Andes in the guise of a Spanish officer, performing wondrous exploits with her sword and creating havoc among the hearts of the fair ladies who took the dashing captain's sex for granted from his clothing. The story was a source of intense amusement to Harry, who insisted on the recital of detail after detail, until Desiree allowed her memory to take a vacation and substitute pure imagination. Nor was the improvisation much inferior to the original. It was still light when we finished dinner, A good 3 hours till bedtime, and since there was nothing better to do, I called to the arriero and asked him to conduct us on a tour of exploration among the massive boulders, gray and stern, that loomed up on our right. He nodded his head in his usual indifferent manner, and 15 minutes later we started on foot. The arriero led the way, with Harry at his heels, and Desiree and I brought up the rear. Thrice I tried to enter into conversation with her, but each time she shook her head without turning round, and I gave it up. I was frankly puzzled by her words and conduct of an hour before. Was it merely one of the trickeries of Lemire? Or I was interested in the question as one is always interested in a riddle. But I tossed it from my mind, promising myself a solution on the morrow, and gave my attention to the vagaries of nature about me. We were passing through a cleft between two massive rocks, some 300 or 400 yards in length. Ahead of us, at the end of the passage, a like boulder fronted us. Our footfalls echoed and re-echoed from wall to wall. The only other sound was the airy moaning of the wind that reached our ears with a faintness which only served to increase its effect. Here and there were apertures large enough to admit the entrance of a horse and rider, and in many places the sides were crumbling. I was reflecting, I remember, that the formation was undoubtedly one of limestone, with here and there a layer of quartzite, when I was aroused by a shout from Harry. I approached. Harry and Desiree, with Felipe, the arriero, had halted and were gazing upward at the wall of rock which barred the exit from the passage. Following their eyes, I saw lines carved on the rock, evidently a rude and clumsy attempt to reproduce the form of some animal. The thing was some 40 feet or so above us and difficult to see clearly. "I say it's a llama," Harry was saying, as I stopped at his side. "My dear boy," returned Desiree, "don't you think I know a horse when I see one?" "When you see one, of course," said Harry sarcastically. "But whoever saw a horse with a neck like that?" As for me, I was really interested, and I turned to the arriero for information. "Sai, signor," said Felipe. "Un caballo. But who carved it?" Felipe shrugged his shoulders. "Is it New Spanish?" Another shrug. I became impatient. "Have you no tongue?" I demanded. "Speak. If you don't know the author of that piece of equine art, say so." "I know, senor. You know? Sai, senor." "Then for heaven's sake, tell us." "His story?" Pointing to the figure on the rock. "Yes, idiot." Without a sign of interest, Felipe turned twice around, found a comfortable rock, sat down, rolled a cigarette, lighted it, and began. He spoke in Spanish dialect. I shall preserve the style as far as translation will permit. "Many, many years ago, senor, Atahualpa, the Inca, son of Huayna Capac, was imprisoned at Cajamarco. 500 years ago it was, by the great Pizarro, and there was gold at Cusco to the south, and Atahualpa, for his ransom, ordered that this gold be brought to Pizarro. Messengers carried the order like the wind, so swift that in 5 days the priests of the sun carried their gold from the temples to save the life of Atahualpa." Felipe paused, puffing at his cigarette, glanced at his audience, and continued, "But Hernando Pizarro, brother of the great Pizarro, suspected a delay in the carriers of gold. From Pachacamac He came with 20 horsemen, sowing terror in the mountains, carrying 80 loads of gold. Across the Chuhacha River and past Lake Chinchecocha they came, till they arrived at the city of Huánuco. There were temples and gold and priests and soldiers. But when the soldiers of the Inca saw the horses of the Spaniards and heard the guns, they became frightened and ran away like little children, carrying their gold. Never before had they seen white men, or guns, or horses. With them came many priests and women to the snow of the mountains. And after many days of suffering, they came to a cave, wherein they disappeared and no more were seen. Nor could Hernando Pizarro and his 20 horsemen find them to procure their gold. And before they entered the cave, they scaled a rock near its entrance, and carved thereon the likeness of a horse to warn their Inca brethren of the Spaniards who had driven them from Huánuco. That is his story, Señor. But who told you all this, Felipe? The arriero shrugged his shoulders and glanced about, as much as to say, "It is in the wind." "But the cave?" cried Desiree. "Where is the cave?" "It is there, Señora," said Felipe, pointing through a passage to the right. Then nothing would do for Desiree but to see the cave. The arriero informed her that it was difficult of access, but she turned the objection aside with contempt and commanded him to lead. Harry, of course, was with her, and I followed somewhat unwillingly, for, though Felipe's history was fairly accurate, I was inclined to regard his fable of the disappearing Incas as a wild tradition of the mountains. He had spoken aright. The path to the cave was not an easy one. Here and there deep ravines caused us to make a wide detour or risk our necks on perilous steeps. Finally we came to a small clearing, which resembled nothing so much as the bottom of a giant well, and in the center of one of the steep walls was an opening some 30 or 40 feet square, black and rugged, and somehow terrifying. It was the entrance to the cave. There Felipe halted. "Here, Señor, here entered the Incas of Huánuco with their gold." He shivered as he spoke, and I fancied that his face grew pale. "We shall explore it," cried Desiree, advancing. "But no, Señora," the arriero was positively trembling. "No, Señor, do not let her go within. Many times have my countrymen entered in search of the gold, and Americanos too, and never did they return. It is a cave of the devil, Señor. He hides in the blackness, and none who enter may escape him." Desiree was laughing gaily. "Then I shall visit the devil," she exclaimed, and before either Harry or I could reach her, she had sprung across the intervening space to the entrance and disappeared within. With shouts of consternation from Felipe ringing in our ears, we leaped after her. "Desiree!" cried Harry. "Come back, Desiree!" There was no answer, but echoing back from the night before us came faint reverberations. Could they be footsteps? What folly! For I had thought that she had merely intended to frighten poor Felipe, and now, "Desiree!" Harry called again with all the strength of his lungs. "Desiree!" Again there was no answer. Then we entered the cave together. I remember that as we passed within, I turned and saw Felipe staring with white face and eyes filled with terror. 100 feet and we were encompassed by the most intense darkness. I muttered, "This is folly. Let us get a light," and tried to hold Harry back. But he pushed me aside and groped on, crying, "Desiree, come back, Desiree." What could I do? I followed. Suddenly a scream resounded through the cavern. Multiplied and echoed by the black walls, it was inhuman. Shot with terror, profoundly horrible. A tremor ran through me from head to foot. Beside me I heard Harry gasp with a nameless fear. An instant later we dashed forward into the darkness. How long we ran I could never tell. Probably a few seconds, possibly as many minutes. On we rushed, blindly impelled not by reason, but by the memory of that terrible cry, side by side, gasping, fearful. And then a step into thin air, a mighty effort to recover a footing, a wild instant of despair and pawing, helpless agony, then blackness and oblivion. Chapter 6. Captured. The fall, was it 10 feet or 1,000? I shall never know. Hurtling headlong through space, a man can scarcely be expected to keep his wits about him. Actually, my only impression was of righteous indignation. My memory is that I cursed aloud, but Harry denies it. But it could not have been for long, for when we struck the water at the bottom we were but slightly stunned by the impact. To this Harry has since agreed. He must have been as lucky as myself, for I took it headlong with a clean cleavage. I rose to the top, sputtering, and flung out my arms in the attempt to swim, or rather, to keep afloat, and was overjoyed to find my arms and legs answer to the call of the brain. About me was blackest night and utter silence, save a low, unbroken murmur, unlike any other sound, hardly to be heard. It was in my effort to account for it that I first became aware of the fact that the water was a stream, and a moving one, moving with incredible swiftness, smooth and all but silent. As soon as I became convinced of this, I gave up all attempt to swim, and satisfied myself with keeping my head above the surface and drifting with the current. Then I thought of Harry, and called his name aloud many times. The reverberations throughout the cave were as the report of 1,000 cannon, but there was no response. The echoes became fainter and fainter and died away, and again all was silence and impenetrable night, while I battled with the strong suction of the unseen current, which was growing swifter and swifter, and felt my strength begin to leave me. Terror, too, began to call to me as the long minutes passed endlessly by. I thought, if I could only see, and strained my eyes in the effort till I was forced to close them from the dizzy pain. The utter, complete darkness hid from me all knowledge of what I passed, or what awaited me beyond. The water, carrying me swiftly onward with its silent, remorseless sweep, was cold and black. It pressed with tremendous power against me. Now and then I was forced beneath the surface and fought my way back, gasping and all but exhausted. I forgot Desiree and Harry. I lost all consciousness of where I was and what I was doing. The silent fury of the stream and the awful blackness maddened me. I plunged and struggled desperately, blindly, sobbing with rage. This could not have lasted much longer. I was very near the end. Suddenly, with a thrill of joy, I realized that the speed of the current was decreasing. Then a reaction of despair seized me. I tried to strangle hope and resign myself to the worst. But soon there was no longer any doubt. The water carried me slower and slower. I floated with little difficulty, wondering could it be an approach to a smaller outlet which acted as a dam, or was it merely a lessening of the incline of the bed of the stream? I cursed the darkness for my helplessness. Finally, the water became absolutely still, as I judged by the absence of pressure on my body, and I turned sharply at a right angle and began to swim. My weariness left me as by magic, and I struck out with bold and sweeping strokes. and by that lack of caution all but destroyed myself when my head suddenly struck against a wall of stone, unseen in the darkness. I was stunned completely and sank, but the ducking revived me, and when I returned to the surface I swam a few careful strokes, searching for the wall. It was not there, and I had no idea of its direction. But I had now learned caution, and by swimming a few feet first one way, then another, and taking care not to go far, in any one direction, I finally discovered it. My hand easily reached the top and, grasping the slippery surface with a grip made firm by despair and concentrating every ounce of strength in one final effort, I drew myself out of the water and fell completely exhausted on the ground. Under such circumstances, time has no place in a man's calculations. He is satisfied to breathe. I believe that I lay barely conscious for several hours, but it may have been merely as many minutes. Then I felt life stir within me. I stretched my arms and legs and sat up. Gradually entered my mind the thought of Desiree and Harry and the Andes above, and Felipe shuddering with terror as he flew from the cave of the devil. First came Harry, but hope did not enter. It was inconceivable that he too should have escaped that fearful torrent. Stupendous luck alone had saved me. From being dashed senseless against the rocks and guided me to the ledge on which I rested. Then he was gone. I had no thought of my own peril. I had gone through the world with but little regard for what it held. Nothing had been sacred to me, no affection had been more than a day's caprice. I had merely sucked amusement from its bitter fruit. But I loved Harry. I realized it with something like astonishment. He was dear to me. A keen, intense pain contracted my chest at the thought of having lost him. Tears filled my eyes, and I raised up my voice and sang out wildly, "Harry! Harry, lad! Harry!" The cavern resounded. The call went from wall to wall, then back again, floating through black space with a curious tremor, and finally died away. In. Some dim, unseen corridor, and then came an answering call. Owing to the conflicting echoes of the cavern, the tone could not be recognized, but the word was unmistakable. It was Paul. I sprang to my feet with a shout, then stood listening. Out of the blackness surrounding me came the words, in Harry's voice, much lower but distinct. "Paul, Paul, where are you?" "Thank heaven," I breathed. And I answered, "Here, Harry boy, here, but where? I don't know." "On a ledge of rock at the edge of the water. Where are you?" "Same place. Which side are you on?" "The right side," I answered with heartfelt emphasis. "That is to say, the outside. If it weren't for this infernal darkness, listen." How far away does my voice sound? But the innumerable echoes of the cavern walls made it impossible to judge of distance by sound. We tried it over and over. Sometimes it seemed that we were only a few feet apart, sometimes a mile or more. Then Harry spoke in a whisper, and his voice appeared to be directly in my ear. Never have I seen a night so completely black as that cavern. We had had several hours, presumably, for our eyes to adjust themselves to the phenomenon, but when I held my hand but 6 inches in front of my face, I could not get even the faintest suggestion of its outline. "This is useless," I declared finally. "We must experiment. Harry, yes, turn to your left and proceed carefully along the edge. I'll turn to my right. Go easy, lad. Feel your way." I crawled on my hands and knees, no faster than a snail, feeling every inch of the ground. The surface was wet and slippery, and in places sloped at an angle that made me hang on for dear life to keep from shooting off into space. Meantime, I kept calling to Harry and he to me, but, on account of our painfully slow progress, it was half an hour or more before we discovered that the distance between us was being increased instead of lessened. He let fly an oath at this, and his tone was dangerous. No wonder if the lad was half crazed. I steadied him as well as I could with word of encouragement, and instructed him to turn about and proceed to the right of his original position. I, also, turned to the left. Our hope of meeting lay in the probability that the ledge surrounded a circular body of water and was continuous. At some point, of course, was the entrance of the stream which had carried us, and at some other point there was almost certainly an outlet, but we trusted to luck to avoid these. Our chances were less than 1 in 1,000, but, failing that, some other means must be invented. The simplest way would have been for me to take to the water and swim across to Harry, counting on his voice as a guide. But the conflicting echoes produced by the slightest sound rendered such an attempt dangerous. I crept along that wet, slimy, treacherous surface, it seemed, for hours. I could see nothing, absolutely nothing. Everything was black void. It was hard to appreciate reality in such a nightmare. On the one side, nameless dangers, on the nameless. Other, the unseen, bottomless lake. Enough surely to take a man's nerve. My fear for Harry killed anxiety on my own account. We kept continually calling, "Harry, yes." "Steady. Yes, I'm coming along." "I say, work closer, Paul." I hesitated to agree with him, but finally there was no longer any doubt of it. His voice began to reach me almost in natural tones, which meant that we were near enough for the vibrations to carry without interference from the walls. Nearer still it came. It was now only a matter of a few feet. Harry gave a cry of joy, and immediately afterward I heard his low gasp of terror and the sound of his wild scrambling to regain a foothold. In his excitement he had forgotten caution and had slipped to the edge of the water. I dared not try to go to his assistance, so I crouched perfectly still and called to him to throw himself flat on his face. How my eyes strained despairingly as I cursed the pitiless darkness. Then the scrambling ceased, and the boy's voice sounded, "All right, Paul. All right, gad, I merely went." A minute later, I held his hand in mine. At that point, the incline was at a sharp angle, and we lay flat on our backs. For many minutes we lay silently gripping hands. Harry was trembling violently from nervous fatigue, and I myself was unable to speak. What strength is there in companionship? Alone, either of us would probably have long before succumbed to the strain of our horrible situation, but we both took hope and courage from that hand-clasp. Finally he spoke. "In heaven's name, where are we, Paul?" "You know as much as I do, Harry. This cursed darkness makes it impossible even to guess at anything. According to Felipe, we are being entertained by the devil. But where are we? What happened? My head is dizzy. I don't know." I gripped his hand, and no wonder. 'Tis hardly an everyday occurrence to ride an underground river several miles under the Andes. Above us a mountain 4 miles high. Beneath us a bottomless lake. Round us darkness. Not a very cheerful prospect, how, but, thank heaven, we take it together. It is a grave ours and hers. I guess Desiree knew what she was talking about. There came a cry from Harry's lips, a cry of painful memory. "Desiree, I had forgotten Desiree." "She is probably better off than we are," I assured him. I felt his gaze. I could not see it, and I continued, "We may as well meet the thing squarely like men. Pull yourself together, Harry. As for Desiree, let us hope that she is dead. It's the best thing that could happen to her." "Then we are no. It isn't possible." "Harry boy, we're buried alive. There, that's the worst of it. Anything better than that is velvet. But there must be a way out, Paul. And Desiree." His voice faltered. I clapped him roughly on the shoulder. "Keep your nerve. As for a way out, at the rate that stream descends, it must have carried us thousands of feet beneath the mountain. There is probably a mile of solid rock between us and the sunshine. You felt the strength of that current? You might as well try to swim up Niagara. But there must be an outlet at the other end." "Yes, and most probably 40 or 50 miles away. That's the distance to the western slope. Besides, how can we find it?" "And there may be none. The water is most probably gradually absorbed by the porous formation of the rocks, and that is what causes this lake. But why isn't it known? Felipe said that the cave had been explored. Why didn't they discover the stream?" Well, it was better to talk of that than nothing. At least, it kept Harry from his childish cries for Desiree. So I explained that the precipice over which we had fallen was presumably of recent origin. Geologically, the Andes are yet in a chaotic and formative condition. Huge slides of Silurian slates and diorite are of frequent occurrence. A ridge of one of these softer stones had most probably been encased in the surrounding granite for many centuries. Then, loosened by water or by time, had crumbled and slid into the stream below. And, I finished, we followed it. "Then we may find another," said Harry hopefully. I agreed that it was possible. Then he burst out, "In the name of heaven, don't be so cool. We can't get out till we try. Come, and who knows, we may find Desiree." Then I decided it was best to tell him. Evidently the thought had not entered his mind, and it was best for him to realize the worst. I gripped his hand tighter as I said, "Nothing so pleasant, Harry, because we're going to starve to death." "Starve to death!" he exclaimed. Linny added simply, with an oddly pathetic tone, "I hadn't thought of that." After that we lay silent for many minutes in that awful darkness. Thoughts and memories came and went in my brain with incredible swiftness. Pictures long forgotten presented themselves, an endless, jumbled panorama. They say that a drowning man reviews his past life in the space of a few seconds. It took me a little more time, but the job was certainly a thorough one. Nor did I find it more interesting in retrospect than it had been in reality. I closed my eyes to escape the darkness. It was maddening. Easy enough then to comprehend the hysterics of the blind and sympathize with them. It finally reached a point where I was forced to grit my teeth to keep from breaking out into curses. I could lie still no longer, exhausted as I was, and Harry too. I turned on him. "Come on, Hal, let's move." "Where?" he asked in a tone devoid of hope. "Anywhere away from this beastly water. We must dry out our clothing. No use dying like drowned rats. If I only had a match." We rose to our hands and knees and crawled painfully up the slippery incline. Soon we had reached dry ground and stood upright. Then, struck by a sudden thought, I turned to Harry. "Didn't you drink any of that water?" He answered, "No." "Well, let's try it. It may be our last drink, Hal. Make it a good one." We crept back down to the edge of the lake. I call it that in my ignorance of its real nature, and settling myself as firmly as possible, I held Harry's hand while he lowered himself carefully into the water. He was unable to reach its surface with his mouth without letting go of my hand, and I shook off my poncho and used it as a line. "How does it taste?" I asked. "Fine," was the response. "It must be clear as a bell. Lord, I didn't know I was so thirsty." I was not ignorant of the fact that there was an excellent chance of the water being unhealthful, possibly poisoned, what with the tertiary deposits of copper ores in the rock basins, but the thought awakened hope rather than fear. There is a choice even in death, but when I had pulled Harry up and descended myself, I soon found that there was no danger or chance. The water had a touch of alkali, but nothing more. Then we crept back up the wet ledge and once more stood on dry ground. The surface was perfectly level, and we set off at a brisk pace, hand in hand, directly away from the lake. But when about 100 yards off, we suddenly bumped our heads against a solid wall of rock, we decided to proceed with more caution. The darkness was intensified, if anything. We turned to the right and groped along the wall, which was smooth as glass, and higher than my best reach. It seemed to the touch to be slightly convex, but that may have been delusion. We had proceeded in this manner some 100 yards or more, advancing cautiously, when we came to a break in the wall. A few feet farther the wall began again. "It's a tunnel," said Harry. I nodded, forgetting he could not see me. "Shall we take it?" "Anything on a chance," he answered, and we entered the passage. It was quite narrow, so narrow that we were forced to advance very slowly, feeling our way to avoid colliding with the walls. The ground was strewn with fragments of rock, and a hasty step meant an almost certain fall and a bruised shin. It was tedious work and incredibly fatiguing. We had not rested a sufficient length of time to allow our bodies to recuperate from the struggle with the torrent. Also, we began to feel the want of food. Harry was the first to falter, but I spurred him on. Then he stumbled and fell and lay still. "Are you hurt?" I asked anxiously, bending over him. "No," was the answer, "but I'm tired to death, and I want to sleep." I was tempted myself, but I brought him to his feet, from some impulse I know. Not what. For what was the use? One spot was as good as another. However, we struggled on. Another hour and the passage broadened into a clearing. At least so it seemed. The walls abruptly parted to the right and left. And still the impenetrable, maddening darkness and awful silence. We gave it up. We could go no farther. A few useless minutes we wasted, searching for a soft spot to lie on, moss, reeds, anything. We found none, of course, but even the hard, unyielding rock was grateful to our exhausted bodies. We lay side by side, using our ponchos for pillows. Our clothing at least was dry. I do not know how long I slept, but it seemed to me that I had barely dozed off when I was awakened by something what? There was no sound to my strained ears. I sat up, gazing intently into the darkness, shuddering without apparent reason. Then I reflected that nothing is dangerous to a man who faces death, and I laughed aloud, then trembled at the sound of my own voice. Harry was in sound sleep beside me. His regular breathing told of its depth. Again I lay down, but I could not sleep. Some instinct, long forgotten, quivered within me, telling me that we were no longer alone. And soon my ear justified it. At first it was not a sound, but the mere shadow of one. It was rhythmic, low, beating like a pulse. What could it be? Again I sat up, listening and peering into the darkness. And this time I was not mistaken. There was a sound, rustling sibilant. Little by little it increased, or rather approached, until it sounded but a few feet from me on every side, sinister and menacing. It was the silent, suppressed breathing of something living, whether animal or man, creeping ever nearer. Then was the darkness doubly horrible. I sat paralyzed with my utter helplessness, though fear, thank heaven, did not strike me. I could hear no footstep, no sound of any kind but that low, rushing breathing, but it now was certain that whatever the thing was, it was not alone. From every side I heard it closer, closer, until finally I felt the hot, fetid breath in my very face. My nerves quivered in disgust, not far from terror. I sprang to my feet with a desperate cry to Harry and swung toward him. There was no answering sound, no rush of feet, nothing, but I felt my throat gripped in monstrous hairy fingers. I tried to struggle, and immediately was crushed to the ground by the overpowering weight of a score of soft, ill-smelling bodies. The grasp on my throat tightened, my arms relaxed, my brain reeled, and I knew no more. Chapter 7. The Fight in the Dark. I returned to consciousness with a sickening sensation of nausea and unreality. Only my brain was alive. My entire body was numb and as though paralyzed. Still darkness and silence, for all my senses told me I might have been still in the spot where I had fallen. Then I tried to move my arms, and found that my hands and feet were firmly bound. I strained at the thongs, making some slight sound, and immediately I heard a whisper but a few feet away, "Are you awake, Paul?" I was still half dazed, but I recognized Harry's voice, and I answered simply, "Yes." "Where are we?" "The Lord knows. They carried us. You have been unconscious for hours. They carried us." "Yes. 1,000 miles, I think, on their backs." What are they, Paul?" "I don't know. Did you see them?" "No. Too dark. They are strong as gorillas and covered with hair. I felt that much. They didn't make a sound all the time. No more than half as big as me, and yet one of them carried me as if I were a baby, and I weigh 170 pounds. What are we bound with?" "Don't know. It feels like leather. Tough as rats. I've been working at it for 2 hours, but it won't give." "Well, you know what that means. Dumb brutes don't tie a man up, but it's impossible." "Nothing is impossible. But listen." There was a sound, the swift patter of feet. They were approaching. Then suddenly a form bent over me close. I could see nothing, but I felt a pressure against my body, and an ill-smelling odor, indescribable, entered my nostrils. I felt a sawing movement at my wrists. The thongs pulled back and forth, and soon my hands were free. The form straightened away from me. There was a clatter on the ground near my head, and then silence. There came an oath from Harry. "Hang the brute! He's cut my wrist." "Are your hands free, Paul?" "Yes." "Then bind this up. It's bleeding badly." "What was that for?" "I have an idea," I answered as I tore a strip from my shirt and bandaged the wound, which proved to be slight. Then I searched on the ground beside me and found my surmise correct. "Here you go, Hal. Here's some grub. But what the deuce is it? By Jove, it's dried fish." Now, where in the name of, but we wasted no more time in talk, for we were half starved. The stuff was not bad. To us who had been fasting for something like 36 hours, for our idea of time was extremely hazy, it was a gorgeous banquet. And close by there was a basin full of water. "Pretty decent sort of beggars, I say," came Harry's voice in the darkness. "But who are they?" "Ask Felipe," I answered, for by this time I was well convinced of the nature and identity of our captors. As I said, dumb brutes don't bind men with thongs, nor feed them on dried fish. Of course it's incredible, but a man must be prepared to believe anything. But Paul? You mean exactly. We're in the hands of the Incas of Huánuco, or rather their descendants. But that was 400 years ago. Your history is perfect, like Desiree's geography, said I dryly. But what then? They have merely chosen to live under the world instead of on it, a rather wise decision, a cynic might say, not to mention the small circumstance that they are prisoners. My dear Hal, never allow yourself to be surprised at anything. It is a weakness. Here we are in total darkness, buried in the Andes, surrounded by hairy, degenerate brutes that are probably allowing us to eat in order that we may be in condition to be eaten, with no possibility of ever again beholding the sunshine. And what is the thought that rises to the surface of my mind? Merely this, that I most earnestly desire and crave a carbajal perfecto and a match. Paul, you say, eat. Most probably they are cannibals. The Lord knows they must have some sort of mild amusement in this fearful hole. Of course the idea is distasteful. Before they cut us up they'll have to knock us down. That's a darned silly joke, said Harry with some heat, but it's sober truth, my boy. You know me, I never pose. There is nothing particularly revolting in the thought of being eaten. The disadvantage of it lies in the fact that one must die first. We all want to live, heaven knows why, and we stand a chance. We know now that there is food to be had here, and sufficient air. It is nearly certain that we won't get out, but that can come later. And what an experience! I know a dozen anthropologists that would give their degrees for it. I can feel myself getting enthusiastic about it. But what if they say it? Eat us, we can fight. It will be strange if we can't outwit these vermin. And now, silence. I'm going to begin. Listen hard. The brutes are noiseless, but if they are near, we can hear their breathing. But, Paul, no more talk. Listen. We lay silent for many minutes, scarcely breathing. Not the slightest sound reached our ears through the profound darkness. Utter, intense silence. Finally I reached over and touched Harry on the shoulder and arose to my knees. Good enough. We're alone. We'll have to crawl for it. Keep close behind me. We don't want to get separated. The first thing is to find a sharp stone to cut through these thongs. Feel on the ground with your hands as we go. It was not easy to rise at all, and still harder to make any progress, for our ankles were bound together most effectively, but we managed somehow to drag ourselves along. I was in front. Suddenly I felt Harry pull at my coat and turned. Just the thing, Paul, sharp as a knife. Look! I groped for his hand in the darkness and took from it the object he held out to me, a small flat stone with a sharp saw edge. All right, let me work on you first. I bent down to the thongs which bound his ankles. I was convinced that they were not of leather, but they were tough as the thickest hide. Twice my overeagerness caused the tool to slip and tear the skin from my hand. Then I went about it more carefully with a muttered oath. Another quarter of an hour, and Harry was free. "Gad, that feels good!" he exclaimed, rising to his feet. "Here, Paul, where's the stone?" I handed it to him, and he knelt down and began sawing away at my feet. What followed happened so quickly that we were hardly aware that it had begun when it was already finished. A quick, pattering rush of many feet warned us, but not in time, hurtling. Leaping bodies came at us headlong through the air and crushed us to the ground, buried beneath them, gasping for breath. There must have been scores of them. Resistance was impossible. We were overwhelmed. I heard Harry give a despairing cry, and the scuffle followed. I myself was utterly helpless, for the thongs which bound my ankles had not been cut through. Not a sound came from our assailants, save their heavy, labored breathing. I remember that, even while they were sitting on my head and chest and body, I noted their silence with a sort of impersonal curiosity, and wondered if they were, after all, human. Nor were they unnecessarily violent. They merely subdued us, rebound our wrists and ankles more tightly than before, and departed. But fall! The unspeakable odor of their hairy bodies is in my nostrils yet. "Are you hurt, Paul?" "Not a bit, Harry lad. How do you like the perfume?" "To the deuce with your perfume. But we're done for. What's the use? They've lived in this infernal hole so long, they can see in the dark better than we can in the light." Of course he was right, and I was a fool not to have thought of it before and practiced caution. The knowledge was decidedly unpleasant. No doubt our every movement was being watched by 100 pairs of eyes, while we lay helpless in the darkness, bound even more tightly than before. "Look here," said Harry suddenly. "Why can't we see their eyes? Why don't they shine?" "My dear boy," said I, "in this darkness you couldn't see the Koh-i-Noor diamond." "If it were hanging on your nose, drawing-room travelers to the contrary notwithstanding, we have one advantage. They can't understand what we say, but they even up for it by not saying anything." There was a short silence, then Harry's voice. "Paul, well, I wonder. Do you think Desiree—" He hesitated, his voice faltering. "I think the same as you do," said I. "But I don't know after all. There is a chance. Just a bare chance, isn't there? You know as well as I do, Harry. The chances are 1,000,000 to 1 that Desiree, thank heaven, has escaped all this. And isn't that best? Would you have her here with us? No, no, only lying here, bound hand and foot. She would make a dainty morsel for our friends. For the Lord's sake, Paul. Well, let us forget her for the present, nor do we want to make a dainty morsel if we can help it. Come, brace up, Hal. It's up to us to turn a trick. Well, I don't know why I didn't think of it before. I guess we were both too dazed to have good sense. What have you got strapped to your belt?" "A gun," said Harry. "Of course I thought of that. But what good is it after that?" "Ducking, and I have only 6 cartridges. Nothing else?" I could almost feel his silent gaze. Then suddenly he cried out, "A knife!" "At last!" said I sarcastically. "And so have I. A 6-inch double-edged knife, sharp as a razor and pointed like a needle. They didn't have sense enough to search us, and we didn't have sense enough to realize it. I can feel mine under me now against the ground. But they'll see us." Not if we use a decent amount of caution. The trouble is, I can't reach my knife with my wrists bound. There's only one way. Lie perfectly still. Let them. Think we've given it up. I'm going to try something. I drew up my knees, twisted over on the hard rock, and lay flat on my belly. Then I drew up my hands and let my face rest on them like a dog with his head on his paws. And then, keeping my body perfectly still and with as little movement of the jaws as possible, I socked the tough thongs with my teeth. That was a tedious job and a distasteful one. For many minutes I gnawed away at those thick cords like a dog on a bone. It was considerably later that I discovered what those cords were made of. Thank heaven! I was ignorant of it at the time. All I knew was that they were, to use one of Harry's phrases, tough as rats. I did not dare pull with my wrists, for fear they would fly suddenly apart and betray me to the unseen watchers. It was necessary to cut clear through with my teeth, and more than once I was on the point of giving it up. There was a nauseating, rancid taste to the stuff, but I dared not even raise my head to expectorate. Finally my teeth met, the cords were severed. I felt carefully about with my tongue to make sure there were no others. Then, without moving my hands in the slightest degree, carefully raised my head. It was then that I first noticed not light, but a thinning out of the darkness. It was, of course, merely the adjustment of my eyes to the new conditions. I could make out no form surrounding me, but, looking down, I could clearly distinguish the outline of my hands as they lay on the ground before me, and, again looking up, I fancied that I could see, some 20 or 30 feet to the right, that the darkness again became suddenly dense and impenetrable. That must be a wall, I muttered, straining my eyes toward it. What's that? Asked Harry sharply. Obedient to my instructions, the lad had lain perfectly motionless and silent for over an hour, for it must have taken me at least that long to gnaw through the cords. I said that must be a wall. Look, Harry, about 30 feet to the right. Doesn't it appear to you that way? By Jove, he exclaimed after a moment of silence, it's getting light. Look. I explained that, instead of it's getting light, his eyes were merely becoming accustomed to the darkness. But what do you think of that? Is it a wall? After a moment's silence he answered, yes, and then more positively, yes. But what good does that do us? That's what I am about to tell you. Listen, I've cut the cords on my wrists, and I'm going to get my knife. How the deuce did you manage that? Harry interrupted. With my teeth. I've been rather busy. I'm going to get my knife cautiously, so they won't suspect if they are watching us. We must lie close together on our sides, facing each other, so I can cut the thongs on your wrists without being seen. Then you are to get your knife carefully. Do you understand? Yes. For the first time there was fight in Harry's voice, the curious, barely perceptible tremor of the man of courage. All right, go easy. We went about the thing slowly, turning but an inch at a time. A second mistake might prove fatal. We heard no sound of any kind, and 10 minutes later we were lying flat on our backs side by side, keeping our hands hidden between our bodies, that the absence of the thongs might not be discovered. Each of us held in his right hand the hilt of a 6-inch knife. Cold steel is by no means the favorite weapon of an American, but there are times— Have you got your knife, Harry? Yes. Good. Now listen close and act quick. When I give the word, reach down and grasp the cords round your ankles in your left hand, then cut them through with one stroke. thin to your feet, grasp my jacket, and together to the wall that's for our backs. And then let 'em come. All right, old man. Don't waste any time. They'll probably start for us the instant we sit up. Be sure you get your feet free at the first stroke. Feel them well with your left hand first. Are you ready? Yes. And his voice was now calm and perfectly steady. Then 1, 2, 3, go. We bent and cut and sprang to our feet and dashed for the wall. There was a sound of rushing feet. Our backs hugged the kindly rock. I heard Harry shout, "Here they come!" Dim rushing forms, fingers clutching at my throat. I felt the blade of my knife sink into soft and yielding flesh, and a warm, thick liquid flow over my hand and arm. Chapter 8. The Dance of the Sun. It seemed to me then, in the minutes that followed, that there were thousands of black demons in that black hole. At the first rushing impact, I shouted to Harry, "Keep your back to the wall." And for response, I got a high, ringing laugh that breathed the joy of battle. The thing was sickening. Harry is a natural fighting man. I am not. Without the wall at our backs, we would have been overpowered in 30 seconds. As it was, we were forced to handle half a dozen of them at once, while the others surged in from behind. They had no weapons, but they had the advantage of being able to see us. They clutched my throat, my arms, my legs, my body. There was no room to strike. I pushed the knife home. They fastened themselves to my legs and feet and tried to bring me down from beneath. Once, in slashing at the head of one whose teeth were set in my calf, I cut myself on the knee. It was difficult to stand in the wet, slippery pool that formed at my feet. Suddenly I heard a sound that I understood too well, the curious rattling sound of a man who's trying to call out when he's being strangled. "Harry!" I cried, and I fought like a wild man to get to him, with knife, feet, hands, teeth. I reached his coat, his arm. It was dangerous to strike so near him in the dark, but I felt him sinking to the ground. Then I found the taut, straining fingers about his throat and lunged forward with the knife, and the fingers relaxed. Again we were fighting together side by side. As their bodies fell in front of us, we were pressed harder, for those behind climbed up on the corpses of their fellows and literally descended on our heads from the air. We could not have held out much longer. Our breath was coming in. Quick, painful gasps. Harry stumbled on one of the prostrate brutes and fell. I tried to lift him and was unequal to the task. It appeared to be the end. Suddenly there rang throughout the cavern a sound as of a gigantic deep-toned bell. The walls sent it back and forth with deafening echoes. It was as though the mountain had descended with one tremendous crash into its own bowels. As though by magic, the assault ceased. The effect was indescribable. We could see nothing. We merely became suddenly aware that there were no longer hands clutching at our throats or hairy bodies crushing us to the ground. It was as though the horde of unseen devils had melted into thin air. There were movements on the ground, for many of them had been wounded. A man cannot always reach the spot in the dark. This lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. They were evidently removing those who still had life in them, for the straining breath of men dragging or lifting burdens was plainly audible. Gradually that, too, died away with the last reverberations of the mysterious sound that had saved us, and we found ourselves alone, or at least unmolested, for in the darkness we could see nothing except the dim outlines of the prostrate forms at our feet. The cavern was a shambles. The smell was that of a slaughterhouse. I had had no idea of the desperateness of our defense until I essayed to scramble over the heap of bodies to dry ground. I shuddered and grew faint, and Harry was in no better case. Worse, he had dropped his knife when we stumbled, and we were forced to grope round in that unspeakable mess for many minutes before we found it. "Are you hurt, lad?" I asked when once we stood clear. "Nothing bad, I think," he answered. "My throat is stiff, and 2 or 3 of the brutes got their teeth in me. In the name of heaven, Paul, what are they, and what was that bell?" These were foolish questions, and I told him so. My leg was bleeding badly where I had slashed myself, and I too had felt their teeth. But, despite our utter weariness and our wounds, we wanted nothing, not even rest, so badly as we wanted to get away from that awful heap of flesh and blood, and the odor of it. Besides, we did not know at what moment they might return. So I spoke, and Harry agreed. I led the way, he followed. But which way to turn? We wanted water, both for our dry and burning throats and for our wounds, and rest and food. We thought little of safety. 1. Way seemed as likely as another, so we set out with our noses as guides. A man encounters very few misfortunes in this world which, later in life, he finds himself unable to laugh at. Well, for me, that endless journey was one of the few. Every step was torture. I had bandaged the cut on my leg as well as possible, but it continued to bleed. But it was imperative that we should find water, and we struggled on, traversing narrow passages and immense caverns, always in complete darkness, stumbling over unseen rocks and encountering sharp corners of cross passages. It lasted, I know not how many hours. Neither of us would have survived alone. Time and again Harry sank to the ground and refused to rise until I perforce lifted him. Once we nearly came to blows, and I was guilty of the same weakness. But the despair of one inspired the other with fresh strength and courage, and we struggled forward, slower and slower. It was soul-destroying work. I believe that in the last hour we made not more than half a mile. I know now that for the greater part of the time we were merely retracing our steps in a vicious circle. It was well that it ended when it did, for we could not have held out much longer. Harry was leading the way, for I had found that that slight responsibility fortified him. We no longer walked, we barely went forward, staggering and reeling like drunken men. Suddenly Harry stopped short, so suddenly that I ran against him, and at the same time I felt a queer sensation, for I was too far gone to recognize it about my feet. Then Harry stooped over quickly, half knocking me down as he did so, and dropped to his knees, and the next instant gave an unsteady cry of joy. Water, man, it's water! How we drank and wallowed and wallowed and drank. That water might have contained all the poisons in the world, and we would have neither known nor cared. But it was cool, fresh, living, and it saved our lives. We bathed our wounds and bandaged them with strips from our shirts. Then we arranged our clothing for cushions and pillows, as well as possible, took another drink, and lay down to sleep. We must have slept a great many hours. There was no way to judge of time, but when we awoke our joints were as stiff as though they had gotten rusty with the years. I was brought to consciousness by the sound of Harry's voice calling my name. Somehow, for every movement was exquisite pain. We got to our feet and reached the water, having first removed our clothing. But we were now at that point where to drink merely aggravated our hunger. Harry was in a savage humor, and when I laughed at him, he became furious. "Have some sense. I tell you I must eat. If it were not for your go easy howl, don't say anything you'll be sorry for." And I refuse to consider the sordid topic of food as one that may rightfully contain the elements of tragedy. We seem to be in the position of the king of vaudeville. If we had some ham, we'd have some ham, and eggs, if we had some eggs. "You may joke, but I am not made of iron," he cried. "And what can we do but die?" I demanded. "Do you think there is any chance of our getting out of this? Take it like a man. Is it right for a man who has laughed at the world to begin to whine when it becomes necessary to leave it?" "You know I'm with you. I'll fight, and what I find I'll take. In the meantime, I prefer not to furnish amusement for the devil. There comes a time, I believe, when the stomach debases us against our wills. May I die before I see it? But what are we to do? That's more like it. There's only one hope. We must smell out the pantry that holds the dried fish." We talked no more, but set about bathing and dressing our wounds. Gad, how that cold water took them! I was forced to set my teeth deep into my lip to keep from crying out, and once or twice Harry gave an involuntary grunt of pain that would not be suppressed. When we had finished, we waited far to the right to take a last deep drink, then sought our clothing and prepared to start on our all but hopeless search. We had become fairly well limbered up by that time and set out with comparative ease. We had gone perhaps 100 yards, bearing off to the right, when Harry gave a sudden cry, "My knife is gone," and stopped short. I clapped my hand to my own belt instinctively and found it empty both of knife and gun. For a moment we stood in silence. Then, "Have you got yours?" he demanded. When I told him no, he let out an oath. His gun was gone also. We debated the matter and decided that to attempt a search would be a useless waste of time. It was next to certain that the weapons had been lost in the water when we had first plunged in. And so, doubly handicapped by this new loss, we again set out. There was but one encouragement allowed to us: we were no longer in total darkness. Gradually, our eyes were becoming accustomed to the absence of light, and though we could by no means see clearly, nor even could properly be said to see at all, still we began to distinguish the outlines of walls several feet away, and better than that, each of us could plainly mark the form and face of the other. Once we stood close, less than a foot apart, for a test, and when Harry cried eagerly, "Thank heaven, I can see your nose!" our strained feelings were relieved by a prolonged burst of genuine laughter. There was little enough of it in the time that followed, for our sufferings now became a matter not of minutes or hours, but of days. The assault of time is the one that unnerves a man, especially when it is aided by gnawing pain and weariness and hunger. It saps the courage and destroys the heart and fires the brain. We dragged ourselves somehow ever onward. We found water, the mountain was honeycombed with underground streams, but no food. More than once we were tempted to trust ourselves to one of those rushing torrents, But what reason we had left told us that our little remaining strength was unequal to the task of keeping our heads above the surface. And yet the thought was sweet to allow ourselves to be peacefully swept into oblivion. We lost all idea of time and direction, and finally hope itself deserted us. What force it was that propelled us forward must have been buried deep within the seat of animal instinct, for we lost all rational power. The thing became a nightmare, like the crazy wanderings of a lost soul, forward, forward. It was a mania. Then Harry was stricken with fever and became delirious. And I think it was that seeming misfortune that saved us, for it gave me a spring for action and endowed me with new life. As luck would have it, a stream of water was near. And I half carried and half dragged him to its edge. I made a bed for him with my own clothing on the hard rock, and bathed him and made him drink, while all the time a string of delirious drivel poured forth from his hot, dry lips. That lasted many hours, until finally he fell into a deep, calm sleep. But his body was without fuel, and I was convinced he would never awaken. Yet I feared to touch him. Those were weary hours, squatting by his side with his hand gripped in my own, with the ever-increasing pangs of hunger and weariness turning my own body into a roaring furnace of pain. Suddenly, I felt a movement of his hand, and then came his voice, weak but perfectly distinct. "Well, Paul, this is the end." "Not yet, Harry boy, not yet." I tried to put cheer and courage into my own voice, but with poor success. "I think so. I say, Paul, I've just seen Desiree." "All right, Hal." "Oh, you don't need to talk like that. I'm not delirious now." "I guess it must have been a dream. Do you remember that morning on the mountain in Colorado when you came on us suddenly at sunrise? Well, I saw her there. Only you were with her instead of me. So, of course, she must be dead." His logic was beyond me, but I pressed his hand to let him know that I understood. "And now, old man, you might as well leave me. This is the end. You've been a good sport. We made a fight, didn't we? If only Desiree, but there. To Hades with women, I say. Not that don't be a poor loser, Hal, and you're not gone yet. When a man has enough fight in him to beat out an attack of fever, he's very much alive. But he would not have it so. I let him talk, and he rambled on with scarcely an idea of what he was saying. The old days possessed his mind, and, to tell the truth, the sentiment found a welcome in my own bosom. I said to myself, "This is death." And then, lifting my head to look down the dark passage that led away before us, I sprang to my feet with a shout and stood transfixed with astonishment. And the next instant there came a cry of wonder from Harry. "A light! By all the gods, a light!" So it was. The passage lay straight for perhaps 300 yards. There it turned abruptly, and the corner thus formed was one blaze of flickering but brilliant light which flowed in from the hidden corridor. It came and went, and played fitfully on the granite walls. Still it remained. It was supernaturally brilliant, or so it seemed to us who had lived in utter darkness for many days. I turned to Harry, and the man who had just been ready to die was rising to his feet. "Wait a minute, not so fast," I said half angrily, springing to support him. "And, for heaven's sake, don't make any noise. We're in no condition to fight now, and you know what that light means." "But what is it?" demanded the boy excitedly. "Come on, man, let's go." To tell the truth, I felt as eager as he. For the first time I understood clearly why the Bible and ancient mythology made such a fuss about the lighting up of the world. Modern civilization is too far away from its great natural benefits to appreciate them properly. And here was a curious instance of the force of habit, or, rather instinct in man. So long as Harry and I had remained in the dark passage and byways of the cavern, we had proceeded almost entirely without caution, with scarcely a thought of being discovered. But the first sight of light made us wary and careful and silent, and yet we knew perfectly well that the denizens of this underworld could see as well in the darkness as in the light, perhaps even better. So difficult is it to guide ourselves by the human faculty of pure reason. Harry was so weak he was barely able to stand, even in the strength of this new excitement and hope, and we were forced to go very slowly. I supported him as well as I was able, being myself anything but an engine of power. But the turn in the passage was not far away, and we reached it in a quarter of an hour or less. Before we made the turn, we halted. Harry was breathing heavily even from so slight an exertion, and I could scarcely suppress a cry of amazement when, for the first time in many days, the light afforded me a view of his face. It was drawn and white and sunken. The eyes seemed set deep in his skull as they blinked painfully, and the hair on his chin and lip and cheeks had grown to a length incredible in so short a space of time. I soon had reason to know that I probably presented no better an appearance, for he was staring at me as though I were some strange monster. "Good heavens, man, you took like a ghost," he whispered. I nodded. My arm was round his shoulder. "Now, let's see what this light means. Be ready for anything, Harry, though. Heaven knows we can find nothing worse than we've had. Here, put your arm on my shoulder. Take it easy." We advanced to the corner together within the patch of light and turned to the right, directly facing its source. It is impossible to convey even a faint idea of the wild and hugely fantastic sight that met our gaze. With us it was a single, vivid flash to the astonished brain. These are the details. Before us was an immense cavern, circular in shape, with a diameter of some half a mile. It seemed to me then much larger. From where we stood it appeared to be at least 2 miles to the opposite side. There was no roof to be seen. It merely ascended into darkness, though the light carried a great distance. All round the vast circumference, on terrace seats of rock, squatted row after row of the most completely hideous beings within possibility. They were men. I suppose they must have the name. They were about 4 feet tall, with long hairy arms and legs, bodies of a curious bloated appearance, and eyes. The remainder of the face was entirely concealed by thick hair, eyes dull and vacant, of an incredibly large size. They had the appearance of ghouls, apes, monsters, anything but human beings. They sat, thousands of them, crouched silently on their stone seats, gazing, motionless as blocks of wood. The center of the cavern was a lake, taking up something more than half of its area. The water was black as night and curiously smooth and silent. Its banks, sloped by degrees for 100 feet or so, but at its edge there was a perpendicular bank of rock 15 or 20 feet in height. Near the middle of the lake, ranged at an equal distance from its center and from each other, were 3, what shall I call them? Islands or columns. They were 6 or 8 feet across at their top, which rose high above the water. On top of each of these columns was a huge vat or urn, and from each of the urns arose a steady, gigantic column of fire. These it was that gave the light, and it was little wonder we had thought it brilliant, since the flames rose to a height of 30 feet or more in the air. But that which left us speechless with profound amazement was not the endless rows of silent, grinning dwarfs, nor the black motionless lake, nor the leaping tongues of flame. We forgot these when we followed the gaze of that terrifying audience and saw a sight that printed itself on my brain with a vividness which, time can never erase. Closing my eyes, I see it even now, and I shudder. Exactly in the center of the lake, in the midst of the columns of fire, was a fourth column, built of some strangely lustrous rock. Prisms of a formation new to me, innumerable thousands of them caused its sides to sparkle and glisten like an immense tower of whitest diamonds, blinding the eye. The effect was indescribable. The huge cavern was lined and dotted with the rays shot forth from their brilliant angles. The height of this column was double that of the others. It rose straight toward the unseen dome of the cavern to the height of 100 feet. It was cylindrical in shape, not more than 10 feet in diameter, and on its top, high above the surface of the lake, surrounded by the mounting tongues of flame, whirled and swayed and bent the figure of a woman. Her limbs and body, which were covered only by long flowing strands of golden hair, shone and glistened strangely in the lurid weird light. And of all the 10,000 reflections that shot at us from the length of the column, not one was so brilliant, so blinding as the wild glow of her eyes. Her arms, upraised above her head, kept time with and served as a key to every movement of her white, supple body. She glided across, back and forth, now this way, now that, to the very edge of the dizzy height, with wild abandon, or slow, measured grace, or the rushing sweep of a panther. The thing was beauty incarnate, the very idea of beauty itself realized and perfected. It was staggering, overwhelming. Have you ever stood before a great painting or a beautiful statue and felt a thrill, the thrill of perception run through your body to the very tips of your fingers? Well, imagine that thrill multiplied 1,000-fold, and you will understand the sensation that overpowered me as I beheld, in the midst of that dazzling blaze of light, the matchless dance of the sun, for I recognized it at once. I had never seen it, but it had been minutely described to me, described by a beautiful and famous woman as I sat on the deck of a yacht steaming into the harbor of Callao. She had promised me then that she would dance it for me. Some day I looked at Harry, who had remained standing beside me, gazing as I had gazed. His eyes were opened wide, staring at the swaying figure on the column in the most profound astonishment. He took his hand from my shoulder and stood erect, alone, and I saw the light of recognition and hope and deepest joy slowly fill his eyes and spread over his face. Then I realized the danger, and I endeavored once more to put my arm. Round his shoulder, but he shook me off with hot impatience. He leaped forward with the quickness of lightning, eluding my frantic grasp, and dashed straight into the circle of blazing light. I followed, but too late. At the edge of the lake he stopped, and stretching forth his arms toward the dancer on the column, he cried out in the voice that made the cavern ring, "Desiree! Desiree! Desiree!" Chapter 9. Before the Court. I expected I know not what result from Harry's hysterical rashness, confusion, pandemonium, instant death, but none of these followed. I had reached his side and stood by him at the edge of the lake where he had halted. Desiree Lemire stopped short in the midst of the mad sweep of the Dance of the Sun. For 10 silent tense seconds she looked down at us from the top of the lofty column, bending dangerously near its edge. Her form straightened and was stretched to its fullest height. Her white, superb body was distinctly outlined against the black background of the upper cavern. Then she stepped backward slowly, without taking her eyes from us. Suddenly, as we gazed, she appeared to sink within the column itself, and in another instant disappeared from view. We stood motionless, petrified, how long I know not. Then I turned and faced our own danger. It was time. The Incas, for I was satisfied of the identity of the creatures, had left their seats of granite and advanced to the edge of the lake. Not a sound was heard, no command from voice or trumpet or reed. They moved as with one impulse and one brain. We were utterly helpless, for they numbered thousands. And weak and starving as we were, a single pair of them would have been more than a match for us. I looked at Harry. The reaction from his moment of superficial energy was already upon him. His body swayed slightly from side to side, and he would have fallen if I had not supported him with my arm. There we stood, waiting. Then for the first time I saw the ruler of the scene. The Incas had stopped and stood motionless. Suddenly they dropped to their knees and extended their arms. I thought toward us, but something in their attitude told me the truth. I wheeled sharply and saw the object of their adoration. Built into the granite wall of the cavern, some 30 feet from the ground, was a deep alcove. At each side of the entrance was an urn resting on a ledge, similar to those on the columns, only smaller, from which issued a mounting flame. On the floor of the alcove was a massive chair, or throne, which seemed to be itself a fire, so brilliant was the glow of the metal of which it was constructed. It could have been nothing but gold, and seated on this throne was an ugly, misshapen dwarf. God save the king! I cried with a hysterical laugh, and in the profound silence my voice rang from one side of the cavern to the other in racing echoes. Immediately following my cry, the figure on the throne arose, and as he did so, the creatures round us fell flat on their faces on the ground. For several seconds the king surveyed them thus, without a sound or movement. Then suddenly he stretched forth his hand in a gesture of dismissal. They rose as one man, and with silent swiftness disappeared, seemingly melting away into the walls of rock. At the time the effect was amazing. Later, when I discovered the innumerable lanes and passages which served as exits, it was not so difficult to understand. We were apparently left alone, but not for long. From 2 stone stairways immediately in front of us, which evidently led to the alcove above, came forth a crowd of rushing forms. In an instant they were upon us, but if they expected resistance they were disappointed. At the first impact we fell, and in another moment we had been raised in their long hairy arms and were carried swiftly from the cavern. Scarcely 5 minutes. Had elapsed since we had first entered it. They did not take us far. Down a broad passage directly away from the cavern, then a turn to the right and again one to the left. There they dropped us, quite as though we were bundles of merchandise, without a word. By this time I had fairly recovered my wits. Small wonder if that amazing scene had stunned him, and I knew what I wanted. As the brute that had been carrying me turned to go, I caught his arm. He hesitated, and I could feel his eyes on me, for we were again in darkness. But he could see I thanked heaven for it, and I began a most expressive pantomime, stuffing my fingers in my mouth and gnawing at them energetically. This I alternated with the action of one drinking from a basin. I hadn't the slightest idea whether he understood me. He turned and disappeared, without a sign, at least, without an audible one. But the creature possessed intelligence, for I had barely had time to turn to Harry and ascertain that he was at least alive when the patter of returning footsteps was heard. They approached. There was the clatter of stone on the ground beside us. I stood eagerly, a platter heaped, and a vessel full. I think I cried out with joy. "Come, Harry, lad, eat." He was too weak to move, but when I tore some of the dried fish into fragments and fed it to him, he devoured it ravenously. Then he asked for water, and I held the basin to his lips. We ate as little as it is possible for men to eat who have fasted for many days, for the stuff had a sharp, concentrated taste that recommended moderation, and, besides, we were not certain of getting more. I wrapped the remainder carefully in my poncho, leaving the platter empty, and lay down to rest, using the poncho for a pillow. I had enough, assuredly, to keep me awake, but there are bounds beyond which nature cannot go. I slept close by Harry's side, with my arm across his body that any movement of his might awaken me. When I awoke, Harry was still asleep, and I did not disturb him. I myself must have slept many hours, for I felt considerably refreshed and very hungry. And thirsty. Assuredly the provender of those hairy brutes would have been most excellent stuff for the free lunch counter of a saloon. I unwrapped the poncho, then, crawling on my hands and knees, searched about the ground. As I had expected, I found another full platter and basin. I had just set the latter down after taking a hearty drink, when I heard Harry's voice, "Paul." "Here, lad. I was afraid you had gone. I've just had the most devilish dream about Desiree. She was doing some crazy dance on top of a mountain or something, and there was fire. And Paul. Paul, was it a dream?" "No, Hal. I saw it myself. But come, we'll talk later. Here's some dried fish for breakfast." "Ah, that now I remember. And she fell." "I'm going." But I wanted no more fever or delirium, and I interrupted him sternly. "Harry, listen to me. Are you a baby or a man? Talk straight, or shut up, and don't whine like a fool. If you have any courage, use it." It was stiff medicine, but he needed it, and it worked. There was a silence then. His voice came, steady enough. "You know me better than that, Paul. Only if it were not for Desiree. But I'll swallow it. I think I've been sick, haven't I?" Poor lad. I wanted to take his hand in mine and apologize, but that would have been bad for both of us, and I answered simply, "Yes, a little fever, but you're all right now. And now you must eat and drink. Not much of a variety, but it's better than nothing." I carried the platter and basin over to him and sat down by his side, and we fell to together. But he would talk of Desiree, and I humored him. There was little enough to say, but he pressed my hand hopefully and gratefully when I expressed my belief that her disappearance had been a trick of some sort, and no matter for apprehension. "We must find her, Paul." "Yes, at once." But there I objected. "On the contrary, we must delay. Right now we are utterly helpless from our long fast. They would handle us like babies if it came to a fight. Try yourself. Stand up." He rose to his hands and knees, then sank back to the ground. You see, to move now would be folly. And of course, they are watching us at this minute, every minute. We must wait." His only answer was a groan of despair. In some manner, the weary hours passed by. Harry lay silent, but not asleep. Now and then he would ask me some question, but more to hear my voice than to get an answer. We heard or saw nothing of our captors, for all our senses told us we were quite alone, but our previous experience with them had taught us better than to believe it. I found myself almost unconsciously reflecting on the character and nature of the tribe of dwarfs. Was it possible that they were really the descendants of the Incas driven from Huánuco by Hernando Pizarro and his horsemen nearly 400 years before? Even then I was satisfied of it, and I was soon to have that opinion confirmed by conclusive evidence. Other questions presented themselves. Why did they not speak? What fuel could they have found in the bowels of the Andes for their bats of fire? And how did sufficient air for 10,000 pairs of lungs find its way miles underground? Why, in the centuries that had passed, had none of them found his way to the world outside? Some of these questions I answered for myself. Others remained unsolved for many months until I had opportunity to avail myself of knowledge more profound than my own. Easy enough to guess that the hidden deposits of the mountain had yielded oil which needed only a spark from a piece of flint to fire it. And anyone who knows anything of the geological formation of the Andes will not wonder at their supply of air. Nature is not yet ready for man in those wild regions. Huge upheavals and convulsions are of continual occurrence. Underground streams are known which, rise in the eastern Cordillera and emerge on the side of the Pacific slope, and air circulates through these passages as well as water. Their silence remains inexplicable, but it was probably the result of the nature of their surroundings. I have spoken before of the innumerable echoes and reverberations that followed every sound of the voice above a whisper. At times it was literally deafening, and time may have made it so in reality. The natural effect through many generations of this inconvenience or danger would be the stoppage of speech, leading possibly to a complete loss of the faculty. I am satisfied that they were incapable of vocalization, for even the women did not talk. But that is ahead of the story. I occupied myself with these reflections and found amusement in them, but it was impossible to lead Harry into a discussion. His mind was anything but scientific anyway, and he was completely obsessed by fear for the safety of. Desiree, and I wasn't sorry for it. It is better that a man should worry about someone else than about himself. Our chance of rescuing her, or even of saving ourselves, appeared to me woefully slim. One fear at least was gone, for the descendants of Incas could scarcely be cannibals. But there are other fates equally final if less distasteful. The fact that they had not even taken the trouble to bind us was an indication of the strictness of their watch. The hours crept by. At regular intervals our food was replenished, and we kept the platter empty, storing what we could not eat in our ponchos against a possible need. It was always the same dried fish of the consistency of leather and a most aggressive taste. I tried to convey to one of our captors the idea that a change of diet would be agreeable, but either he did not understand me or didn't want to. Gradually our strength returned, and with it hope. Harry began to be impatient, urging action. I was waiting for two things besides the return of strength. First, to lay in a supply of food that would be sufficient for many days in case we escaped, and second, to allow our eyes to accustom themselves better to the darkness. Already we were able to see with a fair amount of clearness. We could easily distinguish the forms of those who came to bring us food and water when they were 15 or 20 feet away. But the cavern in which we were confined must have been a large one, for we were unable to see a wall in any direction, and we did not venture to explore for fear our captors would be moved to bind us. But Harry became so insistent that I finally consented to a scouting expedition. Caution seemed useless. If the darkness had eyes that beheld us, doubly so. We strapped our ponchos, heavy with their food, to our backs, and set out at random. Across the cavern, we went slowly, straining our eyes ahead and from side to side. It was folly, of course, in the darkness, like trying to beat a gambler at his own game. But we moved on as noiselessly as possible. Suddenly, a wall loomed up before us, not 10 feet away. I gave a tug at Harry's arm, and he nodded. We approached the wall, then turned to the right and proceeded parallel with it, watching for a break that would mean the way to freedom. I noticed a dark line that extended along the base of the wall, reaching up its side to a height of about 2 feet and seemingly melting away into the ground. At first I took it for a separate strata of rock, darker than that above. But there was a strange brokenness about its appearance that made me consider it more carefully. It appeared to be composed of curious knots and protuberances. I stopped short and, advancing a step or two toward the wall, gazed intently. Then I saw that the dark line was not a part of the wall at all, and then I laughed aloud in spite of myself. The thing was too ludicrous. For that dark line along the bottom of the wall was a row of squatting Incas. There they sat, silent, motionless. Even when my laugh rang out through the cavern, they gave not the slightest sign that they either heard or saw. Yet it was certain that they had watched our every move. There was nothing for it but retreat. With our knives we might have fought our way through, but we were unarmed, and we had felt 1 or 2 proofs of their strength. Harry took it with more philosophy than I had expected. As for me, I had not yet finished my laugh. We sought our former resting place, recognizing it by the platter and basin which we had emptied before our famous and daring attempt to escape. Soon Harry began, "I'll tell you what they are, Paul. They're frogs, nothing but frogs. Did you see 'em? The little black devils. And Lord, how they smell!" "That," I answered, "is the effect of, to the deuce with your mineralogy or anthropomorphism or whatever you call it. I don't care what makes 'em smell. I only know they do as Kipling says of the oons, most awful vile. And there the beggars sit, and here we sit. If we could only see," I began. "And what good would that do us? Could we fight? No, they'd smother us in a mine it. Say, wasn't there a king in that cave the other day? Yes, on a golden throne. An ugly little devil, the ugliest of all. Sure, that why he's got the job." Did he say anything? Not a word. Merely stuck out his arm, and out we went. Why the deuce don't they talk? I explained my theory at some length, with many and various scientific digressions. Harry listened politely. "I don't know what you mean," said he when I had finished. "But I believe you. Anyway, it's all a stupendous joke. In the first place, we shouldn't be here at all. And, secondly, why should they want us to stay? How should I know? Ask the king. And don't bother me. I'm going to sleep." "You are not. I want to talk. Now, they must want us for something. They can't intend to eat us because there isn't enough to go around. And there is Desiree. What the deuce was she doing up there without any clothes on? I say, Paul, we've got to find her." "With pleasure. But first, how are we going to get out of this? I mean, when we get out." Thus we rattled on, arriving nowhere. Harry's loquacity I understood. The poor lad meant to show me that he had resolved not to whine, yet his cheerfulness was but partly assumed, and it was most welcome. My own temper was getting sadly frayed about the edge. We slept through another watch uneventfully, and when we woke found our platter of fish and basin of water beside us. I estimated that some 72 hours had then passed since we had been carried from the cavern. Harry said not less than 100. However that may be, we had almost entirely recovered our strength. Indeed, Harry declared himself perfectly fit, but I still felt some discomfort, caused partly by the knife wound on my knee, which had not entirely healed, and partly, I think, by the strangeness and monotony of our diet. Harry's palate was less particular. On awaking, and after breaking our fast, we were both filled with an odd contentment. I really believed that we had abandoned hope, and that the basis of our listlessness was despair. And surely not without reason. For what chance had we to escape from the Incas, handicapped as we were by the darkness and our want of weapons and their overwhelming numbers? And beyond that, if by some lucky chance we did escape what remained, to steep-pick our bow. Wander about in the endless caves of darkness and starve to death. At the time I don't think I stated the case even to myself with such brutal frankness, but facts make their impression whether you invite them or not. But, as I say, we were filled with an odd contentment. Though despair may have possessed our hearts, it was certainly not allowed to infect our tongues. Breakfast was hilarious. Harry sang an old drinking song to the water basin with touching sentiment. I gave him hearty applause and joined in the chorus. The cavern rang. "The last time I sang that," said Harry as the last echoes died away, "was at the Midlothian. Bunk Stavard was there, and Billy Dumont, and Fred Marston. I say, do you remember Freddie? And his East Side crocodiles? My, but weren't they daisies? And polo? They could play it in their sleep. And what's this? Paul, something's up. Here they come. Mr. and Mrs. Inca and all the children." I sprang hastily to my feet and stood by Harry's side. He was right. Through the half-darkness they came, hundreds of them, and as always, in utter silence. Dimly we could see their forms huddled together round us on every side, leaving us in the center of a small circle in their midst. "Now, what the deuce do they want?" I muttered. "Can't they let us eat in peace?" Harry observed. "Wasn't I right? Most awful vile." I think we both felt that we were joking in the face of death. The forms surrounding us stood silent for perhaps 10 seconds. Then 4 of their number stepped forward to us, and one made gestures with a hairy arm. Pointing to our rear. We turned and saw a narrow lane lined on either side by our captors. Nothing was distinct, still we could see well enough to guess their meaning. "It's up to us to march," said Harry. I nodded, and step high, Hal. It may be our last one, if we only had our knives, but there are thousands of 'em. But if it comes to the worst, then I'm with you. Forward! We started, and as we did so one of the 4 who had approached darted from behind and led the way. Not a hand had touched us, and this appeared to me a good sign, without knowing exactly why. They seem to have forgotten their manners, Harry observed. The approved method is to knock us down and carry us. I shall speak to the king about it. We had just reached the wall of the cavern and entered a passage leading from it, when there came a sound, sonorous and ear-destroying, from the farther end. We had heard it once before. It was the same that had ended our desperate fight some days before. Then it had saved our lives. To what did it summon us now? The passage was not a long one. At its end we turned to the right, following our guide. Once I looked back and saw behind us the crowd that had surrounded us in the cave. There was no way but obedience. We had advanced perhaps 100, possibly 200 yards along the second passage, when our guide suddenly halted. We stood beside him. He turned sharply to the left and, beckoning to us to follow, began to descend a narrow stairway which led directly from the passage. It was steep, and the darkness allowed a glimpse only of black walls and the terrace immediately beneath our feet, so we went slowly. I counted the steps. There were 96. At the bottom we turned again to the right. Just as we turned, I heard Harry's voice, quite low. "There are only a dozen following us, Paul. Now," but I shook my head. It would have been mere folly, for even if we had succeeded in breaking through, we could never have made our way back up the steps. This I told Harry. He admitted reluctantly that I was right. We now found ourselves in a lane so low and narrow that it was necessary for us to stoop and proceed in single file. Our progress was slow. The guide was continually turning to beckon us on with gestures of impatience. At length he halted and stood facing us. The guard that followed gathered close in the rear. The guide made a curious upward movement with his arm, and when we stood motionless repeated it several times. "I suppose he wants us to fly," said Harry with so genuine a tone of sarcasm that I gave an involuntary smile. The guide's meaning was soon evident. It took some seconds for my eye to penetrate the darkness, and then I saw a spiral stair ascending perpendicularly, apparently carved from the solid rock. Harry must have perceived it at the same moment, for he turned to me with a short laugh. "Going up? Not for me, thank you. The beggar means for us to go alone." For a moment I hesitated, glancing round uncertainly at the dusky forms that were ever pressing closer upon us. We were assuredly between the devil and the deep sea. Then I said, shrugging my shoulders, "It's no good pulling, Harry. Come on, take a chance. You said it going up." I placed my foot on the first step of the spiral stair. Harry followed without comment. Up we went together, but slowly. The stair was fearfully steep and narrow, and more than once I barely escaped a fall. Suddenly I became aware that light was descending on us from above. With every step upward it became brighter, until finally it was as though a noonday sun shone in upon us. There came an exclamation from Harry, and we ascended faster. I remember that I counted 160 steps, and then, as a glimmering of the truth shot through my brain into certainty, I counted no more. Harry was crowding me from below, and we took the last few steps almost at a run. Then the end, and we stumbled out into a blaze of light and surveyed the surrounding scene with stupefaction and wonder. It was not new to us. We had seen it before, but from a different angle. We were on the top of the column in the center of the lake, on the spot where Desiree had whirled in the dance of the sun. Chapter 10. The Five Dared Sicht. For many seconds we stood bewildered, too dazed to speak or move. The light dazzled our eyes. We seemed surrounded by an impenetrable wall of flame. There was no sensation of heat, owing no doubt to the immense height of the cavern and our comparatively distant removal from the flames, which mounted upward in narrow tongues. Then the details began to strike me. I have said the scene was the same as that we had previously beheld. Round the walls of the immense circular cavern squatted innumerable rows of the Incas on terrace seats. Below, at a dizzy distance, was the smooth surface of the lake, black and gloomy save where the reflections from the blazing urns pierced its depths. And directly facing us, set in the wall of the cavern, was the alcove containing the throne of gold. And on the throne was seated not the diminutive, misshapen king, but Desiree Lemire. She sat motionless, gazing directly at us. Her long gold hair streamed over her shoulders in magnificent waves. A stiffly flowing garment of some unknown texture covered her limbs and the lower part of her body. Her shoulders and breasts and arms were bare and shone with a dazzling whiteness. Beside her was a smaller seat, also of gold, and on this crouched the form of an Inca the king. About them, at a respectful distance, were ranged attendants and guards, 100 or more, for the alcove was of an impressive size. The light from the 4 urns shone in upon it with such brightness that I could clearly distinguish the whites of Desiree's eyes. All this I saw in a single flash, and I turned to Harry. Not a word on your life. This is Desiree's game. Trust her to play it. But what the deuce is she doing there? I shrugged my shoulders. She seems to have found another king. You know her fondness for royalty. Paul, for heaven's sake, all right, Hal. But we're safe enough, I think. Most probably our introduction to court. This is what they call the dizzy heights of prominence. Now keep your eyes open. Something is going to happen. There was a movement in the alcove. 4 of the attendants came forward, carrying a curious framework apparently composed of reeds and leather, light and flexible, from the top bar of which hung suspended several rope-like ribbons. Of various lengths and colors, and tied in curious knots. They placed it on the ground, before the double throne, at the feet of Desiree. All doubt was then removed from my mind concerning the identity of our captors and their king. For these bundles of knotted cords of different sizes and colors I recognized at once. They were the famous Inca quipos, the material for their remarkable mnemonic system of communication and historical record. At last we were to receive a message from the child of the sun, but of what nature? Every cord and knot and color had its meaning, but what? I searched every avenue of memory to assist me, for I had latterly confined my studies exclusively to Eastern archaeology, and what I had known of the 2 great autochthonous civilizations of the American continent was packed in some dim and little-used corner of my brain. But success came with an extreme effort. I recollected first the different disposition of the quipos for different purposes, historical, sacred, narrative, etc. Then the particulars came to me, and immediately I recognized the formula of the quipos before the throne. They were arranged for adjudication, for the rendering of a verdict. Harry and I were prisoners before the bar of the quipos. I turned to him, but there was not time for talk. The king had risen and stretched out his hand. Immediately the vast assemblage rose from their stone seats and fell flat on their faces. It was then that I noticed for the first time an oval or elliptical plate of shining gold set in the wall of the cavern just above the outer edge of the alcove. This, of course, was the representation of Pachacamac, the unknown god in the Inca religion. Well, I would as soon worship a plate of gold as that little black dwarf. For perhaps a minute the king stood with outstretched arm, and the Incas remained motionless on their faces. Then he resumed his seat, and they rose. And then the trial began. The king turned on his throne and laid his hand on Desiree's arm. We could see her draw away from his touch with an involuntary shudder. But this apparent antipathy bothered his kingship not at all. It was probably a most agreeable sensation to feel her soft, white flesh under his black, hairy hand, and he kept it there, while with the other arm he made a series of sweeping gestures which I understood at once, but which had no meaning for Desiree. By her hand he meant the quipos to speak. We had a friend in court, but she was dumb, and I must give her voice. There was no time to be lost. I stepped to the edge of the column and spoke in a voice loud enough to carry across the cavern, which was not difficult in the universal. Silence. He means that you are to judge us by the quipos. The meaning is this: yellow, slavery; white, mercy; purple, reward; black, death. The lengths of the cords and a number of knots indicate the degree of punishment or reward. Attached to the frame you will find a knife. With that detach the cord of judgment and lay it at the feet of the king. Again silence, and not one of the vast throng, nor the king himself, appeared to pay the slightest attention to my voice. The king continued his gestures to Desiree. She rose and walked to the frame of quipos, and took in her hand the knife which she found there suspended by a cord. There she hesitated, with the knife poised in the air, while her eyes sought mine and found them. I felt a tug at my arm, but I had no time for Harry then. I was looking at Desiree, and what I saw caused a cold shudder to flutter through my body. Not of fear. It was the utter surprise of the thing, its incredible horror. To die by the hands of those hairy brutes was not hard, but Desiree to be the judge. For she meant death for us. I read it in her eyes. One of the old still proverbs of the still old world was to have another justification. I repeat that I was astounded, taken completely by surprise, and yet I had known something of the fury of a woman scorned. It was as though our eyes shot out to meet each other in an embrace of death. She saw that I understood, and she smiled. What a smile! It was triumphant and yet sad. A vengeance and a farewell. She put forth her hand. It wavered among the quipos as though uncertainly, then closed firmly on the black cord of death. A thought flashed through my mind with the speed of lightning. I raised my voice and sang out, "Desiree!" She hesitated. The hand which held a knife fell to her side, and again her eyes sought mine. "What of Harry?" I called. "Take two the white for him, the black for me." She shook her head and again raised the knife. And I played my last card. "Bah, who are you? For you are not Lemire." I weighted my voice with contempt. "Lemire is a child of fortune, but not of hell." At last she spoke. "I play a fair hand, monsieur," she cried, and her voice trembled. "With marked cards!" I exclaimed scornfully. "The advantage is yours, madam. May you find pleasure in it." There was a silence while our eyes met. I thought I had lost. Lemire stood motionless. Not a sound came from the audience. I felt Harry pulling at my arm, but shook myself free, without taking my eyes from Lemire's face. Suddenly she spoke. "You are right, my friend Paul. I take no advantage. Leave it to fortune. Have you a coin?" I had won my chance. That was all the chance, but that was better than nothing. I took a silver peseta from my pocket by luck. It had not been lost, and held it in the air above my head. "Heads!" cried Desiree. I let the coin fall. It rolled halfway across the top of the column and stopped at the very edge. I crossed and stooped over it. It lay heads up. Harry was behind me. As I straightened up, I saw his white set face and eyes of horror. He, too, had seen the verdict, but he was moved not by that, but by the thought of Desiree, for Harry was not a man to flinch at sight of death. I stood straight, and my voice was calm. It cost me an effort to clear it of bitterness and reproach. I could not avoid the reflection that but for Desiree, we would never have seen the cave of the devil and the children of the sun. But I said simply and clearly, "You win, madame." Desiree stared at me in the most profound surprise. I understood her, and I laughed scornfully aloud and held my head high. And I think a voice never held. So complete a disdain as did mine as I called to her, "I am one who plays fair, even with death, Lemire." The coin fell heads. "You win your black cord fairly." She made no sign that she had heard. She was raising the knife. Suddenly she stopped. Again her hand fell, and she said, "You say the purple for reward, Paul?" I nodded. I could not speak. Her hand touched the white cord and passed on. The yellow, and again passed on. Then there was a flash of the knife, another, and she approached the king and laid at his feet the purple cord. Then, without a glance toward us, she resumed her seat on the golden throne. A lump rose to my throat and tears to my eyes, which was very foolish, for the thing had been completely theatrical. It was merely a tribute from one of nature's gamblers to the man who played fair even with death. Nevertheless, there was feeling in it, and the eternal mercy of woman. For all that was visible to the eye, the verdict made not the slightest impression on the rows of silent Incas. Not a movement was seen. They might have been carved from the stone on which they were seated. Their black, hairy bodies, squat and thick, threw back the light from the flaming torches as though even those universal rays could not penetrate such grossness. Suddenly they rose. The king had moved. He picked the purple cord from the ground and, after passing his hand over it 3 times, handed it to an attendant who approached. Then he stretched out his hand, and the Incas, who had remained standing, turned about and began to disappear. As before, the cavern was emptied in an incredibly short space of time. In 2 minutes we were alone with those in the alcove. There was a sound behind us. We turned and saw a great slab of stone slowly slide to one side in the floor, leaving an aperture some 3 feet square. Evidently it had been closed behind us when we had ascended. We had had no time to notice it then. In this hole presently appeared the head and shoulders of our guide, who beckoned to us to follow, and then disappeared below. I started to obey, but turned to wait for Harry, who was gazing at Desiree. His back was toward me, and I could not see his face. His eyes must have held an appeal, for I saw Desiree's lips part in a smile, and heard her call, "You will see me." Then he joined me, and we began the descent together. I found myself wondering how these half-civilized brutes had possibly managed to conceive the idea of the spiral stair. It was known to neither the Aztecs nor the Incas in America, nor to any of the primitive European or Asiatic civilizations. But they had found a place where nothing else would do, and they made it. Another of the innumerable offspring of Mother Necessity. I took time to note its construction. It was rude enough, but a good job for all that. It was not exactly circular. There were many angles, evidently following the softer strata in the rock. They had bowed to their material, the way of the artist. Even the height at the steps was irregular. Some were scarcely more than 3 inches, while others were 12 or 14. You may know we descended slowly and with care, especially when we had reached the point where no light came from above to aid us. We found our guide waiting for us at the bottom. Alone, we followed him down the low and narrow passage through which we had previously come. But when we reached the steps, which led up to the passage above and to the cave where we had formerly been confined, he ignored them and turned to the right. We hesitated. "He's alone," said Harry. "Shall we chuck the beggar?" "We shall not, for that very reason," I answered. "It means that we are guests instead of captives, and far be it from us to outrage the laws of hospitality. But seriously, the safest thing we can do is to follow him." The passage in which we now found ourselves was evidently no work of nature. Even in the semi-darkness the mark of man's hand was apparent, and the ceiling was low, another proof, for dwarfs do not build for the accommodation of giants. But I had some faint idea of the pitiful inadequacy of their tools, and I found myself reflecting on the stupendous courage of the men who had undertaken such a task, even allowing for the fact that 400 years had been allowed them for its completion. Soon we reached a veritable maze of these passages. We must have taken a dozen or more turns, first to the right, then to the left. I had been marking our way on my memory as well as possible, but I soon gave up the attempt as hopeless. Several times our guide turned so quickly that we could scarcely follow him. When we signified by gestures our desire to go slower, he seemed surprised. Of course he expected us to see in the dark as well as he. Then a dim light appeared, growing brighter as we advanced. Soon I saw that it came through an opening in the wall to our left, which we were approaching. Before the opening, the guide halted, motioning us to enter. We did so, and found ourselves in an apartment no less than royal. Several blazing urns attached to the walls furnished the light, wavering but brilliant. There were tables and rude seats fashioned from the same prismatic stones which covered the column in the lake, and from their surfaces 1,000 points of color shone dazzlingly. At one side was a long slab of granite covered with the skins of some animal, dry, thick, and soft. The walls themselves were of the hardest granite, studded to a height of 4 or 5 feet with tiny innumerable spots of gold. Harry crossed to the middle of the apartment and stood gazing curiously about him. I turned to the door and looked down the outer passage in both directions. Our guide had disappeared. "We appear to be friends of the family," said Harry with a grin. Thanks to Desiree, yes. Thanks to the devil. What did she mean? What could she mean? Was it one of her jokes? For I can't believe that she would have sent us to death. Well, who knows? Yes, it may have been one of her jokes. I lied. For, of course, Harry knew nothing of the cause of Desiree's desire for revenge on me, and it would have served no good purpose to tell him. We talked for an hour or more, examining our apartment meanwhile with considerable curiosity. The gold excited our wonder. Had it come from Huanuco 400 years ago, or had they found it here in the mountain? I examined the little blocks of metal or gems with which the tables and seats were inlaid, but could make nothing of them. They resembled a carbon formation sometimes found in quartzite, but were many times more brilliant than anything I had ever seen, excepting precious stones. The hides which covered the granite couch were also unknown to me. They were of an amazing thickness and incredibly soft. We were amusing ourselves with an attempt to pry one of the bits of gold from the wall when we heard a sound behind us. We turned and saw Desiree. She stood in the entrance, smiling at us as though we had been caught in her boudoir examining the articles on her dressing table. She was clothed as she had been on the throne. A rope girdle held her single garment, and her hair fell across her shoulders, reaching to her knees. Her arms and shoulders appeared marvelously white, but they may have been by way of contrast. Harry sprang across to her with a single bound. In another moment his arms were round her. She barely submitted to the embrace, but she gave him her lips, then drew herself away and crossed to me, extending her hands in a sort of wavering doubt. But that was no time for hostilities, and I took the hands in my own and bent over them till my lips touched the soft fingers. "A visit from the Queen," I said with a smile. "This is an honor, Your Majesty." "A doubtful one," said Desiree. "First of all, my friend, I want to congratulate you on your savoir-faire. Parbleu, that was the part of a man." "But you," cried Harry, "what the deuce did you mean by pretending to play?" "The black? I tell you that was a shabby trick. Most unpleasant moment you gave us." Desiree sent me a quick glance. She was plainly surprised to find Harry in ignorance of what had passed between us that evening in the camp on the mountain, wherein she was scarcely to be blamed, for her surprise came from a deep knowledge of the ways of men. "I am beginning to know you, Paul," she said, looking into my eyes. "Now what's up?" demanded Harry, looking from her to me and back again. "For heaven's sake, don't talk riddles. What does that mean?" But Desiree silenced him with a gesture, placing her fingers playfully on his lips. They were seated side by side on the granite couch. I stood in front of them, and there flitted across my memory a picture of that morning scene in the grounds of Crode's. The antlers at Colorado Springs, when Desiree and I had had our first battle, we talked, or rather, Harry and Desiree talked, and I listened. First, he insisted on a recital of her experiences since her reckless dash into the cave of the devil, and she was most obliging, even eager, for she had had no one to talk to for many days, and she was a woman. She found in Harry a perfect audience. Her experience had been much the same as our own. She, too, had fallen down the unseen precipice into the torrent beneath. She asserted that she had been carried along by its force scarcely more than a quarter of an hour, and had been violently thrown upon a ledge of rock. It was evident that this must have been long before the stream reached the lake where Harry and I had found each other, for we had been in the water hardly short of an hour. She had been found on the ledge by our hairy friends, who had carried her on their backs for many hours. I remembered the sensations of Harry and myself, who were men, and together, and gave a shudder of sympathy as Desiree described her own horror and fear, and her one attempt to escape. Still the brutes had shown her no great violence, evidently recognizing the preciousness of their burden. They had carried her as gently as possible, but had absolutely refused to allow her to walk. At regular intervals they gave her an opportunity to rest, in food and water. "Dried fish?" I asked hopefully. Desiree nodded with a most expressive grimace, and Harry burst into laughter. Then of the elevation to her evident authority. Brought before the king, she had inspired the most profound wonder and curiosity, easy indeed to understand. how the whiteness of her skin and the beauty of her form and face had awakened the keenest admiration in the breast of that black and hairy monarch. He had shown her the most perfect respect, and she had played up to the role of goddess by displaying to the utmost her indifferent contempt for royalty and its favors. Here her remarks grew general and evasive, and when pressed with questions, she refused details. She declared that nothing had happened. She had been fed and fawned upon, nor been annoyed by any violence or unwelcome attentions. "That is really too bad," said I with a smile. "I was then mistaken when I said 'Your Majesty.'" "Faugh," said Desiree, "that is hardly witty. For a time I was amused, but I am becoming bored. And yet, well, I don't know. They are mine, if you know what I mean. Bien, since you ask me, for I see the question in your eye, friend Paul, I am content. If the world is behind me forever, so be it. Yes, they are unattractive to the eye, but they have power, and they worship me. Desire, cried Harry in astonishment, and I was myself a little startled. "Why not?" she demanded. "They are men, and besides it is impossible for us to return. With all your cleverness, Paul, can you find the sunlight? To remain is a necessity. We must make the best of it, and I repeat that I am satisfied." "That's bally-rot," said Harry, turning on her hotly. "Satisfied? You are nothing of the sort. I'll tell you one thing, Paul and I are going to find our way out of this, and you are coming with us." For reply, Desiree laughed at him, a laugh that plainly said, "I am my own mind, and obey no other." It is one of the most familiar cards of the woman of beauty, and the most effective. It conquered Harry. He gazed at her for a long moment in silence, while his eyes filled with an expression which one man should never show to another man. It is the betrayal of the masculine sex and the triumph of the feminine. Suddenly, he threw himself on his knees before her and took her hands in his own. She attempted to withdraw them. He clasped her about the waist. "Do you not love me, Desiree?" he cried, and his lips sought hers. They met. Desiree ceased to struggle. At that moment I heard a sound, the faintest sound behind me. I turned. The king of the Incas was standing within the doorway, surveying the lovers with bead-like, sparkling eyes. Chapter 11. A Royal Visitor. If it had not been for the manifest danger, I could have laughed aloud at what I read in the eyes of the king. Was it not supremely ridiculous for Desiree Lemire, who had been sought after by the great and the wealthy and the powerful of all Europe, to be regarded with desire by that ugly dwarf? And it was there, unmistakably. I sang out a sharp warning, but it was unnecessary. Desiree had already caught sight of the royal visitor. She pushed Harry from her bodily. He sprang to his feet in angry surprise, then, enlightened by the confusion in her face, turned quickly and swore as he too saw the intruder. How critical the situation was I did not know, despite Desiree's assertions. His eyes were human and easily read. They held jealousy, and when power is jealous there is danger. But Desiree proved herself equal to the occasion. She remained seated on the granite couch for a long minute without moving. Confusion left her eyes as she gazed at us apparently with the utmost composure, but I who knew her could see that her brain was working with the rapidity of lightning. Then her glance passed to the figure at the doorway, and with a gesture commanding and truly royal in its simplicity, she held her hand forth, palm down, to the Inca king. Like an obedient, trained monkey, he trotted across the intervening space, grasped her soft white hand in his monstrous paw, and touched his lips to her fingers. That was all, but it spoke volumes to one who could divine the springs of action. I remember that at the time there shot through my mind a story I had heard concerning Desiree in Paris. The Duke of Bellarmine, then her protector, had one evening entered her splendid apartment on the Rue Jonter, furnished, of course, by himself, and had found his divinity entertaining one Jules Chavot, a young and beautiful poet, whereupon he had launched forth into the most bitter reproaches and scornful denunciations. Monsieur, Desiree had said with the look of a queen outraged, when he had finished, "You are annoying. Little Chavot amuses me. You are aware that I never refuse myself anything which I consider necessary to my amusement, and just now I find you very dull." And the noble Duke, conquered by that glance of fire and those terrible words, had retired with humble apologies, after receiving a gracious permission to call on the following day. In short, Desiree was irresistible. The subjection of the Inca king was but another of her triumphs, and not the most remarkable. And then I looked at Harry and was aware of a new danger. He was glaring at the Inca with eyes which told their own story of the fire within, and which were waiting only for suspicion to become certainty. I called to him, "Harry, hold fast." He glanced at me, gave a short laugh, and nodded. Then came Desiree's voice, in a low tone of warning, "On your knees." Her meaning was clear. It was to us she spoke. The king had turned from her and was regarding us steadily with eyes so nearly closed that their meaning was impenetrable. Harry and I glanced at each other and remained standing. Then Desiree's voice again, "Harry, if you love me." It was the appeal to a child, but love is young. Immediately Harry dropped to his knees facing the king, and I followed him, wondering at myself. To this day I do not know what the compelling force was that pulled me down. Was it another instance of the power of Desiree? For perhaps a minute we remained motionless on our knees while the king stood gazing at us, it seemed to me with an air of doubt. Then slowly, and with a gait that smacked of majesty despite his ungainly appearance and diminutive stature, he stalked across to the doorway and disappeared in the corridor without. Harry and I looked at each other, kneeling like two heathen idols, and burst into unrestrained laughter. But with it was mixed a portion of anger, and I turned to Desiree. "In the name of heaven, was that necessary?" "You do it very prettily," said she with a smile. "That is well, but I don't care to repeat it. Harry, for the sake of my dignity, employ a little discretion. And what do you suppose the beggar will do about it?" "Nothing," said Desiree, shrugging her shoulders. "Only he must be pacified. I must go. I wonder if you know you are lodged in the royal apartments. His Majesty's room, he has but one, is in the corridor to the left of this. Mine is on the right, and he is probably stamping the place to pieces at this moment." She left the granite couch and advanced halfway to the door. "Au revoir, messieurs. Till later I shall come to see you." The next moment she was gone. Harry and I, left alone, had enough to think and talk about, but there was 10 minutes of silence before we spoke. I sat on one of the stone seats, wondering. What the result would be if any of the king's visit and his discovery. Harry paced up and down the length of the apartment with lowered head. Presently he spoke abruptly. "Paul, I want to know exactly what you think of our chances for getting out of this." "Why?" I hesitated. "Harry, I don't know. But you've thought about it and you know something about these things. What do you think?" "Well, I think they're slim." "What are they?" "Nothing less than miracles. There are just two. First, and I've spoken of this before, we might find an underground stream that would carry us to the western slope. That is impossible, at least, for Desiree. And the second, nature herself. She plays queer tricks in the Andes. She might turn the mountain upside down, in which case we would find ourselves on top. Seriously, the formation here is such that almost anything is possible. Upheavals of vast masses of rock are of ordinary occurrence. A passage might be opened in that way to one of the lower peaks. We are surrounded by layers of limestone, granite, and quartzite, which are of marked difference both in the quality of hardness and in their ability to withstand the attacks of time. When one finds itself unable to support the other, something happens. But it might not happen for 100 years. Or never, I agreed. Again silence. Harry stood gazing at one of the flaming urns, buried in thought easy to guess of what nature. I did not think fit to disturb him, till presently he spoke again. "What do you suppose that ugly devil will do about what he saw in here?" I smiled. "Nothing. But if he should? We are helpless. Trust Desiree. It's true that she can't even talk to him, but she'll manage him somehow. You saw what happened just now. But the creature is no better than a dumb brute. He is capable of anything. I tell you, we ought to get her away from here. To starve? And we're none too safe ourselves. As for starving, we could carry enough of their darned fish to last a year. And one thing is sure, we won't get back to New York lying around here waiting for something to turn up, even a mountain. What do you want to do? Clear out. Get Desiree away from that ugly brute. If we only had our knives. Where would we go? In that question was the whole matter. To escape with Desiree was possible. But then what? We knew by experience what it meant to wander hopelessly about in the darkness of those desolate caverns without food and depending on Providence for water. Neither of us cared to repeat that trial, especially with the added difficulty of a woman to care for. But what to do? We decided to wait for the future, and in the meantime lay in a supply of provisions, and, if possible, devise some sort of weapons. It is worth remarking here that the Incas, so far as we had seen, used no weapons whatever. This was most probably the result of their total isolation and consequent freedom from foreign hostility. In the matter of food, we were soon to receive an agreeable surprise. It was about an hour after Desiree had left us that the royal steward, I give him the title on my own responsibility, arrived, with pots and pans on a huge tray. In the first place, the pots and pans were of solid gold. Harry stared in amazement as they were placed in brilliant array on one of the stone tables, and when we essayed to lift the empty tray from another table on which it had been placed, we understood why the steward had found it necessary to bring four assistants along as cupbearers. There was a king's ransom on that table, in sober truth, for there could be no doubt but that this was part of the gold which had been carried from Juan Uco when it had been demanded by Pizarro as payment for the life of Atahualpa. but better even than the service was that which it contained. It may not have been such as would enhance the reputation of a French chef, but to us then it seemed that the culinary art could go no farther. There was a large platter. Harry lifted its cover in an ecstasy of hope, but the next instant his face fell ludicrously. "Our old friend, Mr. Dried Fish," he announced sadly, and gave it up. Then I tried my luck, and with better success. First I uncovered a dish of stew, steaming hot. To be sure, it was fish, but it was hot. Then a curious brittle kind of bread. I call it that, though on trial it appeared to be made from the roe of some kind of fish. Also there was some excellent fish soup, also hot and quite delicious. 400 years of development had taught the royal chefs to prepare fish in so many different ways that we almost failed to recognize them as of the same family. "Couldn't be better," said Harry, helping himself liberally to the stew. "We can eat this and cache the dried stuff. We'll have enough for an army in a week." As for me, I saw before me the raw material for our weapons. When we had emptied the golden platter that held our bread, I secreted it under the cover of the granite couch. When the serving men called to remove the dishes, they apparently did not notice its absence. So far, success. Some hours later, Desiree paid us a second call. She appeared to be in the gayest of spirits, and I eyed her curiously from a seat in the corner as she and Harry sat side by side, chatting for all the world as though they had been in her own Paris drawing room. Was it possible that she was really satisfied as she had said? What imaginable food could these black dwarfs find to appease her tremendous vanity? Or was she merely living the motto of the French philosopher? Harry was demanding that he be allowed to visit her apartment. This she refused, saying that if he were found there by the king, nothing could avert a catastrophe. Harry's brow grew black. I could see his effort to choke back his anger. Then Desiree led him away from the topic, and soon they were both again. Laughing merrily. Some 48 hours passed. In that perpetual blackness there was no such thing as day. We saw no one save Desiree and the serving men. Once a messenger appeared carrying a bundle of quepos. I was able to decipher their meaning sufficiently to understand that we were invited to some religious ceremony in the great cavern. But I thought it injudicious to allow a meeting between Harry and the king, and returned a polite refusal. It may be of interest to some to know the method, which was extremely simple, as in ordinary communications the quipos are easy to read. I removed 2 knots from the white cord, the sign of affirmative, and placed 2 additional ones on the black cord, the sign of negative. Then on the yellow cord, the sign of the child of the sun, and submission to him, I tied 2 more knots to show that our refusal meant no lack of respect to their deity. Which, by the way, was not a little curious. Here were the descendants of the subjects of Manco Capac, himself a son of the orb of day, still holding to their worship of the sun, though they had not seen its light for 4 centuries. Deserted by their God, they did not abandon him, an example from which the followers of another and more civilized religion might learn something of the potency of faith. But to the story. As I say, I was anxious to avoid a meeting between Harry and the king, and subsequent events proved my wisdom. Harry was acting in a manner quite amazing. It was impossible for me to mention the king even in jest without him flying into a violent temper. As I look back now, I am not surprised, for our harrowing experiences and the hopelessness of our situation and the willfulness of Desiree were enough, heaven knows, to jerk his nerves. But at the time I regarded his actions as those of a thoughtless fool and told him so, thinking to divert his anger to myself. He took no notice of me. We were left entirely to ourselves. At regular intervals our food was brought to us, and within a week we had accumulated a large supply of the dried fish against necessity, besides my collection of 6 golden platters, of which more later. Once in about 24 hours 2 Incas, who appeared to be our personal attendants, for we were actually able to recognize them after half a dozen visits arrived to perform the offices of chambermaid and valet. The floor of the apartment was scrubbed, the urns refilled with oil, and the skin cover of the granite couch was changed. It seemed that another belief in cleanliness had refused to be dislodged from the Inca breast. When I managed, by dint of violent and expressive gestures, to convey to our valet the idea that we desired a bath, he led us down the corridor some 200 feet to a stream of cool running water. We took advantage of the opportunity to scrub our clothing, which was sadly in need of the operation. I had early made an examination of the urns which furnished our light. They were of gold and perfect in form, which convinced me that they had been brought by the fugitives from Huanuco, as, indeed, the quipos also, and several other articles we found, including our golden table service. The urns were filled with an oil which I was unable to recognize. There was no wick, but round the rim or lip of each was set a broad ring carved of stone, which made the opening at the top only about 2 inches in diameter. Through this the flame arose to a height of about 2 feet. Of smoke there was none, or very little, a circumstance which was inexplicable. As there seemed to be no possibility of the generation of gas within so small space, but the oil itself was strange to me, and its properties may be charged to nature. As I say, I had collected 6 of the golden platters, one at a time. Together they weighed about 20 pounds, for they were small and rather thin, which was near the amount required for my purpose. I explained the thing to Harry, and we set to work. We first procured a vessel of granite from the attendant on some pretext or other, this for melting the gold. Then we pried a slab of limestone from a corner of one of the seats. Luckily for us, it was very soft, having been selected by the Incas for the purpose of inserting in its face the crystal prisms. Then we procured a dozen or more of the prisms themselves, and using them as chisels and small blocks of granite as hammers, set to work at the block of limestone. It was slow work, but we finally succeeded in hollowing out a groove in its surface about 18 inches long and 2 inches deep. That was our mold. Then, to melt the golden platters, we took 4 of the urns, placing them in a group on the floor, and just at the tip of the flames placed the granite vessel, supported by 4 blocks of stone, which we pried loose from one of the seats. In the vessel we placed the golden platters. But we found after several hours that we did not have sufficient heat, or rather that the vessel was too thick to transmit it, and again we set to work with our improvised chisels and hammers to shave off its sides and bottom. That was more difficult and required many hours for completion. Finally, with the profane portion of our vocabularies completely exhausted and rendered meaningless by repetition, and with bruised and bleeding hands, we again arranged our furnace and sat down to wait. We had waited until the dishes from our dinner had been removed, and we were fairly certain to be alone, for Several hours. Finally the gold was melted, stubbornly but surely. We took the thick hide cover from the couch and, one on each side, lifted the vessel of liquid metal and filled our mold. In an hour it was hardened into a bar the shape of a half-cylinder. We removed it and poured in the remainder of the gold. It would appear that the gain was hardly worth the pains, and I admit it. But at the least I had kept Harry occupied with something besides his amatory troubles, and at the best we had 2 heavy, easily handled bars of metal that would prove most effective weapons against foes who had none whatever. We had just removed the traces of our work as completely as possible and secreted the clubs of yellow metal in a corner of the apartment when the sound of pattering footsteps came from the corridor. Harry gave me a quick glance. I moved between him and the door. But it was Desiree. She entered the room hurriedly and crossed to the farther side, then turned to face the door. Her cheeks were glowing brightly, her eyes flashed fire, and her breast heaved with unwonted agitation. Before either she or I had time to speak, Harry had sprung to her side and grasped her arm. "What has he done now?" he demanded in a tone scarcely audible in its intensity. "I don't know," said Desiree without removing her eyes from the door. "Let me go, Harry. Let me sit down." Paul. "Ah, I was afraid." "For us?" I asked. "Yes, partly. The brute. But then he is human, and that is his way. And you, I was right. You should have gone to the Cave of the Sun when he required your presence. But it was merely an invitation. Cannot one refuse an invitation? I protested. But, my dear Paul, the creature is royal. His invitations are commands. Well, we were busy, and we've already seen the Cave of the Sun. Still, it was an error, and I think you will pay for it. There had been unusual preparations underway for many hours. The king has been in my apartment, and messengers and guards have been arriving constantly, each with his little bundle of quipos, as you call them. Did you see the quipos? Yes. Yes. Did any of them contain a red cord suspended alone, with a single knot at either end? Yes, all of them, said Desiree, without an instant's hesitation. That means Harry and me, I observed. But the message, can you remember any of them? She tried, but without success, which will not surprise anyone who has ever seen the collection at the museum at Lima. Then Harry broke in. Something else has happened, Desiree. No bunch of cords tied in silly knots ever made you look as you did just now. What was it? Nothing, nothing, Harry. I say yes, and I want to know. And if it's what I think it is, we're going to clear out of here now. As though we could. We can. We have enough provisions to last for weeks. And see here, he ran to the corner where he had hidden the golden clubs and returned with them in his hands. With these we could make our way through them all. Tell me. There was a strange smile on Desiree's lips. And so you would fight for me, Harry, she said half wistfully. Half I know not what. Then she continued in a tone low but quite distinct. Well, it is too late. I am the king's. She lied. I saw it in her eyes. Perhaps she meant to save Harry from his folly, to quiet him by the knowledge that he need not fight for what was no longer his. Own, but she was mistaken in her man. Harry did not stop to read her eyes. He heard her words. He took 2 slow steps backward, then stood quite still, while his face grew deadly white, and his eyes were fastened on hers with a look that made me turn my own away. His soul looked out from them how he loved the woman, and I could not bear it, nor after a moment could Desiree. She took a step forward, extending her arms to him, and cried out, "Harry! No! It was a lie, Harry! Don't! and they gazed at each other, and I at Desiree, and thus we were unaware that a fourth person had entered the room until he had crossed its full length and stood before me. It was the Inca king. I took no time for thought, but jumped straight for Harry and threw my arms round him, dragging him back halfway across the room. Taken completely by surprise, he did not struggle. I noticed that he still held in his hands the bars of gold he had shown to Desiree. The king regarded us for a second with a scowl, then turned to her. She stood erect, with flashing eyes. The king approached. She held out her hand to him with an indescribable gesture of dignity. For a moment he looked at her, then his lips curled in an ugly snarl and, dashing her hand aside, he leaped forward in swift fury and grasped her white throat with his fingers. There was a strangled scream from Desiree, a frantic cry from Harry, and the next instant he had torn himself free from my arms, dropping the bars of gold at my feet. A single bound, and he was across the room. A single blow with his fist, and the king of the Incas dropped senseless to the floor. Chapter 12. Eighth Door. Desiree shrank back against the wall, covering her face with her hands. Harry stood above the prostrate figure of the king, panting and furious. As for me, I gave no thought to what had been done. The imminent peril of the situation possessed my mind and stung my brain to action. I ran to the figure on the floor and bent over him. There was no movement. His eyes were closed. Calling to Harry to watch the corridor without, I quickly tore my woolen jacket into strips. My fingers seemed to be made of steel and bound the wrists and ankles of the Inca firmly, trussing him up behind. Then, with another strip, I gagged him, thinking it best to err on the side of prudence. In another moment I had dragged him to the corner of the room behind the granite couch and covered him with its hide cover. Then I turned to Harry. "Is the coast clear?" "Yes," he answered from the doorway. "Then here quick, man. Get the clubs and the grub. Desiree, come. There's not a second to lose." "But—" Paul, she began. Then, seeing the utter folly of any other course than instant flight, she sprang to Harry's side to assist him with the bundles of provisions. There was more than we could carry. Harry and I each took a bundle under our left arm, carrying the clubs in the other hand. Desiree attempted to take 2 bundles, but they were too heavy for her, and she was forced to drop one. With a last hasty glance at the motionless heap in the corner, we started, Harry leading and myself in the rear, with Desiree between us. But it was not to be so easy. We were nearly to the door when there came a grating, rumbling sound from above, and a huge block of granite dropped squarely across the doorway with a crash that made the ground tremble beneath our feet. Stupefied, we realized in a flash that the cunning of the Incas had proved too much for us. Harry and I ran forward, but only to invite despair. The doorway was completely covered by the massive rock, an impenetrable curtain of stone weighing many tons, and on neither side was there an opening more than an inch wide. We were imprisoned beyond all hope of escape. We stood stunned. Desiree even made no sound, but gazed at the blocked doorway in a sort of stupid wonder. It was one of those sudden and overwhelming catastrophes that deprive us for a moment of all power to reason or even to realize. Then Harry said quietly, "Well, the game's up." And Desiree turned to me with the calm observation, They must have been watching us. We were fools not to have known it. Impossible, Harry asserted, but I agreed with Desiree, and though I could see no opening or crevice of any sort in the walls or ceiling, I was convinced that even then the eyes of the Incas were upon us. Our situation was indeed desperate. With our every movement spied upon, surrounded by 4 solid walls of stone, and beyond them 10,000 savage brutes waiting to tear us to pieces, what wildest fancy could indulge in hope? Then, glancing up, my eye was arrested by the heap under the cover in the corner. There, in the person of the Inca king, lay our only advantage. But how could we use it? Desiree's voice came in the calm tones of despair. We are lost. Harry crossed to her and took her in his arms. I thank heaven, he said, that you are with us. Then he turned to me. I believe it is for the best, Paul. There never was a chance for us. We may as well say it now. And it is better to die here together than the other way. I smiled at his philosophy, knowing its source. It came not from his own head, but from Desiree's arms. But it was truth. We sat silent. The thing was beyond discussion, too elemental to need speech. For its explanation or understanding. I believe it was not despair that kept back our words, but merely the dumb realization that where all hope is gone, words are useless, worse, a mockery. Finally, I crossed the room and removed the cover from the body of the Child of the Sun. He had recovered consciousness. His little wicked eyes gleamed up at me with an expression that would have been terrifying in the intensity of its malignant hatred if he had not been utterly helpless. I turned to Harry. "What are we going to do with him? By Jove, I had forgotten!" exclaimed the lad. "Paul, perhaps if we could communicate with them." He stopped, glancing at the closed doorway, then added, "But it's impossible." "I believe it is possible," I contradicted. "If the Incas were able to lower that." Stone at any moment you may be sure they are prepared to raise it. How, heaven only knows. But the fact is certain. Do you think they would have condemned their precious king to starvation? Then the king can save us. And how? Our lives for his. We'll give him nothing to eat, and if, as you say, they have some way of watching us, they'll be forced to negotiate. You can talk with the Quipos and tell them that unless they give us our freedom and let us go in safety, they'll have a dead king. From the way they seemed to worship him, they'd come through in a minute. "Oh, they promise all right," I agreed. "But how could we hold them to it?" "Well, a promise is a promise, and it's our only chance." No, Harry, to trust them would be folly. The minute we stepped through that doorway, they would be on us, the whole beggarly, smelly lot of them. "Then there is no chance, none whatever," put in Desiree. "None. We may as well admit the worst. And the worst is best for us now. Really, we are in luck. We die in our own way and at our own time. But there is one difficulty." Then, in answer to their glances of inquiry, I added significantly, "We have no weapons. We cannot allow ourselves to starve. The end must come before that, for as soon as they saw us weakening, we would be at their mercy." There was comprehension and horror in Desiree's eyes, but she looked at me with a brave attempt to smile as she took from her hair something which gleamed and shone in the light from the flaming urns. It was a tiny steel blade with a handle of pearl studded with diamonds. I had seen it before many times, a present, Desiree had told me, from the young man I had seen in the royal coach on that day in Madrid when I had first heard the name of Lemire. "Will that do?" she asked calmly, holding it out to me with a firm hand. Brave Lemire! I took the dagger and placed it in my pocket and, looking at Harry, exchanged with him a nod of understanding. No words were necessary. "But I must confess I am a coward," said Desiree. "When the time comes I could not bear to wait. I looked at her and said simply, 'You shall be first.' And she gave me a smile of thanks that spoke of a heart that would not fail when the final moment arrived. And in my admiration of her high courage, I forgot the horror of the task that must be mine. It was a relief to have admitted the worst and discussed it calmly. There is no torment like suspense, and ours was at an end. A load was lifted from our hearts, and a quiet sympathy created between us, sincere as death itself. And it was in our power to choose for ourselves the final moment we were yet masters of our fates. All action seems useless when hope is dead, but certain things needed to be done, and Harry and I bestirred ourselves. We extinguished the flame in all the urns but one to save the oil, not caring to depart in darkness. Our supply of water, we found, was quite sufficient to last for several days if used sparingly, for we intended to support life so long as we had the fuel. Then responsibility ceases. Man has a right to hasten that which fortune has made inevitable. The hours passed by. We talked very little. At times, Desiree and Harry conversed in subdued tones which I did not overhear. I was engaged with my own thoughts. And they were not unpleasant. If, looking death in the face, a man can preserve his philosophy unchanged, he has made the only success in life that is worth while. We ate and drank, but gave neither water nor food to our fellow prisoner. Not because I really expected to force negotiations with the Incas, but the thing was possible and was worth a trial. I knew them well enough to appraise correctly the value of any safe conduct they might give us. I was a little surprised to find in Desiree no levity, the vulgar prop for courage, based on ignorance. There was a tenderness in her manner, especially toward Harry, that spoke of something deeper and awoke in my own breast a deeper respect for her. The world had not known Desiree Lemire, it had merely been. Fascinated and amused by her, many hours had passed in this tomb-like apathy. 2 or 3 times I had advised Desiree to lie down to rest and, if possible, to sleep. She had refused, but I became insistent, and Harry added his voice to my own. Then, to please us, she consented. We arranged the cover on the granite couch and made her as comfortable as possible. In 5 minutes she was fast asleep. Harry stood a few feet away from the couch, looking down at her. I spoke to him in a low tone. "And you must rest too, Hal. One of us must remain on watch. I'll take it first and call you when I feel drowsy. It may be a needless precaution, but I don't care to wake up and find myself in the condition of our friend yonder." He wanted to take the first watch himself, but I insisted, and he arranged our ponchos on the ground, and soon he too was sleeping easily and profoundly. I looked from him to Desiree with a smile, and reflection that Socrates himself could not have met misfortune with more sublime composure. It was possible that the stone curtain across the doorway could be raised noiselessly, and that made it necessary to keep my eyes fastened on it almost continuously. This became irksome. Besides, twice I awoke to the fact that my thoughts had carried me so far away from my surroundings that the stone could have been raised to the roof and I would not have noticed it. So, using my jacket for a cushion, I seated myself on the ground in the threshold, leaning my back against the stone, and gave myself up to meditation. I had sat thus for 3 hours or more, and was thinking of calling Harry to relieve me when I felt a movement at my back. I turned quickly and saw that the stone was moving upward. Slowly it rose by little frequent jerks, not more than an eighth of an inch at a time. In 15 minutes, it was only about 4 inches from the ground. There was no sound save a faint grating noise from above. I stood several feet away, holding one of the golden clubs in my hand, thinking it unnecessary to rouse Harry until the space was wide enough to cause apprehension. Or, rather, because I had no fear of an assault, I was convinced that our ruse had succeeded and that they were about to communicate with us by means of the quipos. The stone was raised a little over a foot, then became stationary. I waited, expecting to see a bundle of quipos thrust through the opening, but they did not appear. Instead, 5 golden vessels were pushed across the ground until they were inside, clear of the stone. I could see the black hairy hands and arms, which were immediately withdrawn. Then the granite curtain fell with a crash that caused me to start with its suddenness and awaken both Harry and Desiree. 2 of the vessels contained water, 2 oil, and the other dried fish. Harry, who had sprung to his feet excitedly, grumbled in disgust. At least, they might have sent us some soup. But what's their idea? It means that Desiree was right, I observed. They have some way of watching us. And, seeing that we refuse to provide their beloved monarch with provender, they have sent him an allowance from the pantry. Harry grinned. Will he get it? Hardly, said I with emphasis. We'll make 'em treat with us if it's only to observe their diplomacy. There will be a message from them within 24 hours. You'll see. Anyway, we know now that they can raise that stone whenever they feel like it, but in the name of Archimedes, how? He advanced to the doorway and examined the block of granite curiously, but there was no clue to its weight or thickness from the inside. I explained that there were several ways by which the thing could be raised, but that the most probable one was by means of a rolling pulley, which required merely some rounded stones and a flat surface above, with ropes of hide for stays. It had been several hours since we had last eaten, and we decided to at once convey to the spies without our intentions concerning our prisoner. So we regaled ourselves with dried fish and water, taking care not to approach the king. Who had rolled over on his side and lay facing us, looking for all the world, in the dim light, like a black dog crouched on the floor. Harry relieved me at my post against the door, and I lay down to sleep. Desiree had seated herself beside him, and the low tones of their voices came to me as I lay on the couch, which Desiree had insisted I should occupy, in an indistinct, musical murmur. This for perhaps 10 minutes, then I slept. That became our routine. During the many weary hours that followed, there was never a moment when one of us was not seated with his back against the stone across the doorway. We dared not trust our eyes. Usually Harry and Desiree watched together and, when I relieved them, slept side by side on the couch. Sometimes, when we were all awake, Desiree was left on guard alone, but Harry and I were never both asleep at the same time. An estimate of the time we spent thus would be the wildest guess, for time was heavy and passed on leaden feet. But I should say we had been imprisoned for something like 4 days, possibly 5, when the monotony came to an abrupt end. I had come off watch, and Harry and Desiree had taken my place. Before I lay down, I had taken some water to the prisoner, for we had some time before admitted the necessity of giving him drink. But of food he had had none. Harry told me afterward that I had slept for 2 or 3 hours, but it seemed to me rather as many minutes when I was awakened by the sound of his voice calling my name. Glancing at the doorway, I sprang to my feet. The stone was slowly rising from the floor. Already there was a space of a foot or more. Desiree and Harry stood facing it in silence. "You have seen nothing?" I asked, joining them. "Nothing," said Harry. "Here, take one of these clubs. Something's up." "Of course the stone," I observed facetiously, yawning. "Probably nothing more important than a bundle of quippos. Lord, I'm sleepy." Still the stone moved upward, very slowly. It reached a height of 2 feet yet did not halt. "This is no quipos," said Harry. "Or if it is, they must be going to send us in a whole library. 6 inches would have been enough for that." I nodded, keeping my eyes on the ever-widening space at our feet. "This means business, Hal. Stand ready with your club. Desiree, go to the further corner, behind that seat." She refused. I insisted. She stamped her foot in anger. "Do you think I'm a child to run and hide?" she demanded obstinately. I wasted no time in argument. "You will go," I said sternly, "or I shall carry you and tie you. This is not play. We must have room and know that you are safe." To my surprise, she made no reply but quietly obeyed. Then, struck by a sudden thought, I crossed to where she stood behind a stone seat in the corner. "Here," I said in a low tone, taking the little jeweled dagger from my pocket and holding it out to her. "In case I understand," she said simply, and her hand closed over the hilt. By that time the stone was halfway to the top of the doorway, leaving a space. Over 3 feet high, and was still rising. I stood on one side and Harry on the other, not caring to expose ourselves immediately in front. Suddenly he left his post and ran to one of the stone seats and began prying at the blocks of granite. I saw at once his intention and our mistake. We should have long before barricaded the door on the inside. But it was too late now. I knew from experience the difficulty of loosening those firmly wedged blocks, and I called out, "No good, Hal. We were fools not to have thought of it before, but there is no time for it now. Come back." I couldn't stop him alone. Nevertheless, he continued his exertions and succeeded in getting one of the blocks partially free, but by that time the doorway was almost completely uncovered, and he saw the folly of attempting further. He resumed his post on the right of the door. I was on the left. The stone appeared to be going faster. It reached the top, passed it, and quickly swung in toward the wall and disappeared, probably to rest on a ledge above. We stood waiting, tense and alert. The open doorway gaped on the black, empty corridor into which the light from our single urn shone dimly. We could see or hear nothing, no indication that anyone was in the passage, but we dared not look out in that darkness. The suspense was trying enough. Harry ripped out an impatient oath and made a movement as though to step in the entrance, but I waved him back. Then came the avalanche with a suddenness and fury that nigh overwhelmed us. Crouching, rushing forms filled the doorway from both directions and leaped savagely at us. After so many weary days of dull inaction and hopeless apathy, a mad joy fired my brain and thrilled my heart as I raised my club on high and struck a blow for freedom and life. That blow crushed the skull of one whose fingers were at my throat, and he dropped like a log at my feet. But his place was already filled. Again I swung the club. Another swayed, toppling against the doorway and leaning there with the blood streaming from his broken head, quite dead, but held erect by the pressure of his fellows from behind. If the doorway had been but a foot wider, we would have been overwhelmed almost instantly. As it was, but 3 or 4 could get to us at once, and they found the gold which their ancestors had carried from the temples of Huánuco waiting for them. My arm seemed to have the strength of 100 arms. It swung the heavy club as though it had been a feather, and with deadly accuracy. Harry fought like a demon. I think I did all that a man could do, but he did more, and withal more coolly. I brought down my club on heads, shoulders, chests, and rarely failed to get my man, but the impact of Harry's blows was like the popping of a Maxim. I saw him reach over and grasp the throat of one who had his teeth set in my shoulder, and, holding him straight before him with his arm extended, break his neck with one blow. Again his club descended on one black skull with a glancing blow, and shot off to the head of another with the force of a sledgehammer. At the time I did not know that I saw these things. It was all one writhing, struggling, bloody horror. But afterward the eyes of memory showed them to me. Still they came. My arm rose and fell seemingly without order from the brain. I was not conscious that it moved. It seemed to me that ever since the beginning of time I had stood in that butcher's doorway and brought down that bar of gold. On thick black skulls and distorted, grinning faces. But they would not disappear. One fell, another took his place, and another, and another, and another. The bodies of those who fell were dragged away from underneath. I did not see it, but it must have been so, or soon we would have raised our own barricade for defense, a barricade of flesh. And there was none. I began to weaken, and Harry saw it, for he gasped out, "Steady, Paul. Take it easy. They can't last forever." His blows were redoubled in fury as he moved closer to me, taking more than his share of the attack, so that I almost had time to breathe. But we could not have held out much longer. My brain was whirling madly, and a weight of 1,000 tons seemed dragging me remorselessly, inevitably to the ground. I kept my feet through the force of some crazy instinct, for will and reason were gone. And then for an instant Harry's eyes met mine, and I read in them what neither of us could say nor would. With the fury of despair we struck out together in one last effort. Whether the Incas saw in that effort a renewed strength that spoke of immortality, or whether it happened just at that moment that the pressure from behind was removed, no longer forcing them to their death, I do not know. It may have been that, like some better men, they had merely had enough. From whatever cause, the attack ceased almost with the suddenness with which it had begun. They fell back from the doorway. Harry lunged forward with raised club, and the forms melted away into the darkness of the corridor. Harry turned and looked at me as I stood swaying from side to side in the doorway. Neither of us could speak. Together we staggered back across the room, but I had not gone more than halfway when my legs bent under me and I sank to the floor. Dimly, I saw Harry's face above me, as though through a veil, then another face that came close to my own and a voice. "Paul, my love!" They have killed him. Soft white arms were about my neck, and a velvet cheek was pressed against my own. Desiree, I gasped. Don't! Harry! No, they have not killed me. Then Harry's voice. That's all right, old fellow. I know I have known she loves you. This is no time to talk of that. Listen, Paul, what you were going to do for Desiree if you can, they will be back at any moment. That thought kindled my brain. I raised myself onto my elbow. I haven't the strength, I said, hardly knowing how I spoke. You must do it, Harry. You must, and quit, lad. The dagger, Desiree, the dagger. What followed came to me as in a dream. My eyes were dim with the exhaustion that had overcome my body. Desiree's face disappeared from before my face. Then a silence. Then the sound of her voice, as though from a distance. Harry, come. I can't find it. I dropped it when I ran across. It must be here on the floor. And then another sound came that I knew only too well, the sound of rushing, pattering feet. I think I tried to rise to my own feet. I heard Harry's voice crying in a frenzy. Quick, here they come! Desiree, where is it? There was a ringing cry of despair from Desiree, a swinging oath from Harry, and the next instant I found myself pinned to the floor by the weight of a score of bodies. Chapter 13. Into the Whirlpool. I hardly know what happened after that. I was barely conscious that there was movement round me, and that my wrists and ankles were being tightly bound. Harry told me afterward that he made one last desperate stand and was halted by a cry from Desiree, imploring him to employ the club in the intended office of the dagger. He wheeled about and raised it to strike. Then his arm dropped, unable to obey for the brutal horror of it. In another instant he and Desiree too had been overpowered and carried to the floor by the savage rush. This he told me as we lay side by side in a dark cavern whither we had been carried by the victorious Incas. I had expected instant death. The fact that our lives had been spared could have but one meaning, I thought. To the revenge of death was to be added the vindictiveness of torture. We knew nothing of Desiree's fate. Harry had not seen her since he had been. Crushed to the floor by that last assault. And instead of fearing for her life, we were convinced that a still more horrible doom was to be hers, and hoped only that she would find the means to avoid it by the only possible course. I have said that we again found ourselves in darkness, but it was much less profound than it had been before. We could distinctly see the four walls of the cavern in which we lay. It was about 12 feet by 20, and the ceiling was very low. The ground was damp and cold, and we had neither ponchos nor jackets to protect us. A description of our state of mind as we lay exhausted, wounded, and bound so tightly that any movement was impossible would seem to betray a weakness. Perhaps it was so. But we prayed for the end, Harry with curses and oaths, myself in silence. There is a time when misery becomes so acute that a man wants only deliverance and gives no thought to the means. That was reaction, and gradually it lessened. And when, after we had lain unconscious for many hours, we can hardly be said to have slept, they came to bathe our wounds and bruises and bring us food and drink, the water was actually grateful to our hot, suffering flesh, and we ate almost with relish. But before they left, they again bound our wrists firmly behind us and tightened the cords on our ankles. If they meditated punishment, they certainly seemed to be in no hurry about it. The hours passed endlessly by. We were cared for as tenderly as though we had been wounded comrades instead of vanquished foes, and though we were allowed to remain on the damp, hard rock of the cavern, we gradually recovered from the effects of that gruesome struggle in the doorway, and our suffering bodies began to feel comparative comfort. "What the deuce are they waiting for?" Harry growled after one of their visits. "With food and water. Why don't they end it?" "Most likely because a well man can appreciate torture better than a sick one," I answered, not having seen fit to speak of it before. "You may be sure we'll get all that's coming to us." "But what will they do?" "Heaven knows. They are capable of anything. We'll get the worst." There was a silence. Then Harry said slowly, hesitating, "Paul, do you think Desiree—" "I don't think I dare not think about her," I interrupted. "And it is our fault. We failed her. I should have put her beyond their reach, as I promised. I have reproached myself bitterly, Hal. You need add nothing." "Do you think I would? Only there is something else, about what she said to you. I knew that, you know." I was silent. He continued, "I knew it long ago. Do you think I am blind? And I want to say this, while I have a chance, it was uncommon good of you. To take it the way you did, I mean." His simplicity made me uncomfortable, and I made no answer. Indeed, the thing was beyond discussion. It was merely a bare fact which, when once stated, left nothing to be said. So I refused to humor Harry's evident desire to thrash out the topic, and abruptly changed the subject. We must have lain bound in that cavern little short of a week. Our wounds and bruises were completely healed, save one gash on Harry's side where he had been hurled against the sharp edge of one of the stone seats as he had been borne to the floor, but it was not painful and was nearly closed, and we could feel the return of strength even through the stiffness caused by the inactivity of our muscles. We had given up wondering at the delay by the time it came to an end. When they finally came and cut our bonds and led us from the cavern, we felt nothing keener than a mere curiosity as to what awaited us at the end of our journey. For myself, there was a distinct sensation of thankfulness that uncertainty was to end. They took no chances with us, but paid us the compliment of a truly royal escort, at least in number. There could not have been less than 200 of them, in front, behind, and on either side, as we left the cavern and proceeded along a narrow, winding passage to the left. Once, as we started, we stretched our arms high and stood on tiptoe to relieve. The stiffness of our joints, and immediately found ourselves clutched on every side by a score of hands. Gad, we seemed to have made an impression. Harry grinned. On the way down the passage we marched with the Prussian goose-step and felt the blood quickening to life in our legs and arms. We had proceeded in this manner for some 10 minutes when we rounded a corner which I recognized at once by the peculiar circular formation of the walls. We were on our way to the great cavern, the cavern where we had first seen Desiree and where later she had won the toss for our lives and then preserved them. Another minute, and we had reached the steps leading to the tunnel under the lake. Here our guards seemed in doubt as to just what to do. Those in front halted and stood hesitant, and it seemed to me that as they gazed below down the stone stair, their eyes held a certain shrinking terror. Then one came up from behind and with a commanding gesture ordered them to descend, and they obeyed. Harry and I still found ourselves surrounded by a full company. There were 50 or 60 ahead of us and at least twice that number behind. The idea of a successful struggle was so patently impossible that I believe it never entered our minds. There was further delay at the bottom of the stairs, for, as I have said before, the tunnel was extremely narrow and it was barely possible to walk two abreast. None of them turned back, but Harry and I could scarcely restrain a laugh at the sight of those immediately in front of us treading on the toes of their fellows to keep out of our way. With all their savage brutality, I believe they possess little real bravery. 5 minutes more and we had reached the end of the tunnel and found ourselves at the foot of the spiral stairway. The passage was so blocked by those ahead that we were unable to approach it. They flattened their squatty bodies against the wall, and we were forced to squeeze our way past them. There we stood, barely able to make out their black forms against the blacker wall, when the one who appeared to be the leader approached and motioned to us to ascend. We hesitated, feeling instinctively that this was our last chance to make a stand, weighing our fate. That was a dark moment, but though I did not know it, Providence was with us. For, happening to glance downward, beneath the spiral stair, for there was no ground immediately beneath it, I saw a faint glimmer and a movement as though of a dim light in the black, yawning space at my feet. You must understand that we were now inside the base of the column in the center of the great cavern. Moved either by curiosity or a command of Providence, I stooped and peered intently downward, and saw that the movement was the almost imperceptible reflection of a stray ray of light from above on the surface of water. At the time I merely wondered idly if the water came from the same source as that in the lake outside, not thinking it sufficiently important to mention to Harry. Then a question came from him. "No good, Paul. They are 100 to 1, and we are empty-handed. Do we go?" "There is nothing else to do," I answered, and I placed my foot on the first step of the spiral stair. Behind us came the guide, with a dozen others at his heels. The ascent seemed even longer and more arduous than before, for then we had been propelled by keen curiosity. Twice I stumbled in the darkness and would have fallen if it had not been for Harry's supporting hand behind me. But finally we reached the top and stepped out into the glare of the great cavern. I saw the stone slab close to behind us, noiselessly, and wondered if I should ever see it open again. We looked about us, and as our eyes sought the alcove in the wall opposite, we gave a simultaneous start of surprise, and from Harry's lips came a cry, half of gladness, half of wonder. For, seated on the golden throne, exactly as before, was Desiree. By her side was seated the Inca king. Round them, guards and attendants. We gazed at her in astonishment, but she did not look at us. Even at that distance we could see that her eyes were lowered to the ground. Harry called her name. There was no answer. Again he called, and I caught him by the arm. "Don't, Hal. She can't possibly do us any good, and you may do her harm. If she doesn't answer, it is because she has a reason." He was silent, but not convinced, and would probably have argued the matter if our attention had not been arrested by a movement in the alcove. The king rose and extended an arm, and the Incas who filled the seats surrounding the cavern fell flat on their faces. "We don't seem to have thinned them out any," I observed. "I believe there are actually more than before. Where do they all come from? The Lord knows. And, by the way, it is now apparent why they waited so long to attend to us. The king naturally wanted to be present at the entertainment, and he had to take time to recover from his little fasting operation. But now, what in the name of my word, the thing is to be done in all propriety. Look!" The king had dropped his arm, and the Incas were again sitting as nature had intended they should sit instead of on their noses, and 4 attendants had approached the throne bearing a frame of quipos. "So we are to have a fair trial," Harry observed, "with the king for judge, and 100 dead rats as evidence. Right, They can't get even with us anyway. There are only two of us. And as far as the other is concerned, I have an idea." The king had left his throne and approached the outer edge of the alcove until he stood almost directly under the oval plate of gold representing Pachacamac, or the unknown god. To this he knelt and made a succession of weird, uncouth gestures that suggested a lunatic or a traveling hypnotist. Evidently, the good Pachacamac approved whatever suggestions the royal priest communicated, for he rose to his feet with a solemn grin and strutted majestically to the rear, facing the frame of Quepos. It was evident that he no longer had faith in Desiree's interpretation of the divine will of the great Pachacamac. It is a royal privilege to be able to judge your own enemies. The hand of the child of the sun passed slowly up and down the frame of Quipos, betraying a commendable reluctance. It touched the yellow cord and passed on, grasped the white and dropped it. "The old hypocrite!" exclaimed Harry in disgust. "Does he imagine he is playing with us?" Then there was an imperceptible movement, rather felt than seen, throughout the vast assemblage, and Desiree sank back on her throne of gold with a shudder as the king severed with the knife the black cord of death and laid it on the ground at her feet. I looked at Harry. His face became slightly pale, but his eyes met mine firmly, speaking of a fortitude unconquerable. Then we again riveted our gaze on the alcove opposite. An attendant approached from the rear and stood before the golden throne, while the king motioned to Desiree to take up the black cord. For a moment she did not understand him. Then she drew back, shaking her head firmly. The king did not wait to argue the matter, but stooped himself and picked up the cord and handed it to the attendant, who received it with a great show of respect and retired to the rear, where a commotion was created by its appearance. The judgment was passed, but what was to be the nature of the execution? That uncertainty and the weirdness of the scene gave to the thing an air of unreality that shut out the tragic and admitted only the grotesque. I have many times in my life felt nearer to death than when I stood on the top of that lofty column, surrounded by the thousands of squatting dwarfs whose black bodies reflected dully the mounting light from the flaming urns. I cannot say what we expected, for we knew not what to expect. Many conjectures entered my mind, but none of them approached the fact. But, thinking that our guide might now return at any moment to lead us below, and not caring to be surprised by an attack from behind on that narrow precipice, I moved across to the rear, where I could keep my eyes on the alcove opposite, and at the same time watch the stone slab which closed the opening to the spiral stairway. A word to Harry, and he joined me. "Perhaps we can open it from above," he suggested. "Not likely," I answered, "and anyway, what's the use?" He knelt down and tugged at it, but there was no edge on which to obtain a purchase. The thing was immovable. 5 minutes passed, during which there was no movement either in the audience on the stone seats or in the alcove. But there was an indefinable air of expectancy on the faces of the king and those surrounding him, and I kept a sharp eye on the stone slab. Another 5 minutes and still nothing happened. Harry called across to Desiree, or rather began to call, for I stopped him with a jerk. It was impossible for her to aid us, and her situation was already sufficiently perilous. Then, becoming impatient, I decided to try to move the stone slab myself. Kneeling down, I placed the palms of my hands firmly against its surface and pressed with all my weight, and then I knew. Complete comprehension flashed through my brain on the instant. I sprang to my feet, and my thought must have shown on my face, for Harry looked at me in surprise, demanding, "What is it? What is it, Paul?" And I answered calmly, "We're caught, Hal, like rats in a trap. Oh, the black devils, listen, we have no time to lose. Bend over and touch the palm of your hand to the ground." He did so, plainly puzzled. Then he drew his hand hastily away, exclaiming, "It's hot." Yes, I spoke quickly. Our boots kept us from feeling it before, and the stone doesn't throw out enough heat to feel it in the air. They've built a fire under us in the column. The stone is thick and heats slowly, but what that means, it means one of two things. In a few minutes this floor will be baking hot. Then we either fry on their stone griddle or drown in the lake. You see the distance below. Only a man crazed by suffering or one incredibly brave would take that leap. This is their little entertainment. They expect us to dance for them. But the lake, if we could take it clean, I saw that the lake was our only chance, if there could be said to be any in so desperate a situation. To be sure, there seemed to be no possibility of escaping. Even if we took the water without injury, on every side its bank was lined with the watching Incas, and the bank itself was so steep that to ascend it would have required wings. The heat began to be felt even through the soles of our heavy boots. Involuntarily, I lifted one foot, then the other. I saw the child of the sun in the alcove lean forward with an appreciative grin. Another minute, I jerked my wits together. Never did my brain answer with better speed. And then I remembered that flash of water I had seen under the spiral stairway at the base of the column. I had thought at the time that it might be connected with the lake itself. If that were so, I turned to Harry and conveyed my idea to him in as few words as possible as we walked up and down, side by side. It was impossible longer to stand still. The stone was so hot that the bare hand could not be held against it for an instant. I saw that he did not comprehend what I said about the water in the column, but he did understand my instructions, and that was all that was necessary. We ran to the edge of the column nearest the alcove. Removing our woolen knickerbockers for better ease in the water, we placed them on the hot stone, and on top of them our boots, which we had also removed. Thus our feet were protected as we stood on the extreme edge of the column, taking a deep breath for strength and nerve. I saw the thousands of black savages who had been cheated of their dance crane their necks forward eagerly. I saw the king gesture excitedly to an attendant, who turned and flew from the alcove. I saw Desiree spring up from the golden throne and run to the edge of the alcove, crying to us in a tone of despair. But I did not hear her words, for I myself was calling, "Take it clean, Hal! Ready, go!" The next instant we were flying headlong through the air toward the surface of the lake 100 feet below. Men have told me since that I never made that dive, or that I greatly overestimated the distance, and I admit that as I look back at it now, it appears incredible. Well, they are welcome to their opinion, but I would not advise them to try to argue the matter with Harry. The impact with the water all but completely stunned me. As I struck the surface, it seemed that 1,000 cannons had exploded in my ears. Down, down I went. Lucky for us that the lake was apparently bottomless. I seemed to have gone as far below the water as I had been above it before I was able to twist myself about and meet it with my belly. Then, striking out with every ounce of strength in me, I made for the surface as rapidly as possible. I had started with my lungs full of air, but that headlong plunge had emptied them. I made the surface at last and looked round for Harry, calling his name. For perhaps 30 seconds I called in vain, then there came an unanswering shout off to the left. The urns were far above us now, and the light on the surface of the lake was very dim, but soon I made out Harry's head. He was swimming easily toward me, apparently unhurt. "All right, Hal. Right. And you? Sound as a whistle. Now make for the column." At the instant that we turned to swim toward the column, I became aware of a strong current in the water carrying us off to the right. It was inexplicable, but there was no time then for speculation, and we struck out with bold, sweeping strokes. The Incas had left the stone seats and advanced to the water's edge. I could see their black, sinister faces, thousands of them peering intently at us through the dim light, but they made no sound. Once I cast a glance over my shoulder and saw Desiree standing at the edge of the alcove with her clenched fists pressed to her throat. Beside her stood the child of the sun. Harry too saw her and sent her a shout of farewell, but there was no answer. We were now less than 30 feet from the column. Its jeweled sides sparkled and shone before us. Looking up, our eyes were dazzled. Something struck the water near me. I glanced to the right and saw what moved me to hasten my stroke and called to Harry to do likewise. The black devils were increasing the fun by hurling stones at us from the bank, apparently with the kind approval of Pachacamac. As we neared the column, the current which tended to carry us to the right became stronger, but still we seemed not to be approaching the bank. What could it mean? The struggle against it was fast taking our strength. Looking up, I saw that we had swung round to the other side of the column. It was between us and the alcove. Then I understood. We were in a whirlpool, ever increasing in force, which was carrying us swiftly in a circle from left to right and approaching the column. I called a swift warning to Harry, who was some 10 feet to my left, and he answered that he understood. The stones from the bank were falling thick about us now. One struck me on the shoulder, turning me half round. The current became swifter, so swift that we were almost helpless against it and were carried around and around the column, which was but a few feet away. And always complete silence. Nearer and nearer we were carried, till thrusting out my arm, the tips of my fingers brushed against the side of the column. The water whirled with the rapidity of a mill stream. 10 more seconds and our brains would have been dashed against the unyielding stone. It was now but half an arm's length away. I kept thrusting out my arm in a wild endeavor to avoid it. Suddenly my outstretched hand found a purchase in a break in the wall, but the force of the water tore it loose and swept me away. But when I reached the same spot again, I thrust out both hands and, finding the edge, held on desperately. The next instant, Harry's body was swept against mine, doubling the strain on my fingers. "The column!" I gasped. Inside, through the wall opening I am holding, he understood, and the next moment he too had grasped the edge. Together we pulled ourselves, little by little, toward the opening, for our strength was nearly spent, and the force of the maelstrom was nigh irresistible. It was as I had thought. The base of the column consisted merely of 2 massive pillars, some 12 feet in length and circular in shape. The water rushed in through each of the 2 openings thus left, and inside of the column was the center of the whirlpool, sucking the water from both sides. The water I had seen. I had not counted on the whirlpool. We had pulled ourselves round till our bodies rested against the edge of the opening, clinging to either side. Inside all was blackness, but we could judge of the fury of the maelstrom by the force of the current outside. Stones hurled by the Incas were striking against the sides of the column and in the water near us. We were being hunted from life like dogs, and a hot, unreasoning anger surged through my brain, anger at the grinning savages on the bank, at the whirling black water, at Harry, at myself. Whichever way we looked was death, and none worth choosing. "I can't hold much longer," Harry gasped. "What's the use, old man? Paul come. I'm going." He disappeared into the black, furious whirlpool with that word. The next instant, my own fingers were torn from their hold by a sudden jerk of the water, and I followed. Chapter 14. A Fishing Party. Water, when whirling rapidly, has a keen distaste for any foreign object, but when once the surface breaks, that very repulsion seems to multiply the indescribable fury with which it endeavors to bury the object beneath its center. Once in the whirlpool, I was carried in a swift circle round its surface for what seemed an age, and I think could not have been less than 8 or 10 seconds in reality. Then suddenly I was turned completely over. My limbs seemed to be torn from my body. There was a deafening roar in my ears, and a crushing weight pressed against me from every side. Any effort of any kind was worse than useless, as well as impossible. Indeed, I could hardly have been said to be conscious, except for the fact that I retained sufficient volition to avoid breathing or swallowing the water. The pressure against my body was terrific. I wondered vaguely why life had not departed, since, as I supposed, there was not a whole bone left in my body. My head was bursting with dizziness and pain. My breast was a furnace of torture. Suddenly the pressure lessened, and the whirling movement gradually ceased, but still the current carried me on. I struck out wildly with both arms in an effort, I suppose, to grasp the proverbial straw. I found no straw, but something better space. Instinct led the fight to reach it with my head to get air, but the swiftness of the current carried me again beneath the surface. My arms seemed powerless. I was unable to direct them. I hardly know what happened after that. A feeling of most intense suffocation in my chest, a relaxation of all my muscles, a sensation of light in my smarting eyes, a gentle pressure from the water beneath, like the rising gait of a saddle horse, and suddenly, without knowing why or when or how, I found myself lying on hard ground, gasping, choking, sputtering, not far from death, but nearer to life than I had thought ever to be again. I lay for several minutes unable to move. Then my brain awoke and called for life. I twisted over on my face and moved my arms out and in with the motion of the swimmer. The most exquisite pain shot through my chest and abdomen. My head weighed tons. Water ran from my nose and mouth in gurgling streams. The roaring, scarcely abated, pounded in my ears. I was telling myself over and over with the most intense earnestness, but if I were really dead, I shouldn't be able to move. It appears that the first sense to leave a drowning man, and the last to return, is the sense of humor. In another 10 minutes, having rid my lungs of the water that had filled them, I felt no pain and but little fatigue. My head was dizzy, and there was still a feeling of oppression on my chest, but otherwise I was little the worse for wear. I twisted carefully over on my side and took note of my surroundings. I lay on a narrow ledge of rock at the entrance to a huge cavern. Not 2 feet below rushed the stream which had carried me. It came down through an opening in the wall at a sharp angle with tremendous velocity, and must have hurled me like a cork from its foaming surface. Below, it emptied into a lake which nearly filled the cavern, some hundreds of yards in diameter. Rough boulders and narrow ledges surrounded it on every side. This I saw in time, but the first thing that caught my eye was no work of nature. Fastened to the wall on the opposite side of the cavern, casting a dim, flickering light throughout its vast space, were two golden, flaming urns. It was not fear, but a sort of nausea that assailed me as I realized that I was still in the domain of the Incas. The ledge on which I lay was exposed to view from nearly every point of the cavern, and the sight of those urns caused me to make a swift decision to leave it. Without delay, it was wet and slippery and not over 3 feet in width. I rose to my feet cautiously, having no appetite for another ducking. At a distance of several feet lay another ledge, broad and level, at the farther end of which rose a massive boulder. I cleared the gap with a leap, barely made my footing, and passed behind the boulder through a crevice just wide enough to admit my body, then through a narrow lane onto another ledge, and from that I found my way into a dark recess which gave assurance at least of temporary safety. The sides of the cavern were a veritable maze of boulders, sloping ledges, and narrow crevices. Nature here scarcely seemed to have known what to do with herself. I seated myself on a bit of projecting limestone, still wet and shivering. I had no boots nor trousers, my feet were bruised and swollen, and my flannel shirt and woolen underwear were but scanty protection against the chill air, damp as they. Were. Also, I seemed to feel a cold draft circling about me, and was convinced of the fact by the flickering flames in the golden urns. Desolate, indeed, for I gave Harry up as lost. The thought generated no particular feeling in me. Death, by force of contrast, may even appear agreeable, and I told myself that Harry had been favored of the gods. And there I sat in the half-darkness, shrinking from a danger of whose existence I was not certain, clinging miserably to the little that was left of what the world of sunshine had known as Paul Lamar, gentleman, scientist, and connoisseur of life, sans philosophy, sans hope, and sans culotte. But the senses remain, and suddenly I became aware of a movement in the water of the lake. It was as though an immense trout had leaped and split the surface. This was repeated several times, and was followed by a rhythmic sound like the regular splash of many oars. Then silence. I peered intently forth from my corner in the recess, but could see nothing and finally gave it up. As the minutes passed by, my discomfort increased and stiffness began to take my joints. I realized the necessity of motion but lacked the will and sat in a sort of dumb, miserable apathy. This, I should say, for an hour. Then I saw something that roused me. I had before noticed that on the side of the cavern almost directly opposite me, under the flaming urns, there was a ledge some 10 or 12 feet broad and easily 100 in length. It met the surface of the lake at an easy, gradual slope. In the rear, exactly between the two urns, could be seen the dark mouth of a passage, evidently leading directly away from the cavern. Out of this passage there suddenly appeared the forms of two Incas. In the hand of each was what appeared to be a long spear I had evidently been mistaken in. My presumption of their ignorance of weapons, they walked to one end of the long ledge and dragged out into the light an object with a flat surface some 6 feet square. This they launched on the surface of the lake, then embarked on it, placing their spears by their sides and taking up instead 2 broad, short oars. With these they began to paddle their perilous craft toward the center of the lake with short, careful strokes. About 100 feet from the shore, They ceased paddling and exchanged the oars for their spears, and stood motionless and silent, waiting, apparently, for nothing. I also remained motionless, watching them in dull curiosity. There was little danger of being seen, for, aside from the darkness of my corner, which probably would have been no hindrance to them, a projecting ledge partly screened my body from view. The wait was not a long one, and when it ended things happened with so startling a suddenness that I scarcely grasped the details. There was a loud splash in the water like that I had heard before, a swift ripple on the surface of the lake, and simultaneously the two Indians lunged with their spears, which flew to their mark with deadly accuracy. I had not before noticed the thongs, one end of which was fastened to the shaft of the spear and the other about the waist of the savage. There followed a battle royal. Whatever the thing was that had felt the spears, it certainly lost no time in showing its resentment. It thrashed the water into furious waves until I momentarily expected the raft to be swamped. One Inca stood on the farther edge of the craft, desperately plying an oar. The other tugged lustily at the spear thongs. I could see a black twisting form leap from the water directly toward the raft, and the oarsman barely drew from under. Before it fell, it struck the corner of the raft, which tipped perilously. That appeared to have been a final effort, for there the battle ended. The oarsman made quickly for the shore, paddling with remarkable dexterity and swiftness, while the other stood braced, holding firmly to the spear thongs. Another minute, and they had leaped upon the ledge, drawing the raft after them, and, by tugging together on the lines, had landed their victim of the deep. It appeared to be a large black fish of a shape I had never before seen, but it claimed little of my attention. My eye was on the two spears which had been drawn from the still quivering body and which now lay on the ground well away from the water's edge, while the two Incas were dragging their catch toward the mouth of the passage leading from the cavern. I wanted those spears. I did not stop to ask myself what I intended to do with them. If I had, I would probably have been hard put to it for an answer, but I wanted them, and I sat in my dark corner gazing at them with greedy eyes. The Incas had disappeared in the passage. Finally, I rose and began to search for an exit from the recess in which I had hidden myself. At first there appeared to be none, but at length I found a small crevice between two boulders in the rear. Into this I squeezed my body with some difficulty. The rock pressed tightly against me on both sides, and the sharp corners bruised my body. But I wormed my way through for a distance of 15 or 20 feet. Then the crevice opened abruptly, and I found myself on a broad ledge ending apparently in space. I advanced cautiously to its edge, but intervening boulders shut off the light, and I could see no ground below. Throwing prudence to the winds, I let myself over the outermost corner, hung for a moment by my hands, and dropped. My feet touched ground almost instantly. The supposedly perilous fall amounted to something like 12 inches. I turned round feeling a little foolish, and saw that from where I stood the ledge and part of the lake were in full view. I could see the spears still lying where they had been thrown down, but as I looked the two Incas emerged from the passage. They picked up the spears, walked to the raft, and again launched it and paddled toward the center of the lake. I thought, here is my chance. I must make that ledge before they return. and I started forward so precipitately that I ran head-on into a massive boulder and got badly stunned for my pains. Half dazed, I went on, groping my way through the semi-darkness. The trail was one to try a llama. I climbed boulders and leaped across chasms and clung to narrow, slippery edges with my fingernails. Several times I narrowly escaped dumping myself into the lake, and half the time I was in plain view of the Incas on the raft. My hands and feet were bruised and bleeding, and I had bumped into walls and boulders so often that I was surprised when I took a step without getting a blow. I wanted those spears. I found myself finally within a few yards of my destination. A narrow crevice led from where I stood directly to the ledge from which the Incas had embarked. It was now necessary to wait till they returned to the shore, and I drew back into the darkness of a nearby corner and stood motionless. They were still on the raft in the middle of the lake, waiting, spear in hand. I watched them in furious impatience on the border of mania. Suddenly I saw a dark, crouching form outlined against a boulder not 10 feet away from where I stood. The form was human, but in some way unlike the Incas I had seen. I could not see its face, but the alertness suggested by its attitude made me certain that I had been discovered. Vaguely I felt myself surrounded on every side. I seemed to feel eyes gazing unseen from every direction. But I could not force myself to search the darkness. My heart rose to my throat and choked me, and I stood absolutely powerless to make a sound or movement, gazing in a sort of dumb fascination at that silent, crouching figure. Suddenly, it crouched lower still against the black background of the boulder. Another second, and he will be at my throat, I thought, but I stood still, unable to move. But the figure did not spring. Instead, it suddenly straightened up to almost twice the height of an Inca, and I caught a glimpse of a white face and ragged, clinging garments. "Harry," I whispered. I wonder yet that it was not a shout. "Thank God," came his voice, also in a whisper, and in another moment he had reached my side. A hurried word or two, there was no time for more, and I pointed to the Incas on the raft, saying, "We want those spears." "I was after them," he grinned. "What shall we do?" "There's no use taking them while the Incas are away," I replied, "because they would soon return and find them gone. Surely we can handle 2 of them." As I spoke, there came a sound from the lake, a sudden loud splash followed by a commotion in the water. I looked around the corner of the boulder and saw that the spears again found their mark. "Come," I whispered, and began to pick my way toward the ledge. Harry followed close at my heels. It was easier here, and we soon found ourselves close to the shore of the lake, with a smooth stretch of rock between us and the fishermen's landing place. The urns, whose light was quite sufficient here, were about 50 feet to the right and rear. The Incas had made their kill and were paddling for the shore. As they came near, Harry and I sank back against the boulder which extended to the boundary of the ledge. Soon the raft was beached and pulled well away from the water, and the fish, I was amazed at its size, followed. They drew forth the spears and laid them on the ground, as they had done formerly, and, laying hold on the immense fish, still floundering ponderously about, began to drag it toward the mouth of the passage. "Now," whispered Harry, and as he stood close at my side, I could feel his body draw together for the spring. I laid a hand on his arm. "Not yet. Others may be waiting for them in the passage. Wait till they return." In a few minutes they reappeared in the light of the flaming urns. I waited till they had advanced halfway to the water's edge, some 30 feet away. Then I whispered to Harry, "You for the left, me for the right," and released my hold on his arm, and the next instant we were bounding furiously across the ledge. Taken by surprise, the Incas offered no resistance whatever. The momentum of our assault carried them to the ground. Their heads struck the hard granite with fearful force, and they lay stunned. Harry, kneeling over them, looked up at me with a question in his eyes. "The lake," said I, for it was no time for squeamishness. Our friend the king thought us dead, and we wanted no witnesses that we had returned to life. We laid hold of the unconscious bodies, dragged them to the edge of the lake, and pushed them in. The shock of the cold water brought one of them to life, and he started to swim, and we did what had to be done. We had our spears. I examined them curiously. The head appeared to be of copper, and the shaft was a long, thin rod of the same material. But when I tried it against a stone and saw its hardness, I found that it was much less soft and consequently more effective than copperwood. Have been. That those underground savages had succeeded in combining metals was incredible, but there was the evidence, and besides, it may have been a trick of nature herself. The point was some 6 inches long and very sharp. It was set on the shaft in a wedge and bound with thin, tough strips of hide. Altogether, a weapon not to be laughed at. We carried the spears, the raft, and the oars behind a large boulder to the left of the ledge with considerable difficulty. The two latter, not because we expected them to be of any service, but in order not to leave any trace of our presence. For if any searchers came and found nothing, they could know nothing. We expected them to arrive at any moment, and we waited for hours. We had about given up watching from our vantage point behind the boulder when 2 Incas appeared at the mouth of the passage, but they brought only oil to fill the urns, and after performing this duty departed, without a glance at the lake or any exhibition of surprise at the absence of their fellows. Every now and then there was a commotion in some part of the lake, and we could occasionally see a black, glistening body leap into the air and fall again into the water. "I'm hungry," Harry announced suddenly. "I wonder if we couldn't turn the trick on that raft ourselves." The same thought had occurred to me, but Harry's impulsiveness had made me fearful of expressing it. I hesitated. "We've got to do something," he continued. I suggested that it might be best to wait another hour or two. "And why? Now is as good a time as any. If we intend to find Desiree in the name of heaven, how can we?" I interrupted. "You don't mean to say you don't intend to try?" he exclaimed. "How? I don't know. In the first place, it's impossible. And where could we take her? And what could we do? In short, what's the use? Why the deuce should we prolong the thing any further? In the world I refused to struggle because nothing tempted me. In this infernal hole I have fought when there was nothing to fight for. If civilization held no prize worth an effort, why should I exert myself to preserve the life of a rat? Faugh! It's sickening. I wondered why I wanted those spears. Now I know. I have an idea. I'm going to be coward enough to use one or enough of a philosopher. Paul, that isn't like you." On the contrary, it is consistent with my whole life. I have never been overly keen about it. To end it in a hole like this, well, that isn't exactly what I expected, but it is all one after. Understand me, Hal. I don't want to desert you, haven't I, Stuck? And I would still if there were the slightest possible chance. Where can we go? What can we do? There was a long silence. Then Harry's voice came calmly. I can stay in the game. You call yourself a philosopher. I won't quarrel about it, but the world would call you a quitter. Whichever it is, it's not for me. I stay in the game. I'm going to find Desiree if I can, and by the Lord, someday I'm going to cock my feet up on the Thinder at the Midlothian and make 'em open their mouths and call me a liar. A worthy ambition. My own. And Paul, you can't. You're not a quitter. Personally, yes. If I were here alone, Hal, I picked up one of the spears and passed my palm over its sharp point, I would quit cold. But not with you. I can't share your enthusiasm, but I'll go 50-50 on the rest of it, including the fender when we see it. That's the talk, old man. I knew you would. But understand me, I expect nothing. It's all rot. If by any wild chance we should pull out in the end, I'll admit you were right. But I eat under compulsion, and I fight for you. You're the leader, unless you ask my advice. And I begin right now, said Harry with a grin. First, to get Desiree. What about it? We discussed plans all the way from the impossible to the miraculous, and arrived nowhere. One thing only, we decided that before we tried to find our way back to the great cavern in the royal apartments, we would lay in a supply of food and cache it among the boulders and ledges where we then were. For if ever a place were designed for a successful defense by 2 men against thousands, it was that one. And we had the spears. Still no one had appeared in the cavern, and we decided to wait no longer. We carried the raft back to the ledge. It was fairly light, being made of hide stretched tightly across stringers of bone, but was exceedingly clumsy. Once Harry fell, and the thing nearly toppled over into the lake, with him on top of it. But I caught his arm just in time. Another trip for the oars and spears, and everything was ready. We launched the raft awkwardly, nearly shipping it beneath, but finally got it afloat with ourselves aboard. We had fastened the loose ends of the spear thongs about our waists. I think that raft was the craziest thing that ever touched water. It was a most excellent diver, but was in profound ignorance of the first principle of the art of floating. After a quarter of an hour of experimentation, we found that by standing exactly in a certain position, one on each side and paddling with one hand, it was possible to keep fairly level. If either of us shifted his foot a fraction of an inch, the thing ducked like a stone. We finally got out 100 feet or so and ceased paddling. Then, exchanging our oars for the spears, we waited. The surface of the lake was perfectly still, save for a barely perceptible ripple, caused no doubt by the undercurrent which was fed by the stream at the Sman. Opposite side. The urns were so far away that the light was very dim, no better than half darkness. The silence was broken by the sound of the rushing stream. Suddenly the raft swayed gently. There was a parting of the water, not a foot away toward the front, and then, well, the ensuing events happened so quickly that their order is uncertain. A black form arose from the water with a leap like lightning and landed squarely on the raft, which proceeded to perform its favorite dive. It would have done so with much less persuasion, for the fish was a monster. It appeared to me at that moment to be 20 feet long. On the instant, As the raft capsized, Harry and I lunged with our spears, tumbling forward and landing on each other and on top of the fish. I felt my spear sinking into the soft fish almost without resistance. The raft slipped from under and we found ourselves floundering in the water. I have said the spear thongs were fastened about our waists. Otherwise, we would have let the fish go, but we could hardly allow him to take us along. That is, we didn't want to allow it, but we soon found that we had nothing to say in the matter. Before we had time to set ourselves to stroke, we were being towed as though we had been corks toward the opposite shore. But it was soon over, handicapped as he was by 4 feet of spears in his body. We felt the pull lessen and twisted ourselves about, and in another minute had caught the water with a steady dog stroke and were holding our own. Soon we made headway, but it was killing work. "He weighs 1,000 tons," panted Harry, and I nodded. Pulling and puffing side by side, we gradually neared the center of the lake. Past it and approached the ledge. We were well nigh exhausted when we finally touched bottom and were able to stand erect. Hauling the fish onto the ledge, we no longer wondered at his strength. He could not have been an ounce under 400 pounds and was fully 7 feet long. One of the spears ran through the gills. The other was in his middle, just below the backbone. We got them out with some difficulty and rolled him up high and dry. We straightened to return for the spears which we had left at the edge of the water. "He's got a hide like an elephant," said Harry. "What can we skin him with?" But I did not answer. I was gazing straight ahead at the mouth of the passage where stood 2 Incas. Spear in hand, returning my gaze stolidly. Chapter 15. The Rescue. I was quick to act, but the Incas were quicker still. I turned to run for our spears and was halted by a cry of warning from Harry, who had wheeled like a flash at my quick movement. I turned barely in time to see the Incas draw back their powerful arms, then lunge forward, the spears shooting from their hands. I leaped aside. Something struck my leg. I stooped swiftly and grasped the spear thong before there was time for the Inca to recover and jerk it out of my reach. The other end was fastened about his waist. I had him, and giving an instant for a glance at Harry, saw that he had adopted the same tactics as myself. Seeing that escape was impossible, they dashed straight at us. It wasn't much of a fight. One came at me with his head lowered like a charging bull. I sidestepped easily and floored him with a single blow. He scrambled to his feet, but by that time I had recovered the spear and had it ready for him. I waited until he was quite close, then let him have it full in the chest. The fool literally ran himself through, hurling himself on the sharp point in a brutal frenzy. He lay on his back, quite still, with the spearhead buried in his chest and the shaft sticking straight up in the air. I turned to Harry and, in spite of myself, smiled at what I saw. He stood with his right arm upraised, holding his spear ready. His left foot was placed well and gracefully forward, and his body bent to one side like the classic javelin thrower. And 10 feet in front of him, the other Inca had fallen flat on his face on the ground, with arms extended in mute supplication for quarter. "What shall I do?" asked Harry. "Let him have it? Can you?" "The fact is, no. Look at the poor beggar scared silly. But we can't let him go." It was really a question. Mercy and murder were alike impossible. We finally compromised by binding his wrists and ankles and trussing him up behind, using a portion of one of the spear thongs for the purpose, and gagging him. Then we carried him behind a large boulder some distance from the ledge and tucked him away in a dark corner. "And when we get back, if we ever do, we can turn him loose," said Harry. "In that case, I wouldn't give much for his chances of a happy existence," I observed. We wasted no time after that, for we wanted no more interruptions. Some 15 precious minutes we lost trying to withdraw the spear I had buried in the body of the Inca, but the thing had become wedged between 2 ribs and refused to come out. Finally, we gave it up and threw the corpse in the lake. We then removed the oars and spears and raft which had floated so near to the ledge that we had no difficulty in recovering it to our hiding place, and last we tackled our fish. It was a task for half a dozen men, but we dared not remain on the ledge to skin him and cut him up. After an hour of exertion and toil that left us completely exhausted, we managed to get him behind a large boulder to the left of the ledge, but it was impossible to carry him to the place we had selected, which could be reached only by passing through a narrow crevice. The only knives we had were the points of the spears, but they served after a fashion, and in another hour we had him skinned and pretty well separated. He was meaty and sweet. We discovered that with the first opportunity, for we were hungry as wolves. Nor did we waste much time bewailing our lack of a fire, for we had lived so long on dried stuff that the opposite extreme was rather pleasant. Then, otherwise, we tore him into strips as neatly as possible, stowing them away beneath a ledge, a spot kept cool by the water but a foot below. "That'll be good for a month," said Harry, "and there's more where that came from." And now I understood, and I answered simply, "I'm ready." We had but few preparations to make. The solidest parts of the fish which we had laid aside, we now strapped together with one of the extra spear thongs and slung them on our backs. We secreted the oars and raft and the extra spear as snugly as possible. Then, having filled ourselves with raw fish and the last hearty drink from the lake, we each took a spear and started on a search wilder than any ever. Undertaken by Amadis of Gaul or Don Quixote himself, even the bachelor of Salamanca, in his saddest plight, did not present so outrageous an appearance to the eye as we. We wore more clothing than the Incas, which is the most that can be said for us. We were unable to even guess at the direction we should take, but that was settled for us when we found that there were but 2 exits from the cavern. One led through the boulders and crevices to a passage full of twists and turns and strewn with rocks, almost impassable. The other was that through which the Incas had entered. We chose the latter. 50 feet from the cavern we found ourselves in darkness. I stopped short. "Harry, this is impossible. We cannot mark our way. But what can we do?" "Carry one of those urns. Likely they'd spot us before we even got started." "Well, let them." "No. You're in for the finish. I know that. I want to find Desiree. And we'll find her. After that, if nothing else is left, I'll be with you. But I don't want 1,000 of those brutes falling on us in the dark. If they would end it, I wouldn't care. Keep your spear ready." I had given him my promise, so I pushed on at his side. I had no stomach for it. In a fight I can avoid disgracing myself because it is necessary, but why seek it when there is nothing to be gained? Thus I reflected, but I pushed on at Harry's. Side. As he had said, I was in for the finish. What I feared was to be taken again by the Incas unseen in the darkness. But that fear was soon removed when I found that we could see easily some 30 or 40 feet ahead, enough for a warning in case of attack. Our flannel shirts and woolen undergarments hung from us in rags and tatters. Our feet were bare and bruised and swollen. Our faces were covered with a thick, matted growth of hair. Placed side by side with the Incas, it is a question which of us would have been judged the most terrifying spectacles by an impartial observer. I don't think either of us realized the extreme foolhardiness of that expedition. The passage was open and unobstructed, and since it appeared to be the only way to their fishing ground, was certain to be well traveled. The alarm once given, there was no possible chance for us. We sought the royal apartments, those we knew to be on a level some 40 or 50 feet below the surface of the great cavern, at the foot of the flight of steps which led to the tunnel, to the base of the column. I had counted 96 of those steps, and allowing an average height of 6 inches, they represented a distance of 48 feet. How far the whirlpool and the stream which it fed had carried us downward we did not know, but we estimated it at 100 feet. That calculation left us still 50 feet below the level of the royal apartments. But we soon found that in this we were mistaken. We had advanced for perhaps a quarter of an hour without incident when the passage came to an abrupt end. To the right was an irregular twisting lane that disappeared around a corner almost before it started. To the left a wide and straight passage, sloping gently. Upward. We took the ladder. We had followed this for about 100 yards when we saw a light ahead. Caution was useless. The passage was straight and unbroken, and only luck could save us from discovery. We pushed on, and soon stood directly within the light, which came from an apartment adjoining the passage. It was not that which we sought, however, and we gave it barely a glance before we turned to the right down a cross passage, finding ourselves again in darkness. Soon another light appeared. We approached. It came from a doorway leading into an apartment some 20 feet square. It was empty, and we entered. There were 2 flaming urns fastened to the wall above a granite couch. Stone seats were placed here and there about the room. The walls were studded with spots of gold to a height of 4 or 5 feet. We stopped short, gazing about us. "It looks like," Harry whispered, and then exclaimed, "It is! See, here is where we took the blocks from this seat." So it was. We were in the room where we had imprisoned the Inca king, and where we ourselves had been imprisoned with Desiree. "She said her room was to the right of this," whispered Harry excitedly. "What luck! If only he left the sentence unfinished, but I understood his fear. And with me there is even no doubt. I had little hope of finding Desiree, and was sorry, for Harry's sake, that we had been so far successful." Again we sought the passage. A little farther on it was crossed by another, running at right angles in both directions, but to the right there was nothing but darkness, and returned to the left, where, some distance ahead, we could see a light evidently proceeding from a doorway similar to the one we had just left. We went rapidly, but our feet made scarcely any sound on the granite floor. Still we were incautious, and it was purely by luck that I glanced ahead and discovered that which made me jerk Harry violently back and flatten myself against the wall. "What is it?" he whispered. In silence, I pointed with my finger to where 2 Incas stood in the passage ahead of us, just without the patch of light from the doorway which they were facing. They made no movement. We were as yet undiscovered. They were about 100 feet away from where we stood. "Then she's here," whispered Harry. "They are on guard." I nodded. I had had the same thought. There was no time to lose. At any moment that they should chance to glance at our direction, they were certain to see us. I whispered hastily and briefly to Harry. He nodded. The next instant we were advancing slowly and noiselessly, hugging the wall. We carried our spears ready, though we did not mean to use them, for a miss would have meant an alarm. If she is alone, I was saying within myself, almost a prayer, when suddenly one of the Incas turned, facing us squarely, and gave a start of surprise. We leaped forward. Half a dozen bounds, and we were upon them before they had had time to realize their danger or move to escape it, with a ferocity taught us by the Incas. Themselves we gripped their throats and bore them to the floor. No time then for the decencies. We had work to do, and we crushed and pounded their lives out against the stone floor. There had not been a sound. They quivered and lay still, and then, looking up at some slight sound in the doorway, we saw Desiree. She stood in the doorway, regarding us with an expression of terror that I did not at first understand. Then suddenly I realized that, having seen us disappear beneath the surface of the take after our dive from the column, she had thought us dead. "Bon Dieu!" she exclaimed in a hollow voice of horror. "This too do you come, messieurs?" "For you," I answered. "We are flesh and bone, Desiree, though in ill repair. We have come for you." "Paul! Harry, is it really you?" Belief crept into her eyes, but nothing more, and she stood gazing at us curiously. Harry had sprung to her side. She did not move as he embraced her. "Are you alone?" "Yes." "Good. Here, Harry, quick, help me. Stand aside, Desiree." We carried the bodies of the two Incas within the room and deposited them in a corner. Then I ran and brought the spears, which we had dropped when we attacked the Incas. Desiree stood just within the doorway, seemingly half dazed. "Come," I said. "There is no time to be lost. Come!" "Where?" She did not move. "With us. Isn't that enough? Do you want to stay here?" She shuddered violently. "You don't know what has happened. I want to die." "Where are you going to take me?" "Desiree," Harry burst out. "For heaven's sake, come. Must we carry you?" He grasped her arm. Then she moved and appeared to acquiesce. I started ahead. Harry brought up the rear. With an arm round Desiree's shoulders, she started once more to speak, but I wheeled sharply with a command for silence, and she obeyed. We reached the turn in the corridor and passed to the right, moving as swiftly. And noiselessly as possible. Ahead of us was the light from the doorway of the room in which we had formerly been imprisoned. We had nearly reached it when I saw, some distance down the corridor, moving forms. The light was very dim, but there appeared to be a great many of them. I turned with a swift gesture to Harry and Desiree to follow, and dashed forward to the light and through the doorway into the room. Discovery was inevitable, I thought, in any event, but it was better to meet them at the door to the room than in the open passage, and we had our spears. But by a rare stroke of luck we had not been seen. As we stood within the room on either side of the doorway, out of the line of view from the corridor, we heard the patter of many footsteps approaching. They neared the doorway, and I glanced at Harry, pointing to his spear. Significantly, he gave me a nod of understanding. Let them come. We would not again fall into their hands alive. The footsteps sounded just without the doorway. I stood tense and alert, with spear ready, expecting a rush momentarily. Then they passed all together, and receded down the corridor in the direction whence we had come. I wanted to glance out at their number, but dared not. We stood still, till all was again perfectly silent. Then Desiree spoke in a whisper. It is useless, we are lost. That was the king. He is going to my room. In 10 seconds he will be there and find me gone. There was only one thing to do, and I wasted no time in discussing it. A swift command to Harry, and we dashed from the doorway and down the corridor too. The left, each holding an arm of Desiree. But she needed little of our assistance. The presence of the Inca king seemed to have inspired her with a boundless terror, and she flew rather than ran between us. We reached the bend in the passage, and just beyond it, the light, the first one we had seen on our way in. I had our route marked on my memory with complete distinctness. Soon we found ourselves in the wide, sloping passage that carried us to the level below, and in another 5 seconds had reached its end and the beginning of the last stretch. At the turn, Harry stumbled and fell flat, dragging Desiree to her knees. I lifted her, and he sprang to his feet unhurt. She was panting heavily. Harry had dropped his spear in the fall, and we wasted a precious minute searching for it in the darkness, finally finding it where it had slid, some 20 feet ahead. Again we dashed forward. A light appeared ahead in the distance, dim but unmistakable, the light of the urns in the cavern for which we were headed. Suddenly, Desiree faltered and would have fallen but for our supporting arms. "Courage!" I breathed. "We are near the end." She stopped short and sank to the ground. "It is useless," she gasped. "I hurt my ankle when I fell. I can go no farther. Leave me." Harry and I, with one impulse, stooped over to pick her up. And as we did so, she fainted away in our arms. We were then but a few hundred feet from our goal. The light from the urns could be plainly seen gleaming on the broad ledge by the lake. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps came from behind. I turned quickly, but the passage was too dark. I could see nothing. The sound came closer and closer. There seemed to be many of them advancing swiftly. I straightened and raised my spear. Harry grasped my arm. "Not yet," he cried. "One more try, we can make it." He thrust his spear into my hand, and in another instant had thrown Desiree's unconscious body over his shoulder and was staggering forward toward the cavern. I followed, while the sound of the footsteps behind grew louder and louder. We neared the end of the passage. We reached it. We were on the ledge. Even with Desiree for a burden, Harry moved so swiftly that I found it difficult to keep up with him. The strength of a god was in him, which was but just, since he had his goddess in his arms. On the ledge, near the edge of the water, stood 2 Incas. They turned at our approach and rushed at us. Unlucky for them, for Harry's example had fired my brain and put the strength of a giant in me. To this day I don't know what followed, whether I used my spear or my fists or my head. I know only that I leaped at them in irresistible fury and left them stretched on the ground before they had reached Harry or halted him. We crossed the ledge and made for the boulders to the left. The crevice which led to our hiding place was too narrow for Harry and his burden. I sprang forward and grasped Desiree's shoulders. He held her ankles, and we got her through to the ledge beyond. Then I leaped back through the crevice, and barely in time. As I looked out, a black rushing horde emerged from the passage and dashed across the ledge toward us. I stood at the entrance to the narrow crevice, spear in hand. They appeared to have no sense of the fact that my position was impregnable, but dashed blindly at me. The crevice in which I stood, and which was the only way through to the ledge where Harry had taken Desiree, was not more than 2 feet wide. With unarmed savages for foes, one man could have held it against a million. But they came, and I met them. I stood within the crevice some 3 or 4 feet from its end, and when one appeared in the opening, I let him have the spear. Another rushed in and fell on top of the first. As I say, they appear to be deprived of the power to reason. In 5 minutes, the mouth of the crevice was completely choked with bodies, some who were merely wounded, struggling and squirming to extricate themselves from the bloody tangle. I heard Harry's voice at my back. "How about it? Want some help?" "Not unless they find some gunpowder," I answered. "The idiots eat death as though it were candy." "We're safe. They can never break through here." "Are they still coming?" "They can't. They've blocked the way with their smelly black carcasses." "How is Desiree?" "Better. She's awake. I've been bathing her ankle with cold water. She has a bad sprain. How the deuce she ever managed to hobble on it even 2 steps is beyond me." "A sprain? Are you sure?" "I think so. It's badly swollen. Maybe only a twist. A few hours will tell." I heard him return to the ledge back of me. I dared not turn my head. Thinking I heard a sound above, I looked up, but there was nothing to fear in that direction. The boulders which formed the sides of the crevice extended straight up to the roof of the cavern. We appeared, in fact, to be fortified against any attack, with one exception, hunger. But there would be plenty of time to think of that. For the present we had our fish, which was sufficient for the 3 of us for a month if we could keep it fresh that long. And the water was at our very feet. The bodies wedged in the mouth of the crevice began to disappear, allowing the light from the urns to filter through. They were removing their dead. I could see. The black forms swaying and pulling not 5 feet away, but I stood motionless, saving my spear and my strength for any who might try to force an entrance. Soon the crevice was clear, and from where I stood I commanded a view of something like 3/4 of the ledge. It was one mass of black forms, packed tightly together, gazing at our retreat. They looked particularly silly and helpless to me then, rendered powerless as they were by a little bit of rock. Brute force was all they had, and nature, being the biggest brute of all, laughed at them. But I soon found that they were not devoid of resource. For perhaps 15 minutes the scene remained unchanged. Not one ventured to approach the crevice. Then there was a sudden movement and shifting in the mass. It split suddenly in the middle. They pressed off to either side, leaving an open lane between them leading directly toward me. Down this lane suddenly dashed a dozen or more of the savages, with spears aloft in their brawny arms. I was taken by surprise and barely had time to cut and run for the ledge within. As it was, I did not entirely escape. The spears came whistling through the crevice, and one of them lodged in my leg just below the thigh. I jerked it out with an oath and turned to meet the attack. I was now clear of the crevice, standing on the ledge inside near Harry and Desiree. I called to them to go to one side, out of the range of the spears that might come through. Harry took Desiree in his arms and carried her to safety. As I expected, the Incas came rushing through the crevice, that narrow lane where a man could barely push through without squeezing. The first got my spear full in the face, a blow rather than a thrust, for I had once or twice had difficulty in retrieving it when I had buried it deep. As he fell, I struck at the one behind. He grasped the spear with his hand, but I jerked it free and brought it down on his head, crushing him to the ground. It was mere butchery. They hadn't a chance in the world to get at me. Another fell, and the rest retreated. The crevice was again clear, save for the bodies of the 3 who had fallen. I turned to where Harry and Desiree were seated on the further edge of the ledge. Her body rested against his. Her head lay on his shoulder. As I looked at them smiling, her eyes suddenly opened wide, and she sprang to her feet and started toward me. "Paul, you're hurt. Harry, a bandage quick. Your shirt, anything." I looked down at the gash on my leg, which was bleeding somewhat freely. "It's nothing," I declared. "A mere tear in the skin. But your ankle." I thought it. Was sprained? She had reached my side and bent over to examine my wound, but I raised her in my arms and held her before me. "That," I said, "is nothing. Believe me, it isn't even painful. I shall bandage it myself. Harry will take my place here." "But your foot?" "That too is nothing," she answered with a half smile. "I merely twisted it. It is nearly well already. See." She placed her weight on the injured foot, but could not suppress a faint grimace of pain. Calling to Harry to watch the crevice, I took Desiree in my arms and carried her back to her seat. "Now sit still," I commanded. "Soon we'll have dinner. In the meantime, allow me to say that you are the bravest woman in the world and the best sport. And someday we'll drink to that from a bottle." But facts have no respect for sentiment and fine speeches. The last words were taken from my very mouth by a ringing cry from Harry. "Paul! By Gad, they're coming at us from the water!" Chapter 16. The Es Sape. The ledge on which we rested was about 40 feet square. Back of us was a confused mass of boulders and chasms, across which I had come when I first encircled the cavern and found Harry. In front was the crevice, guarded by the 2 massive boulders. On the right, the ledge met the solid wall of the cavern, and on the left was the lake itself, whose waters rippled gently at our very feet. At sound of Harry's warning cry, I ran to the water's edge and peered round the side of the boulder. He was right, but what I saw was not very alarming. 2 rafts had been launched from the enemy's camp. Each raft held 3 Incas more would have sunk them. 2 were paddling, while the 3rd balanced himself in the center, brandishing a spear aloft. Turning to Desiree, I called to her to move behind a projecting bit of rock. Then, leaving Harry to guard the crevice in case of a double attack, I took 3 of our 4 spears, one of which had made the wound in my leg, and stood at the water's edge, awaiting the approach of the rafts. They came slowly, and their appearance was certainly anything but terrifying. "Not much of a navy," I called to Harry, and he answered with a laugh, "Lucky for us. Look at our coast defense." One of the rafts was considerably ahead of the other, and in another minute it had approached within 50 feet of the ledge. The Inca in the center stood with legs spread apart and his spear poised above his head. I made no movement, thinking that on such precarious footing he would have difficulty to hurl the thing at all, wherein I underrated his skill, and it nearly cost me dear. Suddenly, with hardly a movement of his body, his arm snapped forward. I, ducked to one side instinctively, and heard the spear whistle past my ear with the speed of a bullet, so close that the butt of the shaft struck the side of my head, a glancing blow, and toppled me over. I sprang quickly to my feet, and barely in time, for I saw the Inca stoop over, pick up another spear from the raft, and draw it back above his head. At the same moment the second raft drew up alongside, and as I fell to the ground flat on my face, I heard the two spears whistle shrewdly over me. At that gain they were my masters. It would have been folly to have tried conclusions with them with their own weapons. As the spears clattered on the ground 30 feet away, I sprang to my feet and ran to the farther side of the ledge, where I had before noticed some loose stones in a corner. With 2 or 3 of these in my hands, I ran back to the water's edge, meeting 2 more of the spears that came twisting at me through the air, one of which tore the skin from my left shoulder. A quick glance at the crevice as I passed showed me Harry fighting at its entrance. They were at us there too. I heard Desiree shout something at me, but didn't catch the words. My first stone found its goal. The 2 rafts, side by side, not 40 feet away, were a fair mark. The stone was nearly the size of a man's head and very heavy. I had all I could do to get the distance. It struck the raft on the right fairly. The thing turned turtle in a flash, precipitating its occupants onto the other raft. The added weight carried that, too, under the surface, and the 6 Incas were floundering about in the water. I expected to see them turn and swim for the landing opposite. But instead, they headed directly toward me. The light from the urns was but faint, and it was not easy to distinguish their black heads against the black water. Still, I could see their approach. 2 of them held spears in their hands. I saw the copper heads flash on high. I stood at the edge of the lake, wondering at their folly as I waited. They were now scarcely 10 feet away. Another few strokes, and the foremost stretched out his hand to grasp the slippery ledge. My spear came down crushingly on his head, and he fell back into the water. By that time another had crawled half onto the ledge, and another. A blow and a quick thrust, and they too slipped back beneath the surface, pawing in agony, not to rise again. Just in time, I saw that one of the remaining 3 had lifted himself in the water not 5 feet away, with his spear aimed at my breast. But the poor devil had no purchase for his feet, and the thing went wide. The next instant he had received a 10-pound stone full in the face and went down with a gurgle. At that the remaining 2, seeming to acquire a glimmering of intelligence, turned and swam hastily away. I let them go. Turning to Harry, I saw that the crevice also was clear. He had left his post and started toward me, but I waved him back. "All right here, Hal. Have they given it up?" There was an expression of the most profound disgust on his face. "Paul, it's rank butchery. I'm wading in blood. Will this thing never stop?" I looked at him and said merely, "Yes." No need to ask when. He understood me. He sent me the glance of a man who has become too familiar with death to fear it, and answered, "Another hour of this, and I'm ready." I told him to keep an eye on both points of attack, and went across to where Desiree sat crouched on the ground. I hadn't many words. "How is your foot?" "Oh, it is better." "Well, but your leg?" "Never mind that." "Could you sleep?" "Bon Dieu, no. We have only raw fish." "Can you eat?" "I'll try," she answered with a grimace. I went to the edge of the ledge where we had the fish stowed away near the water and took some of it both to her and Harry. We ate, but with little relish. The stuff did not seem very fresh. I remained on guard at the mouth of the crevice while Harry went to the lake for a drink, having first held Desiree to the water and back to her seat. Her foot gave her a great deal of pain, but instead of the sprain it appeared that there had been merely a straining of the ligaments. After bathing it in the cold water she was considerably relieved. I remained on watch at the mouth of the crevice, from where I could also obtain a pretty fair view of the lake, and commanded Harry to rest. He demurred, but I insisted. Within 2 minutes he was sleeping like a log, completely exhausted. Several hundred of the Incas remained huddled together on the ledge without, but they made no effort to attack us. I'd been watching perhaps 3 hours when they began to melt away into the passage. Soon, but a scant dozen or so remained. These squatted along the wall just under the lighted urns, evidently in the capacity of sentinels. Soon I became drowsy, intolerably so. I was scarcely able to stand. I dozed off once or twice on my feet, and, realizing the danger, I called Harry to take my place. Desiree also had been asleep, lying on the raft which Harry and I had concealed along with our fish. At sound of my voice she awoke and sat up, rubbing her eyes. Then, as I assured her that all was quiet, she fell back again on her rude bed. I have never understood the delay of the Incas at this juncture. Possibly they took time to consult the great Pachacamac and found his advice difficult to understand. At the time I thought they had given up the attack and intended to starve us out, but they were incapable of a decision so sensible. Many hours had passed and we had alternated on 4 watches. We had plenty of rest and were really quite fit. The gash on my leg had proven a mere trifle. I was a little stiff, but there was no pain. Desiree's foot was almost entirely well. She was able to walk with ease and had insisted on taking the turn at watch, making such a point of it that we had humored her. Something had to happen, and I suppose it was as well that the Incas should start it, for we had met with a misfortune that made us see the beginning of the end. Our fish was no longer fit to eat, and we had been forced to throw the remainder of it in the lake. Then we held a council of war. The words we uttered, standing together at the mouth of the crevice, come to me now as in a dream. If my memory of them were not so vivid, I should doubt their reality. We discussed death with a calmness that spoke eloquently of our experience. Desiree's position may be given in a word: she was ready for the end and invited it. I was but little behind her, but advised waiting for one more watch, a sop to Harry. And there was one other circumstance that moved me to delay the hope for a sight of the Inca king and a chance at him. Desiree had refused to tell us her experiences between the time of our dive from the column and our rescue of her. But she had said enough to cause me to guess at its nature. There was a suppressed but ever-present horror in her eyes that made me long to stand once more before the Child of the Sun. Then to go, but not alone. Harry advised retreat. I have mentioned that when he and I had started on our search for Desiree, we had found 2 exits from the cavern, the one which we had taken, and another which led through the maze of boulders and chasms, back of us to a passage full of twists and turns, and choked with massive rocks, almost impassable. Through this, he advised making our way to whatever might await us beyond. The question was still undecided when our argument was brought to a halt and the decision was taken away from us. Through the crevice I saw a band of Incas emerge from the passage opposite and advance to the water's edge. At their head was the Inca king. Soon the landing was completely covered with them, probably 300 or more, and others could be seen in the mouth of the passage. Each one carried a spear. Their heads of copper, upraised in a veritable forest, shone dully in the light of the urns on the wall above. Harry and Desiree stood close behind me, looking through at the fantastic sight. I turned to him. "This time they mean business." He nodded. "But what can they do?" "Except get knocked on the head, and I'm sick of it. If we had only left an hour ago." "For my part," I retorted, "I'm glad we didn't. Desiree, I'm going to put you in my debt if fortune will only show me one last kindness and let me get within reach of him." I pointed to where the Inca king stood in the forefront at the very edge of the lake. She shuddered and grew pale. "He is a monster," she said in a voice so low that I scarcely heard. "And I thank you, Paul." Harry seemed not to have heard. "But what can they do?" he repeated. They did not leave us long in doubt. As he spoke there was a sudden sharp movement in the ranks of the Incas. Those in front leaped in the water, and others after them, until, almost before we had time to realize their purpose, hundreds of the hairy brutes were swimming with long, powerful strokes directly toward the ledge on which we stood. Between his teeth each man carried his spear. I left Harry to guard the crevice and ran to repel the attack at the water. Desiree stood just behind me. I called to her to go back, but she did not move. I grasped her by the arm and led her forcibly to a break in the rock at our rear and pointed out a narrow ascending lane in the direction of the other exit. When I returned to the ledge of the water, the foremost of the Incas were but a few feet away. But I looked in vain for the one face I wanted to see and could recognize. The king was not among them. A hasty glance across the landing opposite discovered him standing motionless with folded arms. The entire surface of the lake before me was one mass of heads and arms and spears as far as I could see. There were hundreds of them. I saw at once that the thing was hopeless, but I grasped my spear firmly and stood ready. The first two or three reached the ledge. At the same instant I heard Harry call, "They're coming through, Paul. It's you alone." I did not turn my head, for I was busy. My spear was whirling about my head like a circle of flame. Black, dusky forms swam to the ledge and grasped its slippery surface, but they got no farther. The shaft of the spear bent in my hand. I picked up another, barely losing a second. A wild and savage delight surged through me at the sight of those struggling, writhing, slipping forms. I swung the spear in vicious fury. Not one had found footing on the ledge. Something suddenly struck me in the left arm and stuck there. I shook it loose impatiently, and it felt as though my arm went with it. I did not care to glance up even for an instant. They were pressing me closer and closer, but I knew that they had begun to hurl their spears at me from the water, and that the game was up. Another struck me on the leg. Soon they were falling thick about me. Calling to Harry to follow, I turned and ran for the opening in the rock to which I had led Desiree. In an instant he had joined me. By that time, scores of the Incas had scrambled out of the water onto the ledge and started toward us, and as many more came rushing through the crevice, finding their way no longer contested. Harry carried 3 spears. I had 4. We sprang up a lane, encircling the rock to the rear, and at its top found Desiree. A projecting bit of rock gave us some protection from the spears that were being hurled at us from below. But they came uncomfortably close, and black forms began to appear in the lane through which we had come. Harry shouted something which I didn't hear, and, taking Desiree in his arms, sprang from the rock to another ledge some 10 feet below. I followed. At the bottom he stumbled and fell, but I helped him to his feet and then turned barely in time to beat back 3 or 4 of the Incas who had tumbled down almost on our very heads. Immediately in front of us was a chasm several feet across. Harry cried to Desiree, "Can you make it?" And she shook her head, pointing to her injured foot. To me, I shouted desperately. They were coming down from above despite my efforts to hold them back. Then, in answer to a call from Harry, I turned and leaped across the chasm, throwing the spears ahead of me. Harry took Desiree in his arms and swung her far out. I braced myself for the shock and caught her on my feet. I set her down unhurt, and a minute later Harry had joined us, and we were scrambling up the face of a boulder nearly perpendicular, while the spears fell. Thick around us. Desiree lost her footing and fell against Harry, who rolled to the bottom, pawing for a hold. I turned, but he shouted, "Go on, I'll make it!" Soon he was again at my side, and in another minute we had gained the top of the boulder, quite flat and some 20 feet square. We commanded Desiree to lie flat on the ground to avoid the spears from below, and pause for a breath and a survey of the situation. It can be described only with the word chaotic. The light of the urns were now hidden from us, and we were in comparative darkness, though we could see with a fair amount of clearness. Nothing could be made of the mass of boulders, but we knew that somewhere beyond them was the passage from the cavern which we sought. The Incas came leaping across the chasm to the foot of the rock. Several of them scrambled up the steep surface, but with our spears we pushed them back and they tumbled onto the heads of their fellows below. But we were too exposed for a stand there, and I shouted to Harry to take Desiree down the other side of the rock while I stayed behind to hold them off. He left me, and in a moment later I heard his voice crying to me to follow. I did so, sliding down the face of the rock feet first. Then began a wild and desperate scramble for safety, with the Incas ever at our heels. Without Desiree, we would have made our goal with little difficulty, but half of the time we had to carry her. Several times Harry hurled her bodily across a chasm or a crevice, while I received her on the other side. Often I covered the retreat, holding the Incas at bay while Harry assisted Desiree up the steep face of a boulder or across a narrow ledge. There was less danger now from their spears, protected as we were by the maze of rocks. But I was already bleeding in a dozen places on my legs and arms and body, and Harry was in no better case. Suddenly I saw ahead of us an opening which I thought I recognized. I pointed it out to Harry. "The exit," he cried out, and made for it with Desiree. But they were brought to a halt by a cliff at their very feet, no less than 20 feet high. I started to join them, but hearing a clatter behind, turned just in time to see a score of Incas rush at us from the left through a narrow lane that led to the edge of the cliff. I sprang toward them, calling to Harry for assistance. He was at my side in an instant, and together we held them back. In 5 minutes, the mouth of the lane was choked with their bodies. Some behind attempted to scramble over the pile to get at us, but we made them sick of their job. I saw that Harry could hold it alone then, and calling to him to stand firm till I called, I ran to Desiree. I let myself over the edge of the cliff and hung by my hands, then dropped to the ground below. It was even further than I had thought. My legs doubled up under me, and I toppled over, half fainting. I gritted my teeth and struggled to my feet, calling to Desiree. She was already hanging to the edge of the cliff, many feet above me, but there was nothing else for it, and I shouted, "All right, come on!" She came and knocked me flat on my back. I had tried to catch her and did succeed in breaking her fall, at no little cost to myself. I was one mass of bruises and wounds. But again I struggled to my feet and shouted at the top of my voice, "Harry, come!" He did not come alone. I suppose the instant he left the lane unguarded, the Incas poured in after him. They followed him over the edge of the cliff, tumbling on top of each other in an indistinguishable mass. Some rose to their feet. Their comrades, descending from above, promptly knocked them flat on their backs. Harry and Desiree and I were making for the exit, which was not but a few feet away. As I have said, the thing was choked up till it was almost impassable. We squeezed in between two rocks, with Desiree between us. Harry was in front, and I brought up the rear. Once through that lane and we might hold our own. "In heaven's name, come on!" Harry shouted suddenly, for I had turned and halted, gazing back at the Incas tumbling over the cliff and rushing toward the mouth of the exit. But I did not heed him, for, standing on the top of the cliff, waving his arms wildly at those below, I had seen the form of the Inca king. He was less than 30 feet away. With cries from Harry and Desiree ringing in my ears, I braced my feet as firmly as possible on the uneven rock and poised my spear above my head. The Incas saw my purpose and stopped short. The king must also have seen me, but he stood absolutely motionless. I lunged. Forward. The spear left my hand and flew straight for his breast, but it failed to reach the mark. A shout of triumph was on my lips, but was suddenly cut short when an Inca standing near the king sprang forward and hurled himself in the path of the spear just as its point was ready to take our revenge. The Inca fell to the foot of the cliff with the spear buried deep in his side. The king stood as he had before, without moving. Then there was a wild rush into the mouth of the exit, and I turned to follow Harry and Desiree. With extreme difficulty we scrambled forward over the rocks and around them. Desiree's breath was coming in painful gasps, and we had to support her on either side. The Incas approached closer at our rear. I felt one of them grasp me from behind, and in an excess of fury I shook him off and dashed him backward against the rocks. We were able to make little headway, or none, by taking to the exit. We appeared to have set our own death trap. Harry went on with Desiree, and I stayed behind in the attempt to check the attack. They came at me from both sides. I was faint and bleeding and barely able to wield my spear, my last one. I gave way by inches, retreating backward step by step, fighting with the very end of my strength. Suddenly Harry's voice came, shouting that they had reached the end of the passage. I turned then, and sprang desperately from rock to rock after them, with the Incas crowding close after me. I stumbled and nearly fell, but recovered my footing and staggered on. And suddenly the mass of rocks ended abruptly, and I fell forward onto flat, level ground by the side of Desiree and Harry. "Your spear!" I gasped. "Quick! They are upon us! But they grasped my arms and dragged me away from the passage to one side. I was half fainting from exhaustion and loss of blood, and scarcely knew what they did. They laid me on the ground and bent over me. "The Incas," I gasped. "They are gone," Harry answered. At that I struggled to rise and rested my body on my elbows, gazing at the mouth of the passage. It was so. The Incas were not to be seen. Not one had issued from the passage. It was incomprehensible to us then. Later we understood. And we had not long to wait. Harry and Desiree were bending over me, attempting to stop the flow of blood from a cut on my shoulder. "We must have water," said Desiree. Harry straightened up to look about the cavern, which was so dark that we could barely see one another's faces but a few feet away. Suddenly, an exclamation of wonder came from his lips. Desiree and I followed the direction of his gaze and saw the huge, black, indistinct form of some animal suddenly detach itself from the wall of the cavern and move slowly toward us through the darkness. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.